This broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G, Motorsport Australia, Play Seat, The Gamesman, OG Gear, SimSpeed TV, Speed Cafe, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
Hi, my name's Courtney Prince and last year I competed in Porsche Carrera Cup with BWT. Today I've been on the Sims with the OG race gear. I love the new gloves, they're really breathable and awesome so you don't get sweaty hands using your normal race gloves on the Sim. The socks are also really good, you don't get sore feet on the Sim. I also think in training they'll be really handy as well.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
after a long wait, and the longest wait in championship history. This is the Bathurst 1000. We're in the lead-up process. All of the pre-race stuff has been run. It has been done. We are here on the biggest Sunday of the year. We've had the co-driver clash. We've had the Paddock podcast. We've had the Hall of Fame. We've had GT Pro's championship finale. We've had qualifying. We've had Porsche Cup, and we've had the shootout. Time to nut up or shut up. This is the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. This is the biggest Sunday on the calendar. And it's time to find out who has got the medal to tackle the mountain for 161 laps. We expand the commentary team to give you every single racing lap from all of today's festivities. Ladies and gents, it's time. It is time to get it underway. My name is Scotty Rankin, alongside of Zach Caban and Mr. Sandman Clark. And Sandman, I'll go to you first because you love this place. You ooze passion for this. You live every kilometre of the 1,000.
Absolutely, mate. Good morning, everyone, wherever you're watching in Australia or around the world. This is our grand final. This is our Super Bowl. This is our Wimbledon. Doesn't matter how you put it. This is the best day in Australian sim racing. And here we are, Bathurst Mount Panorama. Couldn't be more excited. It's been a tremendous lead up. Exactly what you touched on, Scotty. So much content leading up just to today. And last night with the support races, that was just, taking it that extra step. It was just so good. And now we've got Zach to join us in the commentary box as well. Zach, mate, big day ahead. Should be an absolute ripper.
Massive day ahead, Sandman. Hello to you. Hello, Scotty Rankin. Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Normally we do our best work after dark, but this is one of those days in which we're all up at a very acceptable hour. We're getting ready for a day-long marathon. By G, happy hour is going to be enjoyed by all and sundry in about 7 hours' time. A lot of ground to cover before we get there, of course, but importantly, it's one of those days where a lot can go wrong and will go wrong, but also a lot can go right. We saw it on Friday night in the GT Pro Invitational, boys. The Orbit Drop Air Stable saving their best until last, getting that breakthrough when we saw how much it meant to them. That's what's at stake for everybody else in the paddock today. Jared Filsell, Brody Kostecki, match point, not just as far as the Enduro Cup's concerned, but as you said in the opener, Scotty, match point as far as the overall Logitech G Pro Invitational Series is concerned as well. And to take the weight off his shoulders and take the pressure off him going into the final round, I'm sure he'd love to tick the box today. It's not a straightforward equation, but by G, they're starting in the best possible position. Even though none of the Enduros so far have been won from pole, they'd love to be leading the field to green here at Mount Panorama. I'm interested to see how it plays out, though, boys. There's a lot of people that will leave nothing on the table today because it is Bathurst. We saw that last year. And now, of course, there's also that unknown element of the potential interference of weather to contend with as well. So many variables throughout the course of the day. The form guide has been set. Now it's about to be confirmed for us and for everybody at home as well as to whether or not it reads true or not.
Yeah, this is going to be a long, long day as well. Opportunities will be there. And for Sandman, I'll tell you what, you're in the fire suit. You're all ready to have a crack at this one. A little bit of a chat about the weather, but more importantly, here comes the G-Hub.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot planned for today, and because we talk about Bathurst 1000, there's so much that's going to happen. We've got a broadcast that spans over the distance of possibly around 6 or so hours, so not everything is G-Hub tonight, but we've got a couple of things planned for a little bit later. But weather conditions, everyone is always constantly keeping an eye on the sky because of obviously that threat of rain. That changes conditions massively. And, of course, when everyone knows that the distance around this racetrack, how many variables there will be, you don't want to get stuck on a tyre that you might be sort of heading up the mountain and it starts pouring rain. The drivers behind you, they need to be on top of that because if they can get in the lane before you, get onto a set of wets and you're still running around top of the mountain with slicks, then that can really impact your day. So many variables. You think about the championship. We know the points coming into it that Jared Filsell was looking pretty good odds-on favourite to maybe walk away with the championship. I think we said that possibly 12 months ago as well. His Bathurst campaign did not go well last year, and it's effectively what cost him the championship. So So many variables. We'll be keeping an eye on that live radar for the moment. A little bit overcast, but we haven't seen any rain falling for the moment, but everyone will absolutely be keeping an eye on the skies. As you can see the graphic there, what have we got? 82% chance of rain there. So it's going to be up and down. And for the course of this race, it's definitely something that's going to be a peak of interest for the whole day.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on it. This is the most fabled 6.2 kilometers that turns into 1,000 in Australian motorsports lore. It has a rise from the bottom to the top of 174 meters, and then you fall all the way back down to earth on the run back to the bottom. Sits a long way above sea level. We've heard about parity testing. Zach Caban mentioned it the other night and said, hey, we haven't talked about it all week. Well, it got talked about in the Real World 1000 this year. Could we see elements of the Real World 1000 this year as well in the sim? The weather forecast has rain. We've already talked about that. What is that going to change? What is that going to affect? 23 corners. First, you've got to survive turn 1. Hell corner, aptly named. Then you've got to climb up Mountain Straight. Mark Scaife did his clutch in and got rear-ended on the straight so many years ago. Griffin's Bend. We saw cars going in there, and this year Will Brown actually plucked the front bonnet off of his car, heading hard into the tyre barriers there. Lots of contact there. The cutting. Murph and Ambrose into each other.
Yes.
That one lives on in lore. Then it's the long run across the top. It winds, it's back and forth. You don't want to go through turn 6 before you get to Reed Park side by side. That is just disaster waiting to happen. Suleiman Park, the great. You've got to carry speed. McPhillamy Park, make sure you get the car turned back in. Then it's up and over Brock Skyline. You dive away. My mum said to me the first ever time I talked to her about the mountain, she said, I went for a ride with your father up and over this place and the road fell away and I grabbed everything that was in reach. Then it's down through the S's, the Dipper, the run to Forest Elbow. Remember when Chaz clouded the barriers in qualifying there on board the Tickford Mustang years ago? The Elbow, you get a break, you get a breather. The long road run all the way down Conrod Straight to the chase. Put your thing on the anchor as hard as you dare. Pull it up, turn it in. Oh, guess what? You've still got 2 more corners to go. To Murray's, don't bowl a wide. Don't head off back down to the city of Bathurst. That is 1 lap around the mountain. They've got to do that 161 times today. We are in for a blockbuster, I think, boys. Sandman, have you got anyone that you're thinking about in the back of your mind that should be able to win this one? There's obvious choices, but who's the dark horse?
Mate, I don't know. I think I said this last night in qualifying, is that the beauty of this race, that you can win this from anywhere on the grid. All you have to do is qualify. So you may not have had the best qualifying session. Your lead up to Bathurst in this race may not have been ideal, but so many variables will happen throughout the day. Whether you get lucky on strategy, the roll of a dice with a safety car, the main contenders that we have in our head, we just think Jared Fieldstone, how quick he's been all weekend. He's been a strong contender all year. There's no saying that, someone may fence it in front of him and take him out. There's so many variables. So, it doesn't matter where you qualify. I said last night as well, is that qualifying just makes your start of the race just that little bit easier. But as the race goes on, it doesn't matter. And it's that buying the ticket to the end is what is crucial.
Bingo cards. That's one of the first things that went on to that, Sam, man. Buy a ticket to the end of the race. Give him another 5 minutes and he'll be talking about 50-cent parts, but we haven't quite gotten there yet.
Wait for the green flag.
Mr. Caban, though, how are you feeling? Anyone that you've selected from the field thus far?
Not really. The thing that most impressed me, boys, was the effort from Madison down. Barely scraped into the top 15 shootout, the big winner coming out of that. But as you guys have already alluded to, the interesting thing is this race can be and has been won from anywhere. So when you look down through the order, there's a couple of names that do stand out. Brady Baldwin, for instance, will be hoping to get inside the top 30. That'll be the first box ticks and then push on from there. Same said for Damon Mulqueen, Glenn Postlethwaite, etc. We know there's a couple of guys that are starting rear of grid because they missed out in qualifying or weren't able to be on the grid. And spare a thought for the guys that aren't even lining up at all. I know Sandman has a soft spot for Rehan Leonage, but given the form guide, given what we know, hard to go past the teams that are sitting 1 and 2 on the grid. When you look at the guns they have got lining up alongside them in the co-driver capacity, and we will talk about that as the race goes on, the important role that they have to play today. One, of course, kicking great goals in the United States. The others just securities that ride in the sport in the real world until the end of the decade. That was the big news we all woke up to this morning. Beyond that, there'll be a few guys that'll be looking, of course, to go one better than they did last year. Hard to look past anyone in that top 10. Spare a thought too. I reckon Damon Woods would love to get the win that eluded him the other night in GT. Yes, he ticked the championship box. He didn't get the race win. So look for him to come from 11th. And I've always got an eagle eye on the XL boys, Ethan Grigg, Galton, Rhino Sullivan in 12th.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. I believe we're about to jump into our grid graphics and start to have a little bit of a chat about that one. This is what the championship looks like at this point in time. On offer today, 400 points if you win the damn thing. I don't think you'll be worrying too much about 400 points. I think you'll be too busy celebrating it all from the mountain. But that is nearly the marker that splits Jared Filsell and Josh Anderson. 390 points is the marker from first to second. If Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki finish 21st today, that is it. Championship is over. But much like the GT Pro Series, have a look at the challenge that's on for second, third, and fourth. These boys are up together. Brady Myers isn't all that far in the rear view at the moment. And Josh Anderson, by his own admitting, hasn't even had all that great a season. He's still a little bit disappointed with the way he's driven the car. Gilliam has missed a couple rounds just through to lack of availability. He's 7th in the points. That is so worth talking about. It's not even funny. He is really happy with the way that he's driving at the moment. I was talking to him at length last night. The problem was he went, I actually really want to get off, but you're here and I want to chat about racing stuff. So the big thing for Gil is that he's enjoying things. He's back. He's done a lot of work. I talked to him. He worked very, very excessively on changing his technique and the way that he goes about driving the car. That's the top 10 in terms of championship standings. Madison Down as well, our Hall of Famer, also down in 10th place after missing a couple rounds. So he's missed the last couple. He'd be a little bit unhappy with himself, but he is qualified for next season. Here's the big one though. Automatic qualification back to the series after finishing in 20th place or better. Lachlan Capel is on the inside at the moment. He's actually not here to race today. He's going to fall massively on the outside. Double points on offer for the final of our endurance races as well. Adam Briggs therefore becomes the driver that's on the inside of the bubble. Just Emily Jones done for the season as well. Andre Yusuf is tied. Yusuf becomes de facto 21st spot at the moment, and he is trying to get his way through. Enduro Cup standings. We're going to rattle through these because there is so much about to happen as we get into our grid walk here in just a few moments. Lobs Esports leads the way by a hefty margin. It is going to take something from Josh Anderson's Trans-Tasman car. Have a look at the cars, first and second in the championship, first and second in the Enduro Cup standings as well. Car 56 has had a phenomenal endurance campaign. They are right there and relevant to this one. Right, that's what we're looking at here this afternoon. Who can take out the True Force Endurance Cup? And here comes the grids. Starting off, if your play seat pole position, it's Lobs Esports number 94, Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki. Alongside, Van Gisbergen makes his return to the series. Andrew Gilliam, very happy with the way that he's driving that car at the moment. There was nothing between him and qualifying yesterday. Van Gisbergen steps onto that car. There will be an out-and-out stoush inside that stable for the fastest car today. Rattray White continues that run of good form for himself. In third spot, William Sapstead. They had a phenomenal stoush in Porsches yesterday afternoon. They will enjoy that one. The privateer, Griffin Gardner, was very, very happy as well, speaking to him yesterday about the way him and Forza El Nabi were driving. Then it's back to Brady Myers and Rehan Leonage. What can they do? The youngster, he wants to prove himself. Does Rehan Leonage? What's he going to give us here today? Chiefs Esports, James Scott, Sam Blacklock. Blacklock said at the end of qualifying yesterday, sorry boys, I burned all my luck on Friday night. Maybe he hasn't got what it's up for, but Blacklock will always be in contention. Madison Down and Ethan Warren inside of the top 10 for these guys. Big gain from qualifying yesterday. 8 spots also going to be a Trans-Tasman racing machine of Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead. These two are enjoying driving alongside of each other. Trans-Tasman Racing's 36. Ando went backwards after qualifying in the shootout yesterday, but there is still work that can be done for car 36. They'll have good race pace here today. Synergy Sim Racing, talking to them, they unlocked their setup Friday night on board this car. Didn't have a strong co-driver clash. They found something later on in the week. 10th spot for them. in car number 72. We'll keep working our way back. It's 11th spot, Damon Woods and Eddie Beswick. Ethan Grigg, Galton Ryan O'Sullivan, very, very confident on board these two. O'Sullivan was very happy with his pace. They could be a real threat as well. Bo Albert and Rainer Costello. Never count Bo Albert out. Never count Rainer Costello out. Keep your eyes on them. Matthew Bowler's had Super 2 drivers alongside of him for much of the endurance campaign. He'll get Cody Birchett in there alongside of him for 14th. Dylan Rudd and Kobe Jones will be out of the 15th. That's the 15 that made the shootout. The unlucky driver to miss out at the cost of a late lap that come in from Madison down was Brenton Hobson and Tom Freer. They're feeling better. It was Tom who was actually telling me that Synergy unlocked their setup. They are feeling quite confident. Hobbo's been shorter laps. He's off and working on them right now, trying to make himself feel comfortable. Back to 17th spot, Ian Ford and Dan Hall inside of the 20. Vermilion X Furies, Jacob O'Reilly and Josh Horton inside of 18th. 19th spot, Dylan Pereira and Dennis Gitarik, and 20th spot, Jordan Ross and Blake Warboys. And by the way, that lap from Warboys yesterday, he was on a better lap and Stovald made the mistake. He apologized to him profusely for ruining that last lap for that car. M&A Racing 027's Andre Heimgartner and Russell Pepperell. Vermilion X Furies, Yusuf and Great heads to 22nd. ERT's Veld and Ruben Gordo. Again, another car that wasn't happy with their qualifying performance. Look for them to go forwards. Borg and Bentz out of 24th. I believe they actually won the official, but Jason Bentz won the official Bathurst 1000 here a bit over a month ago. So he has got really good speed around this place as well. Jake Blackhall and Marcelo Rivera to 25th. Serrano and Campbell. Then we're going to get back to Widders and Walker out of 27th. Vermilion Furies, Wayne Burke and Zach Kerr. They're a long, long way down. Car number 89's had a lot more speed than that. Look for them to come through. Topping out to the 30 is going to be Kurt Stenberg and Tyson Williams. And finally, Tyson Broad and Aiden Kale. I believe that car is actually Brad Ratu, not Kale, although I'm just checking in for a little bit of an update. Yeah, it is Brad Ratu who's on board. So there has been a swap on board that one. Ratu did the co-driver clash. He was inside the top 5 actually. Correct. In the co-driver crash on that one. Brady Baldwin and Jamie Stovall out of 31st. There were some issues for that car in qualifying as well. Ben Faulkner, Ian Zhu, 32nd. Postlethwaite Johnson, 33rd. Mole Queen and Billy Mole. ERTs, Scott Gamble and Scott Mackay. 9-5 Sim Sports, Dylan O'Shea, Corey McFarlane. Lobs Esports, Rosella and McMillan. And coming from the rear of the field is Van Dell and Tice Hodge. Those last two cars on the grid had rear grid penalties coming from Sandown. That is the grid. We've already burned through 5 minutes here. We're going to have to be quick with our interviews as we get down for the games and grid walk. And it's an opportunity to chat to Jared Filsell. Mate, we talked after qualifying yesterday. You were feeling quietly confident and feeling good. But, mate, I'm seeing a lot of puddles on the left-hand side of that grid. It is going to be a tricky getaway from that side of the grid for you.
Oh, I think it'll be okay. Long race, but yeah, we can definitely let anyone go if they need to go. But yeah, definitely not the most desirable spot on the grid with what I'm looking at in front of me.
No, a lot of puddles, but you get also first dibs on the line, provided you get the car off the grid. We talked yesterday after place seat pole position in the shootout. You were absolutely enjoying things. You were very, very confident. We chatted data. We chatted a whole bunch of different things. And to me, you sound in probably some of the best spirits I've heard you in a good while. You sound like you're in the right space.
Yeah, definitely. Just having a lot of fun, to be honest. Hanging around with the guys and yeah, having a good time while doing it. We don't take each other too seriously, and we can take the mickey out of one another. But it's all in good fun.
Mate, good mate alongside of you and Andrew Gilliam. You guys were comparing laps at the end of yesterday. You trust him, and I know you trust him exclusively. But that is a quick car. Do you think that's your biggest rival for the win today?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think any of the Lobs cars will be a threat today. Can't discount anyone really in the top 10. They're all quick enough on their day, and if they get their strategy right, and we don't get it correct, or you know what I mean, if there's a bit of weather coming as well, it could throw up a variable. So yeah, I mean it's anyone's race really. You can't really rule out anyone.
Right. Good luck, mate. I heard think on your feet all day is probably the biggest thing that you'll need to do, but make sure you lock in, and we know that this place can bite. Make sure you get through all 161 laps, and you are a champion, brother. Go well.
Thank you.
Righto, that takes us off of pole position. We're going to move to chatting to Josh Anderson here in just a moment as we walk down the field, and Mr. Sandman Clark will have a chat to one of his favourites in Ando.
Josh, mate, here we are, Bathurst 1000. How are the nerves as you're on the grid waiting for the green flag?
Yeah, love it, mate. It's one of the best days of the year, so let's go racing.
Mate, I'm so excited for you guys. Watching the shootout last night and seeing how well TTR went, and just makes me think days like this is the one race that I actually probably don't enjoy being in the commentary box, and very jealous of you guys behind the wheel.
Yeah, thanks, man. Shootout was okay. Like, we didn't have amazing pace, but I think in the race, like, it's Bathurst, you can win from 15th, you can win from 9th, you can win from wherever. So we'll have to go and have a crack and see where we end up.
And obviously we'll be keeping an eye on these changeable conditions. How's the car feel? Have you had much wet running? Have you done any practice with the wet, or how do you think you'll feel?
Yeah, I love the rain. And I think as a team, we're really strong in the rain. So I hope it pisses down all day, but probably won't. I think that's probably our best chance for a really good result is a lot of rain, but you can't control that. So we just got to go and do the best job we can, make no mistakes, get the strategy right. And it's cliche as hell, but buy a ticket to the last hour.
Love it, mate. I love that saying. Mate, all the best. I'm hoping it rains too and you can carry a bit of that sand down. Luck with you. Congratulations again on that win in the Toyota 86s.
Thank you.
Brilliant job. Loved it. So hopefully the rain gods will shine on you and you can get that speed on track here for Bathurst.
Yeah, thanks, mate. No, cheers, fellas. Thanks for the broadcast. Go racing.
No, final question before I let you go, Endo. Have you been reading from Sandman's quote book?
No, I have not.
Okay. You sure? You're definitely confident on that one?
Reasonably so, yes.
All right, mate. Go well. Have fun.
See you, mate. Have a good one.
Any opportunity to ruffle you guys up. We can't miss it. It's part of the broadcast at this point in time. So, ladies and gentlemen, final interview. Mr. Caban has wandered all the way down to the back end of the grid. Ben Faulkner's on board. Car number 28, mate, from the back. A little bit of work to do there, Caban.
Indeed he does, but with variable weather and strategy and the potential for safety cars coming into the mix here, anything is possible. Betty, good morning. The Vermilion by Fury stable entry. How are you guys feeling about the day ahead and the traffic you're going to have to contend with in the early stages?
Good morning, boys. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. I wasn't actually thinking I was going to be racing because I was having pedal issues the other day. So I'm happy that we got it sorted, and I'm keen to get some places and move forward.
Given the variables of what lies ahead over the course of the next 6.5 hours, mate, given what we know about this place and the potential for drama along the way, given that you are starting towards the back end of the field, where are the goalposts? What are the expectations? What will you be happy with? What's a pass mark?
I mean, I haven't made so many rounds this season, so I think me and Ian are just hoping to move forward and no expectations, just have some fun. And yeah, I'm looking forward for some rain if we get it.
Quick comment with regards to Ian. How have you guys got a plan in mind with regards to how you're going to break up the driving time and strategy?
I think we'll just wing it as we go, but I think we're going to do maybe 2 double stints and then I'll finish. But yeah, we'll see how we go, depending on like safety cars and the rain and stuff.
All right, mate, very nicely done. We wish you guys and the rest of the Vermilion stable the very best of luck. We're in the starter's hands very shortly, so we'll let you go and focus on the task at hand.
Cheers, have a good one, boys.
Very nicely done. Oh, the nervous energy, it's building right now. I'm a little bit nervous about the water there, gentlemen. The only thing that we can guarantee right here and now, and there are the race facts for you, which Scotty Rankin will run through in just a moment, is the more rain we get, the more likely it is that we stretch this out and we're here for about 7 hours instead of 6.5. The longer this runs, I don't think anybody's complaining. No Ashes to contend with. People will have their second screen up to watch F1. Bring on the next 7 hours, I say.
Yeah, here we go, boys. Time to settle in. We've got about 2 minutes before we get into the start. Just going to ask our producer, Jay, is there any opportunity we can grab some static shots from up and across the top? I'm really curious about puddles, because I actually, whilst you guys were chatting then, I was taking my own cameras around for a little bit of a flyover and seeing what I could do in sim in terms of things. But have a look at how wet Pitt Straight is. I don't know. I think there's quite a big puddle up at McPhillamy Park, up and across the curbing across there, which is a big one that was there for the OSR 12. And Sam, man, mate, you've done a little bit more driving of these things in the wet than I have. Talk to me about the troubles and tribulations. Slick tyre with a puddle. That's got to be a difficult factor for everyone to manage.
Yeah, look, it definitely gets your attention. There's no doubt about that. I think looking at that start grid, like, we were concerned about possibly the start for where Jared is. Obviously, you can see those puddles, but they are up against the barrier. So there's those puddles on top of the mountain too. So that's what you really need to be careful of, because look at it, it's right on the racing line. So as the guys come through there, they usually use that ripple strip in the dry, and if they dare, a tiny bit of the grass on the edge there. But that's what they don't want to be doing there. They really need to be mindful. That could be quite chaotic, actually, just looking at those live pictures at the top of the mountain now. So, you know, they probably haven't had a chance to see what it's like. And maybe our first pictures now might be just getting radioed through to those team members now saying, hey, be careful.
Righto, we are getting set for a start procedure. This is it. 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 reasons that this doesn't belong to you. Or is it the one reason that it does? You've got to put this race together from the start to the end. You've got to be in the position to make the absolute most of it, ladies and gentlemen. The Bathurst 1000, I can tell you, Bathurst 1000 day, just ahead of pole position, about halfway between where these cars are sat in turn one is where I was sat on Bathurst 1000 day. I got to witness it all. Now you guys get to witness it at home too. The simulated Logitech V8 Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000 is off. Gilliam got a good start, but he's not quite going to get there on the run to turn one. It's going to be Sapstead who locks in behind. Front two have gone for main drivers. Third place has gone for Chloe. Look at the puddles. Phil Stell's in the win. He's going to slide backward. Gilliam got it. He comes Sapstead. That's going to slide through as well. There's been a change to the lead out the exit of Hell Corner on that one. Here we go, boys. Up the mountain for the first time, and there's water left. There's water right. You've got to make sure you survive the first 6 kilometers of 1,000.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we were talking about. You touch those puddles and you absolutely know about it. So, Jared, just on exit, a bit like the real world Bathurst 1000 up. We had water on the straight just heading up top of the mountain a couple of years ago. But now, as we saw those live puddles up here, this is what the drivers really need to be mindful of, because we saw a lot of water. It was on the racing line. And if these drivers don't know about it, we're going to have calamity here in just a few corners.
Oh, there he is.
All eyes are on the leaders.
They get up and through the grate. They get up and out the other side. McPhillamy, somebody turned in. It was Forza El Navi turned in. There's a puddle on the outside. We're going to keep an eye a little bit deeper in the field. Somebody will make a mistake at the back end of the field because they just can't see it. Did the field survive McPhillamy on that one? Yes. Yes, there's a ton of spray in the air, but they got through. Everyone survived. Gilliam leads the Bathurst 1000. He'll have Shane Van Gisbergen and he can hand over. The man is sitting there and enjoying everything that happens when you're the first off of the elbow for the first lap of 161. And here comes the field. They're all still there. They're all feeding through. I tell you what, they're all pretty smart about this. No one has been aggressive up and across the top with the tricky conditions that start this race.
It's not worth it. No. That's like one of 161, Sam, man. Not worth it. Brad Ratu, first invoice in the race. Jump start, drive through, penalty. Long day ahead for the Orbit Drop Bear stable.
Down through the chase, there's a lot of puddles on the right-hand side when you enter the braking zone, so you can't take the primary line. Down and entering the chase. So this first stint is going to be figuring about what the risk levels are, how you manage it. The big thing I noticed is have a look at pit lane entry to the right-hand side of this. There goes Ratu will dive in to pit lane. Did you see the amount of puddles he had to cross over to get in there? Righto, one complete, one in the book, 6.2 kilometres done, only 993.8 to go.
And it won't take long to come and go. The longer this plays out, the shorter it's going to feel, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to look at your clock at the end of the day. It's going to be about 6 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. You're going to think, where the hell did the last 6.5 hours go? Once you get into that groove, into the mould, time seems to slip away from you fairly quickly. It'll feel like an eternity for the strategists that are going to be calling the shots for these guys today, though, especially with the variables and the uncertainties that Bathurst brings with it. Up to the top of the mountain, second time through. We ride on board with Brady Myers. And it's just a one-line train at the moment. Everybody's had that opportunity. Look, it's Rehan Leonage, of course, starting the car. We're big fans of Rehan Leonage. We know what this guy brings to the table. He was in the top 5 at the end of last year as well, Sam, man. And as you can see, everybody just sussing out track conditions. It looks as though it's mainly top and bottom of the circuit where those puddles are particularly prominent. Everywhere else looks particularly dry. So everybody would have made that decision to start on dries and would be happy with that decision at this point.
We need to go back and have a look at the chase, actually, for, I believe Thomas McMillan's in the car. Postlethwaite's co-driver got him on lap 1. So there's a mistake down there, searching for the grip conditions. So A little bit of damage on board. Go back to you, Sam, then, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just think the beauty part of it now is that these drivers have now had that siding lap. So they've got a bit of an understanding of where these little puddles are. It's not affecting their speed. They just need to be cautious. Oh, here we go. A little bit of a dive here, possibly. No. Didn't think about it, but they're just being smart. So they know where the puddles are. So now it's all about just concentrating and being smart about the moves. This track is going to get a lot better, but there's no massive concerns at the moment that we're going to have drama.
Here's the replay on board, Damien Johnson. He's co-driving for Glenn Postlethwaite today. Car around in pit lane entry. Massive issue, so we'll get to that in just a few moments. It's the Brady Baldwin-Stovall car. This is how deep it was with the chase. Got into the back of Roselli, who was in too hot. Didn't quite know what it was like. But I reckon car 07 is actually okay. It's Brady Baldwin, so it's the main driver that's on board for car 07, but he was backwards in the entry to pit lane. He got away with a 360 spin and kept it going. And for the dirt man, because that's where Brady Baldwin's probably preferred discipline is, mate, keep it to the dirt side of the stuff. Don't bring that to Bathurst. That's not going to help you.
What about the car control from the Lobs entry, though, with that little nudge? Oh, jeez, wow.
That car's damaged. That car's bad.
He caught the puddle. And you see, and I was talking about that when you get on the slip tyre and you hit a puddle, you know about it straight away, and the car just snapped left on him. So it looks like this is probably a good chance, this camera shot, because we can actually check out the steering angle. Because it did take a decent hit, it was on the rear, and it doesn't look like, it looks like it's actually tracking quite straight. He might have got away with it there, lads.
I might just get in touch with Jamie Stovall, because he'll be spotting for that car at the moment, and get an update.
But that view, that is a perfect shot, maybe a little bit later, a slow-mo of that accident, the way it happened, because he was just on the racing line, and you'll see as soon as he touches that wet spot, the car just aquaplanes and turns hard left, and he's basically a passenger. So it could have been a lot worse. He got away with it. He might have dodged a bullet in the early laps here of the 1000.
Was it shades of 22 or 23 when we had that opening stint, and everyone was, there was a dirt track effectively broke ground into the chase and out the other side from where everyone was running wide and dragging mud back onto the circuit. As it so happened, iRacing doesn't quite give us that same experience in terms of off-track stuff. It doesn't drag the tram tracks through the mud, and then the mud doesn't make it back out. But if you find the kitty, then you will. Here's that shot you're asking for.
Look at this. So he's up on the line.
Yeah.
As soon as he touches that water, it's hard left. Doesn't help that he's on the painted line. Tries to gather it up, just clips the left rear on that tyre barrier. Doesn't nose the concrete, so the nose is good. That's brilliant. And he basically just pulls it up and gets going away. So that could have been massive, but what a great camera angle.
Oh, Leonage is off at turn one. That's not going to be the curve on the outside of turn one, and the puddle's out there, is it? He's going to go tumbling through the field. He's managed to rescue it.
It's exactly what's happened, I think, without... Oh, another one behind it!
It's the same car again. It's Brady Baldwin. That's the second time he's found the puddle.
Oh, but he didn't hit the wall. So, again, we're going to see where the drivers are just using that little bit of curb. It's still a little bit wet out there, and it's catching a few of these drivers out. So up on the curb, the water kicks up, and you just spin. Thankfully, again, kept it off the concrete.
Jeez, he's gone tumbling down through the water. I think he's about 35th or 36th or so at the moment, Ray Hunt, from all the way up in. And this is the Baldwin car again. Mate, watercraft, by the way, is that's Sean Ross's business. Guess what? Jet ski business. Brady, keeping for the wheel.
Oh, Burton! Oh, so lucky that he didn't drill the wall. That was a monumental incident. Again, touched the water and nearly fired it into the concrete. So lucky to have a straight race car.
Slow down to surface line with that, boys. So he's going to lose a couple of spots there. Huge invoice, but it could have been detrimental. That could have been day done right there. Wow, what a tackle. Testament to the car control of a few of the guys already so far today, boys. By G, they're learning their key.
Oh, there's more. There's more. Somebody's hit the barrier. It's car 28. Car 28's missing the front end. And we're also hearing that there's more damage for Hayden Veld and Ruben Goodall.
Yep.
Gee whiz.
Wow.
They're done. Is that car going to make the pit lane? Front left tyres off the car.
Yeah,
Both ends of the car.
Yeah, that's destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Man, here I was a couple of laps ago saying that they had a signing lap and it's probably going to be pretty much smooth.
Another one! You're kidding me!
Everyone is still getting caught out by these puddles.
Do you reckon it's the confidence has come up?
Well, possibly, but you can't. Like, we even know when you're racing in the wet, even though it's not a full wet racetrack, you stay away from the ripple strips and the painted lines. So, and there's still drivers that are game enough to get up on the ripple strip.
Easier said than done, though, when you're going too wide, boys. I mean, some of these guys are being compromised. They're being forced out there. Track position at this point in time, such as the congestion, the traffic, the way it's all banked up at the moment. So Russell Pepperell's gone into pit lane there in 36th position. Hayden Veld's still with that meatball. Let's hope he can get the pit lane. And Ben Faulkner still showing on pit lane as well, car number 28. So a lot playing out here at Mount Panorama in the early stages. 3 drivers currently on pit road, and incidentally Brad Ratu's transit was 21.948 seconds as well. So that's the sort of invoice you pay for a drive-through penalty and a jump start. Let's have a look at that replay on the OG Gear replay. Oh, bang, bang, bang. Very lucky not to, very lucky not to have the track blocked at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, how was that on safety car? Holy crap.
Well, there was another Vermilion car that was in that. So there's 2 Vermilion cars that have been caught. I didn't quite pick up who the other Vermilion car was. But again, confidence level. I'm going to say it's confidence. Has basically shot up. And then everyone's like, okay, well, we can sort of explore things and go. I cannot. I've called about 8 or 9 of these things now, the Bathurst 1000. Yeah. This is the first one I can recall being like this.
Here we go. Hold your breath. This is the OG Gear replay. Look at the mist, the spray, the damage, the cars, the spinning. Oh, he locks it up, tries to get through. Mate, absolutely nowhere to go. It narrows up so quickly. Oh, look at this here. No way you're going to go 3 wide. No way, boys.
No.
Calm down, settle down, boys. 1,000 Ks. This isn't a 50-lap sprint race, boys. You've got to get to the other end of it, but they're already challenging for the spots inside the top 10. You're kidding me. This is absurd. Somebody's going to end up in the water, and it's going to be Rainer Costello is on the outside. He's managed to get it away from the water on the outside of turn 1. Spot picked up for Eddie Beswick. Now he'll move over to cover. He's trying to put Rainer Costello in the water. He's done it. He's done it. Costello's alongside. They'll get into each other. How that wasn't a major wreck? How? How? Tell me how. Rainer Costello nicks the pockets of Eddie Beswick. Somebody walk out and start handing out sedatives up and down pit lane, because there's going to be some kids. Someone get the vet on standby.
Might need sedatives in the commentary box by the end of the day, the way we're going. This is extraordinary. The intensity, Scott. This is extraordinary. Off the chart in the early stages. And I remind everybody at home that it's only lap 6.
So, well, we've already got one commentator running on 7 cylinders. I reckon there's going to be 3 combined between the rangers at the end of the day.
Definitely bouncing off a couple of valve springs at the moment. But, man, this has got to be one of the most exciting starts to a Bathurst 1000 we've seen in a long time. And what has it been? It's been Mother Nature that's played her part. Here we go, the OG Gear replay. And have a look at this. Look at the water that sprays up and the carnage just trying to pick his way through. Absolutely nowhere to go.
How unlucky can you be?
Yeah. Wow.
Zach, I'm going to tell you to go and take a break now, because you might want to, because we're going to need you back here in next to no time to look after the rest of us at this rate. The first hour of the Bathurst 1000. We're 12 minutes into this race. How many cars have we seen in this one? And I just heard we need to get the Jack Widders on board for this one. I just had a message pop into my feed to grab it, which is the car directly ahead of this. Look at the dodge. So that's Vel that gets into it. Widders dodges it. He's the car directly ahead of that one.
It's insane.
Moved out from the inside as well, boys. This is live to Murray's Quarter. And the 36 goes through. Very nicely done. Jake Burton up into 8th spot now. And yes, that's the gloves off. 3 wide down the main straight, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Looking for the response on the inside.
Was it on Derby?
Oh, no. Forza Old Derby. The privateer entry plummets outside the top 10 at the start of lap 7. And plummets in a big way. Down to 19th. Geez, you get gobbled up quickly in the early stages. And how did that happen? More to the point.
Has he done this in his own? This is the Jack Widders replay. Look at the spray that he was encountering. Look at how quickly he dodged that one. The replay machine is working overtime.
OGG is getting their money's worth for sponsorship today with the replay. And we're going to see down the front straight away. I wonder if he just got caught out in the braking zone. Maybe if he got the right rear on the grass or on the white strip. He hit the puddle.
Yep.
That's exactly what he did. Hit the puddle and kept it out of the barrier. Unreal.
Remarkably well handled that one. Could have been so easily in the barrier, and now, thankfully, straight car, fair game play on, but chasing his tail for the remainder of the opening stint. There'll be a few people already praying for that first safety car, boys. We haven't kept it. I think we're a little bit surprised that we haven't. Here's a replay with Eddie Bestwick. This was that battle that continued up Mountain Straight. Trouble at Griffins. And well done, boys, keeping that one off the wall as well. Geez, it's not so much the moments that we've seen already, it's the almost moments that we've seen already, boys.
Yeah, this is the two teammates who are just fighting away at the moment, just working together a little bit to just keep it clean at the point. Of note, Eddie Beswick's the co-driver on board car 56. I don't think he's up to speed. I don't necessarily think he's actually okay. And that's the problem, is the reason they're going nuts in that pack behind him is because all of them want to get down the road and clear off because they recognise that he's a risk, he's a hazard that they've just got to navigate in this first stint. There's a mix of co-drivers and main drivers. Madison Down is fourth.
Yeah. Yeah, a blinder
I've just looked up and saw that.
On the grid. 7th on the grid he started after, of course, starting 15th in the shootout, the first one out onto the track. We're watching Thomas McMillan with the most positions gained, 11, Tice Hodge 10, Dylan O'Shea 9, Wayne Burke 8. All those guys had ground to move and improve throughout the course of the opening stint.
Oh, sorry, on the front straight.
Trouble on the front straight.
Yes, just underneath the bridge. I thought I saw a car off into the wall. So we're hearing that it was Billy Mole that had a moment. Looks like he's got away with it. Sorry to cut you off, Zach. I just saw, looked like he might have hit the spray and had a massive moment there.
There's the OGG replay. He is all right. He's driven away from this one. There's the moment again. How good's the car control been from these drivers this morning? This is why they're the best in the nation in supercar land, ladies and gentlemen. My gee, the car control is ultra impressive so far. I want to go back to Scott's point, though. I want to get both your thoughts on this. You mentioned Eddie Bestwick, who's now dropped to 11th in the train. Have a look at some of the gaps opening up as a result of the pack being checked up in the early stages, right? So from Madison Down, who we're all impressed by the way in which he's moved from 15th at the end of qualifying to 4th already by lap 8 of 1,000, having moved up 8 spots in the shootout. It's important to note for those that missed it overnight. 4.7 seconds then back to Blacklock, who's got 2.7 on Costello, who's got Burton for company, then another 2 seconds back to O'Sullivan, and then another second back to Hampstead, and then this train of cars behind him, Bowler, Bestwick, Jones, Freer, and Baker and Pereira. So it would seem as though you're onto something there, Scott. We talk about moving roadblocks in the early stages, so we've got that to contend with, and we've also got my little adorable, beautiful little niece, who's 10 in January. She used to say, Uncle Zach, floor is lava. Today, the lava is the water.
Change for P3. Madison Down, just keeping an eye on him. He was about half a second faster than William Stapstead over the last couple of laps once he got clear at the front end of... used to back at the chase. Oh, my word. It's just, it's mad. It is. It's literally the start of 2022 all over again.
I'm not laughing at the incident. I'm laughing at our producer at our ear, ladies and gentlemen, Jay Kennedy. As soon as he chases a different perspective of this race, a different battle pack, a different angle, as you can see there on the OG Gear replay, something else happens where we just were following. So that's going to be the narrative throughout the course of the opening couple of stints here. And as Sandman has already quite rightly alluded to, the people from OG Gear very happy with the value for profit they're getting today with the investment in the OG Gear replay sponsorship here on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network and the Australian Sim Racing Group. To the top of the mountain once more, Madison Down. Could he potentially just add to the legend of the Hall of Fame status bestowed upon him the other night, boys, and up trump the Lobs Esports stable? They're going to be very difficult to reel in today, but if anyone can do it, I reckon it's this bloke.
Absolutely. We shouldn't be surprised, should we? I mean, we were more surprised that he was struggling to make the top 15 and only got in with the barest of margins. So you know, here he is. He's looking quite comfortable. He's got a little bit of pace in that car. Sitting P3, early stages. He wouldn't be too concerned that the Lobs cars up front are starting to disappear. It's a long way to go. Oh, come on,
That's O'Reilly.
This could be a safety car. He's in a bad position. I think obviously he's got to touch some of that water. Oh, he's a sitting duck. Has he got, trying to see if he's got the engine started.
Can he drive away from there?
That light, he's lost an engine.
No.
He might have lost an engine because he's tried. You saw the car lurch a couple times. He went for the starter. Oh, where did Baldwin go?
No, we need a safety car for this one, I think. I don't think he's going anywhere. So this could be the first safety car of the day. Lap 9 of 161.
That'll be a safety car for sure.
And look at the time marks, boys. He's got up on the ripple strip, hit the water, and he's nosed head first into the concrete wall.
Ooh. We've lost 5 cars already. 5 cars of 30. Sorry, my apologies is 4. My apologies, one of those is a safety car. I was just reading where their timing and scoring was. We've lost 4 cars. Hopefully we don't lose the safety car because we'll be in a lot of trouble if that happens.
Pepperell and Faulkner have got back out there, Scotty, but they are 3 laps down. That's important to note. Jacob O'Reilly's the car parked on screen there at the moment. Unfortunately, that will be definitely retirement number 1 of the day. Safety car is called right on cue. The fastest up of the race has been laid down as well, boys. The first 8 of the 1,000 for 2025. Jarrett Philsell, 208.998. Follows Andrew Gilliam to the back of the circuit, or the top of the circuit, I should say, this time through lap 10 of 161. And they will head down and make contact with the safety car for the first time today. Let's have a look at this incident.
So we'll watch this one, and then I've got some info which I think will be really, really interesting. No, he's been tripped over from behind.
I think.
Was that Widders? No, that wasn't Widders. Actually,
I think he's touched that puddle, and it's just turned him hard left. He was very close to his teammate though, so we probably need to see maybe a chopper view or something.
Well, safety car, you're definitely pitting 10 laps into this race because this is a half stint.
Yes.
I don't. Do they have quite enough room for a driver change in this one? Because thinking about it, we'll get another replay here, but I really want to get through this next point. I reckon there's a few guys that have to do driver swaps here.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't make it.
All water. All water.
I reckon if you've got a main driver in, you might have to do a co-driver, get the co-driver in. That may actually give up some track position. Everyone will die. You'll see the whole field dive in.
Yeah, you're mad if you don't. It's a free pit stop. So even though, like you said, it's early on, it is halfway through a stint. And if you talk about these guys, you look at the Lobs guys about possibly doing a driver change. These guys are going to hand over to Brody Kostecki and Shane Van Gisbergen. So it's not too bad if you're going to hand over your co-drivers and they're going to jump in.
Eddie Bestwick has already been in for a pit stop too, boys. There's the mail we're getting from pit lane. There he is on screen at the moment, 33rd position. In behind that, Damien Johnston, of course, he'd already stopped too. Ben Faulkner
staying in.
And Russell Pepinall, 3 laps down. Hayden Veld still showing on pit road, 6 laps down. And now, of course, Jacob O'Reilly, the first confirmed retirement of the 1,000. Have a look at pit lane. Like peak hour on the M4. And a bit of leapfrogging going on there as well. So Gilliam goes out ahead of Philsell. And they are going to stay in the car, as Scott Rankin has already alluded to.
So critical, very, very critical. A driver swap is 30 seconds. Look at the pit stop times. They're all around 20. Yeah. So it wouldn't have covered. That is really, really interesting. So that's just under half of a stint. I reckon if we had to get beyond half a stint. So he was wide there, and then he was narrow on the entry, which meant he was wide out here.
So understeer. You can see the understeer. He was struggling just to... He knew the puddle was there, but just couldn't do it and couldn't get away from it. And unfortunately, that's it's ended his day. It's heartbreak when your race is over so early around this one, especially such a long race.
Mate, that's a competition caution. That one's a commentator's caution. You know why? Because we all need the break. We all need the break.
Correct. Bradley Ratu, incidentally, boys, has got back out there in 26th position. So all that time lost through that jump start and the drive-through penalty that followed, has somewhat balanced out to the point where he's actually gone from the back of the field to about mid-pack now. About a third of the way through the field, up into 26th spot and on the move. He did decide to stop that time through as well. So this caution has come at a very good time for him in terms of trying to latch back on to that next battle pack of cars and try and continue to redeem the ground lost through the drive-through at the start. Hold your breath, boys. There's still another 6 hours.
Hold your breath. We can't hold our breath for 6 hours, mate. We can't do it. I can't get through 2 minutes. How are we going to do this for 6 hours? Jesus.
But this is the point, isn't it? Like, as we bunch the field up, the old adage, right? And I hate to join that whole commentator's cliche, bingo check card line book of, just the narrative that we normally play by. But it is the throwaway line. Safety cars breed safety cars. You bunch the pack up and you increase the intensity and the potential for, positional gains and overtakes, but also crashes and incidents. So, yes, the caution has come at the right time, but we wait with bated breath and interest to see, and intrigue to see what happens next.
Did you see there was a bunch of cars driving through the puddles, or just slow speeds going through the puddles? And the reason they do that is to clear some of the water off.
Yep.
So that was a bunch of drivers trying to push the dry line further out. Yeah, that's actually smart from a few drivers who just did that.
100%. Best way to go about it. Sam, man, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the iRacing Tempest weather system, as much as we've loved it, one thing we have noticed, and it's already been evident here, some points of each circuit, doesn't matter which one you go to, Bathurst or otherwise, some points drain better than others.
That's it, and that's the beauty of what we've got now in our series, and the factors that these teams and drivers need to really take into consideration. It just brings us that one step closer, doesn't it, to real world? Because yes, you think about some of the most famous circuits around the world, and Le Mans and all that, or he's talking about Spa. There's obviously it can be wet in one part of the racetrack and dry in the other. And so, I love the fact that these guys rolling around on the safety car are trying to splash through these puddles, because it's not affecting them at the moment, but what it's doing, it's clearing up that racetrack. So it gets them that little bit more traction on corners. It opens up the racing line a little bit. And as the day goes on, those puddles and that are going to disappear. But it's just really smart heads-up driving for the moment for these drivers that are just trying to splash through and have that dry out.
Another lap behind the safety car as well. So at least lap 13 before we'll get a restart here. This is the completion of lap 11. Now, at this point in time, I can tell you that we've been running, obviously, the 11 laps. What I don't have in front of me is a race time in terms of how long we've gone so far, because we all look at the record books, right, and try and work out which is the fastest 1,000. Last year was quick. It was sub 6 hours. I don't think we're going to go sub 6 this year. The pace just isn't there, and, of course, with the weather coming, it's going to obviously amplify that problem a little bit further. What I am concerned about is the time remaining in sim says 5 hours, 23 minutes and 46 seconds. Please don't let this be a time certain 1,000. That's the last thing any of us would love to see. So being told there's a 12-hour window, which is actually good. Can you imagine, though, if we are here for 12 hours, Scotty? It'd be a long day.
By the way, this was actually a really, really funny point. So I was a part of the crew working on the Scop Sandown 500 just a couple of weeks ago. That safety car on that occasion got locked to dry tyres in a wet. They had a bug that just wouldn't let them put wet tyres on. I can tell you that the BMW, the Logitech safety car, is on wet tyres. I just had a look at that.
That's good.
At least he doesn't have to worry the speeds he's going at the moment. He doesn't have to worry about pair of muffs.
I just thought that was a funny moment.
Okay. A couple of cars are going to be cleared here by the safety car, and there'll be cars that are a lap down, ladies and gentlemen, going around to unlap themselves. Ben Faulkner, of course, and I think behind him, Russell Pepperell as well. So those two make their way through, and they'll come back and join the back of the train. just hearing that Wayne Burke has come in to top up the fuel as well. And to be fair, boys, you know the game much better than I do in terms of strategy, particularly you, Sam, man. I'm looking at you here. Wayne Burke has come in to top up the tank, just that little splash further. Nothing to be gained, nothing to be lost in this situation. When you're that far down the order, you may as well throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's a possibility of, short-term loss, but it may be a long-term gain, because that might be the difference where he stays out for a couple of more laps and catches a safety car at the right time. So it's never a guarantee, but always nice to have up your sleeve. If you're down the back of the pack and things aren't going your way at the moment, it's a free pit stop, basically. So nice to have that in your back pocket.
Indeed it is. May as well let everybody know as well, since we've got this break in proceedings. I was told that I wasn't allowed to talk Ash as if the test match was still running in terms of going around the grounds. But what I can tell you is that WBBL is underway this morning. The Melbourne Renegades are 2 for 45 against the Sydney Thunder, and they are only chasing. Yes, have a look at the water clearing job. Oh, magnificent. It's like watching a high tide come in at Bondi. Have a look at the splash coming up at the moment. 2 for 45, boys, the Melbourne Renegades. They are only chasing 65 for victory. They bowled the Sydney Thunder out for 64, so that game is fast heading towards an early conclusion as well.
Just don't throw any Formula One stats at me, mate, because I want to save that race for when we finish this one. So.
As you know, before we went live this morning, I cut the connection to the Foxtel just to try and help the internet out a little bit today. So I don't know anything about Formula One, Sam, man. I'll be watching that one after the fact as well as you. So, and for everybody else tuning in at home, whilst we are trying to avoid spoilers, we very much encourage you to get your sports bar setups out in an operation this afternoon. Have the Just don't comment on Formula One in the chat.
No, you've done it. No, now they will.
Exactly what's going to happen.
So take the car, you're heading to pit lane 2, boys. And we can tell you that us on one screen and the Formula One on the other. And also, if you're a rugby league fan, the Rugby League World Cup draw is being confirmed this afternoon for next year at about 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time as well. So a big day of sport. World Championship beach volleyball finals are on today in Adelaide as well. I reckon they're on SBS Viceland. So plenty of viewing options to complement our coverage of the 1,000.
But do us a favour and stick with SimSpeed TV and watch Bathurst 1000.
Oh, absolutely. Have us on the main screen. Have us on the main screen all day long. Absolutely. 100%.
Here we go, boys.
Here we go, Scotty Rankin. Back to a restart we go.
Yeah, safety car's off. Back in the hands of Andrew Gilliam. And he's going to lead us away and goes very, very early in this one because he wants to stretch the train out. He wants to make sure that he's nice and comfortable. Into the final corner. Dodge the puddle on the inside. The racing line's got narrower at the final corner with the puddle right there. Little bit of a flick of the spray up, and Phil Sells immediately on the windscreen wipers. Clear it off. Reset yourself for a race restart. And we start lap number 13 of the 1,000. This is going to be a long, long day. It's already been a difficult one to this point in time. The puddles have already claimed victims. Keep an eye on Leonage as he cuts his way back through the field. He will be happy that there's a restart and a reset at this point in time as well. Check this out. A dive at turn 1. Down the inside of Rainer Costello. He gets the job done out the other side. Jake Burton on the move.
So far, so good. Playing through the restart, which is what we like to see. However, it is lap 13. So I'm sceptical as to whether it'll be lucky for everybody or unlucky for someone. Let's wait and see how they attack the top of the mountain. Let's see if their efforts to clear the water at the top of the circuit, get it off the circuit and off that outside non-racing line preferred part of the circuit, if that has actually worked for them as they stretch their legs across McPhillamy Park for the first time in the second stanza of this 1,000 for 2025, the Logitech G Pro Invitational. Round 3, of course, the True Force Enduro Cup, and of course our car running in second spot at the moment, Pole Cities, the Lops Esport Jared Phil entry with Brody Kosecki. They are on match point. They've already won the first 2 Enduros. They're out, of course, to try and complete the hat-trick today, and in doing so, it would wrap up the overall 12-round championship for Phil Sell as well. Here's Ryan O'Sullivan Hello to his old boy, of course. He messaged us the other night during the co-driver clash, said, I'll be tuning in from the Maldives. I can think of other things to be doing in the Maldives, but Rhino's dad, Paul, and crew there are tuning in, of course, that lovely part of the world known as the Maldives, a part of the world that's just a little bit out of my bank balance affordability at the moment, I would suggest, as William Sapstead is looking back at the train, the tail of the battle for fourth. Oh, geez, that was hairy, wasn't it? That's Jake Burton there behind William, of course. And Burton's lost a little bit of ground there on the run to hell corner. Gilliam, the fastest lap of the race at 2:08.263. A blinder of a restart from Andrew Gilliam. Trouble.
Oh, no. Is that car? No, it's just a blink. It's okay. But there's been an issue. Car number 93 down the rear end of the field. They were feeling confident, feeling comfortable. Not anymore. Is he going to grab the public? Yeah, he is.
Passenger, absolute passenger. It's been the storybook so far of the opening laps of the Bathurst 1000. These water and the puddles are just catching a few of the drivers out. So it looked like the front bumper was hanging off it. So it looks like he may have to have a trip to pit lane. But thankfully, probably not too much damage and he can get on with it and keep going.
It wasn't El Nabi at the wheel. He's already had an issue with the puddles on the run over turn 1 and dropped a few spots. Now he'll have to settle himself back in. We'll see if he can keep trying to advance his way through the field. It's going to be a long day. We talked about 1,000 kilometres, 1,000 reasons you can't win this thing, but there is 1,000 opportunities to work your way back through the field at the end of the day and at least keep that car in contention. Of the cars that we've seen, I can tell you, car 53, Hayden Veld, I believe, is still in pit lane repairing that car. We might still yet see that car. Something's happened to Teo Sorono as well. He's now backward at Skyline, but the engine's still fired. You saw the light come on and then go off again. Here's a couple of cars that are trying to carry on as well. It is still continuing on. It's the puddle again.
Yeah, yep. Still. So, yes.
Someone else got in the wall too. It looks like that was Marcelo Rivera, who he was trying to check up from the incident, saw it happen. Oh, big lock up here too. Oh, managed to keep it off the wall. But yeah, it looks like Marcelo got up and made heavy contact with the barrier. There's a splitter on the straightaway.
I think it's Rivera's.
There's a couple of dinged up race cars, and it's still very early. Here we go. Or the OGQ replay.
There's the water there, bang on.
So he's checked up. He saw the incident in front of him and probably got caught out by the puddle because he was eyes forward and unfortunately just made contact with the concrete. So here he is in the lane. He'll get that fixed up and back out on track.
A little bit of damage on the front end of that car as well.
He's currently got Bradley Radu on his car at the moment. He's 21st and Radu 22nd. Radu, of course, continuing his recovery mission through the field, down the inside to Griffin's Bend, thinks better of it. These guys on the cusp of trying to break their way into the top 20. Andre Youssef holds 20th spot at the moment, side by side a little bit further back to Brian Borg and also Brady Baldwin in behind in this battle pack 2 as they make their way to the cutting for 15th time. Let's have a look at Dylan Pereira's moment at the top of the mountain. To the left-hander at McPhillips, straight to the wall. 1, 2, 3, bang.
Oh, look at it in the background.
Synchronised to pirouetting, ladies and gentlemen. If ever you've seen it. Going out in sympathy to Rhino. Oh, massive moment for the 42. That's Billy Mole, of course. And barely hung on to it.
Oh my goodness, that was a massive save. Lucky to get away with it.
Are we going to have 20 cars at the end of this, at this rate?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a few hours. It's not looking great.
How's the heart rate? If you're any of the team's personnel that are invested in this, the blood pressure and heart rate are both through the roof at the moment, aren't they? We've got the best seat now, so we get to sit here. We're nervous for them, but at least the heart rate and the blood pressure aren't going to be impacted by every move on every corner. Here's Thomas McMillan, so good the other night in the co-driver clash in 7-8.
Yeah, and there's Pereira in the background of this shot as well with the damage on it. So, well, Ratsu's at least on the move. He was very, very comfortable and confident after Wednesday night. Rivera got back out, and that car is just ahead of the race leader, but he is going to have to go like the clappers to stay there. And with the pace that currently the race leaders are setting. Fastest lap of the day so far for this car has been a 209.488 for Rivera. The leader's 208.0. So he's going to get caught and reeled in by them, but he'll be just off the lead lap. There's an opportunity for him to fall off the lead lap. It'll be tight.
And for the moment, at least, Sam, man, I mean, we talked about dirty air during the co-driver clash the other night, but at this point in time, Jared Filsell seems rather content to sit in behind and let Andrew Gilliam pull the train along to the top of the mountain we go. And look who's there. Brian Bork, by the way, has picked up a 15-second penalty for contact on the 900 at the exit of the chase on lap 8. That was the incident with Andre Woodson.
Rivera's going through the puddle right in front of the race leaders. He was just all up and over that. That would have been right in front of the race leaders. That could have taken so many of them out. They got, that whole lot of them got very, very lucky right there.
Milliliters in that, millimeters in that, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at the amount of millimeters between him and disaster and the amount of milliliters that got sprayed up in the process. Oh, no, there it is. There's no. The 19 at the top of the hill. That's still an O'Shea for 9.5 Sim Sport.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Watch out.
Hold your breath. He gets back going. That's okay. How many near misses have we spoken about so far already? And it is only lap 16. Filsell tucks in behind and follows Gilliam through to the end of lap 16. They are first, second and third. Madison down. We kind of glossed over that, didn't we? Another big beneficiary of the safety car in the early stages is that Madison Down now gets to run with and go punch for punch with Jared Filsell and Andrew Gilliam, the two Lobs Esports entries. Here's the replay.
Oh, boy!
Just got away with it. And he was in the puddle on the exit as well.
I just... You know the luckiest thing about the Rivera one? Is how wide he actually went.
Yeah.
Just going through that puddle, how he didn't lose it through that puddle is beyond me. And then he obviously had a car to dodge as well. So that could have been a lot worse.
Jake Burton's just got by William Sapstead into fourth place as well, boys. There they are, back of shot. So Burton for Trans-Tasman. So Lobs Esports 1-2, Trans-Tasman 3-4, and the first two ERT entries are 6-7 at the moment. You've also got a third ERT and TTR entry in the top 10. Just the one Eclipse Sim Sport entry, that's William Sapstead in fifth, and the one Chief Esports entry, Sam Blacklock. Of course, another person on match point as far as trying to do the Bathurst weekend double is concerned. Won the GT3 Pro Invitational here the other night, and that meant the world to him. Oh, jeez. Oh, again, Jake Burton this time has a date with the puddles, and he did well to save that too.
She's behind him too. Costello had a massive moment.
Blacklock's gone. Sammy Blacklock's gone. That's a monster
massive
chance.
damage. Yeah.
I'm not sure he's going to be able to drive that one back to pit lane. We'll wait and see. Have a look at the
right front.
Yeah, it's gone. Parted company with a race car.
Oh, that's heartbreak at the mountain for Sam Blacklock. Massive damage there. He's having that is going to be parked up, possibly the amount of damage. We might even see a safety car.
I feel bad because I've only just put the knocker on him.
Oh, bang. So we've seen drama at that point. Usually everyone hits the puddle and turns hard left. He's going hard right into that barrier, and that's race over for that car.
Have a look at the serious wheel alignment that thing needs. It needs a lot more than that, but he's done well, actually. Credit to him. I feel bad I put the knocker on him.
He's breaking
No, he caught the puddle at the chase. You had to see that one coming. You could see the puddle in the offset through the onboard shot. And now he's got to try and reverse it out of there and push on to pit lane to keep this race green. As I say, no sooner did I say that he'd love to do the double GT Pro and then this, and then that happens. So, yep, there's another commentator's curse on your bingo card today, ladies and gentlemen.
He'll get it back to pit lane, but unfortunately it's race over for them.
Yeah.
Because the amount of damage there and how long it's going to take. You can see that right front barely hanging on. So that's race over, unfortunately. But lucky that no one else got involved in that secondary incident down at the chase.
Indeed, he did very well to get it back to pit lane. Credit to him for that. But you have to feel sorry for them right now. Those guys were in a good position. The beneficiary of that is Kobe Jones. The Chiefs' ESC entry moves up in the 10th spot as a result of the demise of Sam Blacklock. Also for Chiefs Esports. So it's interesting, isn't it? It's damned if you do and damned if you don't, because you had one in, you've still only got one in, but now you got one out of the race as well.
I just saw a comment from Lewis Greathead from Vermilion out on YouTube. Currently at the gym doing cardio, and my heart rate is about 20 beats per minute higher than it usually is. He's not anywhere near the sim at the moment, and his heart rate's going off the clacker. I reckon mine's skyrocketing and coming down again. This is side by side. Are you kidding? Wait, no! What are you doing? That's silly. That is silly.
They got away with it. It wasn't fast through there, but they all managed to survive.
Well, I was going to say, it's only silly if they don't get away with it. They got away with it. So it's neither silly nor stupid. It's brave and bold and a little bit unnecessary this early in the race, Scott, but they got away with it. Credit to them. Dylan Pereira's now sitting duck down Conrad, though.
Just why? Okay, I'm going to put a couple of things out there. And right now, nobody's actually playing. I've got Brenton Hobson's stream up in the background. I was just listening to some of the chatter that they were going on about in things. And one of the things that he said about 2 minutes ago was discipline. Discipline today, particularly across the top. That's not discipline. That's stupidity. That is how... Look, Pereira's car's damaged. It's hurt. It's going backwards. You're going to pass him eventually. You don't have to do it right now. There's going to be another safety car. Why are you being that stupid right now? Look, Widders has had a troubled year, but that is how it ends in a heartbeat. I'm sorry, I am not happy with that.
Sandman, your thoughts?
It's different. It's different when you're in the race car. You know, I've known it too. You know, you when you're in behind the wheel, you know, you make passes and you make, you know, decisions in the car that sometimes you think that, you know, it's probably not the smartest of ideas, but these guys have got a little bit of an understanding of what grip they've got underneath them. So, obviously it's not ideal. It's not the fastest way around the racetrack when you're doing, you know, side by side like that. But, you know, look, at the end of the day, they did come out the other end of it. It wasn't the fastest time that they would have set all weekend, but they survived. So, you know, it is always a different feel when you're in the car, and you know, you sort of got an understanding, but I can see where you know, everyone thinks.
I just had a message come in that just gave me a little bit more context to it, and he said go back earlier on the Pereira car because that come from the Vermilion car. The Vermilion car had to go up them earlier on, so there was a lot more in there. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. So it was to do with Burke. The Burke car made a move of some description earlier on. So our producers, the problem for our producer is it won't show up on the timing. He's got to go and do some actual research to find out that happened. But again, I will put it out there. This is how you get more cars in the fence.
Yeah. So there are definitely...
That's dumb.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's stupid. That is just stupid.
Well, does it say something about the compromised nature of the performance of that Synergy Sim racing car at the moment because of the damage, and everybody's getting sick of being bottlenecked behind it, and they're trying to clear it wherever and however they can?
But yes, they are. But at the same, like, come on, Zach Kerr and Wayne Burke are better drivers than me. Right? The whole lot of them, Burke and Kerr, are actually really, really good drivers. I've had the opportunity actually been driving a little bit with Zach Kerr and some oval stuff of late, and he's a really, really aggressive driver. But he's switched on. He's smart.
Yeah.
If this is the final hour, the final 20 laps are a completely different story. I'm saying go for it. But look at the conditions and read the race. Get yourself past lap 100, boys. Come on.
Well, look, at the end of the day, they all got away with it.
Yeah, I know.
You know, if it had turned to custard, then you could probably maybe give them a bit more of a harder time. But I think they all got away with it, so it's race on.
Sandman, he's fired up early. We're going to have to keep Scott Rankin a little bit. We're going to have to try and just ease the temperature and simmer it a little bit, I think, with our great man. He needs to be fired up for the last 20 laps, not the first 20. But where it's lap 20 of 161, folks, as they make their way down Conrod. Lobs Esports still 1-2, TTR still 3-4, and this battle here is for 4th. It's Jake Burton and William Sapstead. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because different horses for courses, but again, Sam, man, I come back to the point that it is Bathurst. Everybody's going to go out there today and leave nothing on the table, especially if you're not in championship contention. You're going to go out there and you're going to look around and see what you can achieve and maybe even settle a score or two if you've got a score to settle with anyone in the paddock from events that have gone on throughout the course of the previous 10 rounds.
Yeah, that's true. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's our longest race, isn't it, of the season?
Yeah.
So, you know, why throw it all away at any opportunity for, you know, around lap 20 when it's a 161 lap race? So, but again, it's easy to get caught up in the moment. You get excited, you've got the adrenaline going, and you've possibly got an opportunity at making a move on someone. And do you do it, or do you stay behind that driver and maybe get stuck there for another 5 laps or so? But, yeah, I think a lot of these teams just need to be in the ears of their drivers and say, hey, a long way to go. Some people haven't even done a driver swap yet. So there's drivers that are in this race that haven't even turned a lap yet. So that'll be interesting. But as this race goes on, the track is getting much better. And while I talk about the track conditions too, although it's caught out a lot of these drivers, it's been exciting for us in the booth, but a massive hats off to iRacing. They put together a program where, you know, the weather plays a massive factor. It's not raining, the sun's out, but it's been raining and there's puddles on the racetrack and these drivers need to be careful. There's consequences when they touch the puddles, and iRacing have done an absolutely outstanding job with the weather model, and it's only going to get better.
Well, I think it's worthwhile pointing out that this is a platform that was baited in 2008, so it was built before that, based on the platform of NL 2003 for 2003. This sim, everyone sits around and complains about it a lot, and there is some optimization things that are precursors, that are, you know, they're ancient because of the hardware and the architecture it's come from. But at the end of the day, remember that this is something that was built prior to 2008. We've got marbles that you can see there at the elbow, and we've got massive puddles across the top. You know,
it's brilliant.
When they came through, with the update, think about when they get the graphics engine overhaul and the whole system overhaul as well, what we're going to be capable of.
It's only going to get better. And, you know, I have a hard time swallowing the fact that, you know, yes, all right, the game's not perfect, the sim's not perfect, but it's bloody brilliant for what we've got. And for me, I show my support and do my membership each and every year. I throw my support by buying cars, content, and racetracks that I don't even use. But like dirt racing, I don't really have much enjoyment from dirt racing or using sprint cars. Yeah, it's a little bit of fun, but basically I buy all that content, but I don't use it. And the only reason I buy it is just to support iRacing. I think they're doing an incredible job, and it's just going to get much better.
Quick shout out as well, boys, whilst we're going. The great man, one of the upper echelons, head honchos of the Australian Sim Racing Group, is on double duty today. He's got invested interest in this, but he's also in race control at Phillip Island at the annual Island Magic. His name is Brenton O'Brien. We know he's tuning in race control. G'day to him and g'day to everybody as we hit 25 past 12 on a Sunday afternoon Eastern time, and of course 2:25 in New Zealand, 9:25 on the West Coast, enjoying some Bathurst action over their breakfast. And we're right on board with one of his drivers now, Brenton's it is, Matthew Bowler for ERT, number 12 to the top of the hill, chasing the Trans-Tasman Racing entry of Richard Hampstead in 8th. 29 versus 12. These guys are about 2 seconds down the road from Ryan O'Sullivan, who's doing a very nice job aboard the number 7 that he's going to hand over to Ethan Griggold a little bit later on in the day in position number 7.
Righto, Matty Bowler. Think about him. He won Victorian Esports just earlier on in the year. The man's a champion. He's moved his way forward. Over time, he used to be a Porsche Cup driver by and large, but he's grown into the supercar and become better for it. Oh my God, what a race. I can't believe, by the way, we're 22 laps into this one. We're 50 minutes into the race. There's still so much more to come our way. We are just coming up on what would have been the first green flag pit window. We've had drama. I think the field have taken a better read of the conditions to this point. I think that groove is starting to widen across the top of the mountain. And I might have just commentated cursed. Madison Down, I think, has just had some sort of an issue up across the top. And remember, this is a legend of the game. This is a guy who's been around for such a long period of time. And look.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, he has
just made contact. Now, it's how much damage has he got?
That is the car of P3 on the road. So it's not a question of talent. That tells you exactly how difficult this is.
He's lost 4 seconds on the top 2, boys, and fallen back into the clutches of his teammate Jake Burton, William Sapstead as well. I'll be interested to see here, Sam, man, what the team discussion is, considering that Burton's the next one in the train, whether he holds guard and plays defence for Madison down to keep him in 3rd spot, or whether Madison's car is compromised to the point where they're not going to be able to afford to do that.
Yeah, well, this is a point now where Madison will just be evaluating what sort of damage, and we can probably take a sneaky look over his shoulder and probably check out the steering angle and see how the car's tracking. But he's obviously made that contact, so you're right. He's lucky that he's got Jake Burton behind him. It takes the pressure off him a little bit, and it's when we get down to the straightaway we'll be able to see if there's just a little bit of maybe left hand down or right hand down as far as his steering angle. Doesn't look too bad, but we'll get a real indication when we come out of this last turn here.
Oh, that looks okay.
Yeah,
That looks okay.
It'll be here. Yep, it doesn't look too bad at all. So he might have got away with it. He'll have a little bit of aero damage maybe, and that's something that they'll be able to tidy up in a pit stop, and that'll probably help when they do a driver change.
Telling tale sign will be the lap times here too, boys. Last time round at 2:08.6 for both the Lobs Esports entries, 2:09.5 for down on the back of that mistake. Let's see what the clock reads this time through, comparative to those around him as well, who, Burton was in the 8s last time through. Main straight, lap 23 now, or 24 actually, we've just started for Andrew Gilliam at least, of the Logitech G Pro Invitational, Bathurst 1000, round 11 of the championship, and of course round 3 of the True Force Enduro Cup. That time through for Madison down, 2:09.2. So maybe, just maybe, there's still a little bit of a niggling issue at that car, but a guy as well versed as Madison, it's something that he'll be able to adapt to throughout the course of the day, I'm sure. The underlying determining factor is going to be how much does it compromise him in the long run? Has that just eliminated him from being an outright contender? Or will potential further strategy, the way it plays out with safety cars, potential wet weather on the way as well, will that potentially bring him back into the fight?
This is going to be a long, long day, boys. Since the safety car, most of the field pitted at the end of lap 10. We're now over the halfway mark into the second stint of the race. This has changed up the strategy just a little bit as well. Think about the co-drivers and what everyone's done. McMillan's on board the 55 car, been keeping half an eye on their progress. For the two at the front, I reckon they've got to get out of these cars because they need the co-drivers to do at least a fair chunk of this race. They've got to do at least 54 laps. That's 2 stints and 6 or 7 laps or so running around there. That's really, really important. You cannot do more than 80 consecutive laps. So you have to get out of the car. That means a minimum of 2 driver swaps, by the way. That's really, really important. These guys are getting some of their main game drivers out of the way earlier. They'll lean on the co-drivers quite heavily in this next segment of the race. I actually expect these guys to get out of the cars. The co-drivers will do a triple, and then they'll jump back into the end.
91% fuel tank capacity as well there, boys, 121 litres. So, Sam, man, if we're crunching the numbers, where's our critical lap as far as how long we can go into this stint, given the pit stops came around about lap 10, lap 11, and we, of course, restarted on lap 13. There would have been some fuel saved there. There's the change. That's Jake Burton going through on the inside of Madison down. Unsurprisingly, I think the floodgates are about to potentially open on the Hall of Famer, and he did well yet again to save it from a moment through the water on the exit of Murray's Corner. To Hell Corner we go. And you just get the feeling that down might be a little bit of a sitting duck here up Mountain Straight. Let's wait and see what William Sapstead decides to do. Rainer Costello wants to weigh into the fight here as well, knowing that they need to get by down as quickly as possible in order to stay in contact with Jake Burton. Down the inside, Sapstead Yes, and Down's happy to let him go. Costello will look on the exit of the Griffin's Bend on the run up to the cutting, and I think he's going to try and go around the outside. No, caution's the better part of Valor for the moment.
But that says to you, Down's car is starting to hurt. It's starting to go backwards just a little bit. 209.8 on that last lap. There's definitely damage on the left front corner. Now, how do you manage it across the rest of the stint? And the thing is, they're starting to lose touch with the leaders a little bit. Jake Burton will be so happy with the way that he's driven this car in the first stint. Started out a 9th spot. He's up to 3rd at the moment. And he's still yet to hand over to the co-driver. They're disappointed back at Phillip Island. They called the strategy correctly, but they got overrun by 20 seconds in that final stint. And Phil Sell drove that car from the rear end, mid-pack. It was about 22nd or so to steal the race win. Car 93 still circulating with the damage. Fawzi El Nabi will be gutted with himself. He'll be disappointed with the way that he's driven this season, or at least today. But boy, look, puddles, they're minor things, they're shiny, and but don't get trapped in, don't get sucked into them, boys, because they just change your whole outset on the race. I cannot believe car 77 had damage, and the car's still tracking straight, but it's just so slow at the moment. It's just switched off.
Yeah. Yep.
He's going to get time bombed again. Here comes Randy Costello. Oh, he nearly bowled a wide, and Madison Down did so well to avoid him in the middle of the corner.
He just got squirrely on the apex, Rainer Costello, and that's going to cost him a little chunk of time there. So Burton and Sapstead have got clear air. They're gone. Costello's still trying to navigate his way by Madison Down. That's going to hurt them in this opening stint. But again, it only takes a safety car to change all that. Sandman, can I come back to you? I don't think we successfully got to get to the point where I was asking about what our critical lap is for this stint.
Yeah, well, it changes and fluctuates a little bit. I think some of these drivers with these conditions and safety cars, so I'm just chasing those numbers at the moment. But we know that we're halfway through a stint, so we're looking sort of around the old, is it about 22 to 24? But at this stage, what are we, like 26 now? And then, you know, so they're still a little bit away from what will be their next pit stop. So all eyes are on strategy. I'll chase those numbers up shortly.
Probably the next 8 to 11 laps, we'd need to have a look at pit lane. Things will get busy here. Here's Eddie Veswick. Scott mentioned his pace earlier in proceedings. He's under pressure here from Ewan Baker, the Synergy Sim Racing entry, out of the cutting once more. Veswick last time through, a 209.58. The leaders did a 208.43 and a 208.51.
Randy Costello's off and into the grass, and the puddle's up and across the top. He's just had a massive wild ride and hung on to it.
So that's given Madison Down the opportunity to breathe a little bit easier for the moment, but it's also put Costello under pressure because there is Ryan O'Sullivan in behind. Ethan Griggold will, of course, be watching on, the 3-time XL National Champion watching on with interest to see if Sully can get him up in the 6th spot here, and Costello's just invited him into the mix. Madison Down breathing a sigh of relief at the moment. The pressure was mounting on him. It's been relaxed for a moment. There's the replay thanks to OG Gear. Not the biggest moment we've seen at the top, but a skirmish nonetheless.
Yeah, well, it could have been an absolute nightmare. He was just lucky that he kept it straight through the puddle and through the mud and the grass, and it didn't turn on him. So thankfully, good, he gets away with it and gets to punch on for another day.
Indeed. Wow, anxious moments in the early stages. There's Matty Bowler. The ERT entry across the start-finish line. Oh, that was a moment. That was definitely a moment for Richard Hampstead. Caught the puddle on the exit of Murray's. Down the inside goes Bowler to 8th. Kobe Jones away into this as well. That's the car behind Bowler that you see, behind Hampstead that you see there. 3rd car in shot. We ride on board with him now for Chiefs ESC. The number 1 to the end of Mountain Straight. Is there an opportunity beckoning at Griffin's Bend? Yes, there is, and Kobe Jones accepts the first invitation handed to him. Down the inside, and he moves to 9th. So it's 2 in 3 corners for the 10th place Richard Hampstead for the 29 for Trans-Tasman Racing. And a little bit of work to do, and again, so costly is the transit through any puddle around this racetrack at the moment, particularly at the bottom of the circuit we're seeing to this point of the Logitech G Pro Invitational 1000 for 2025. Only lap 27, so much more ground to cover. We're past that critical marker We're past 150 kilometres now, boys. We're pushing towards 200. And these guys, yes, they're getting a little bit more confident, but the track is not yet at its peak performance. There's still those puddles, there's still those tricky spots to navigate your way through. Go for it, Scott.
I just took a quick look through the Zoom feed, and I don't know, Stenny looks stressed. He's sitting there just about biting his nails, I reckon, at the moment. That's worthwhile a look. Hobbo looks calm. Damon Mulqueen's as chilled out as ever. He hasn't even put the driving gloves on yet. And Warboys actually looks really, really relaxed. But look at Stenny. Is it just me? Or does he look nervy?
Sandman?
Yeah, I'm just watching. He's obviously keeping a close eye on what's happening. He'll be in close communication with the entire team, and you know, maybe he's just anxious and keen to get out there and have a stint at the moment. So just outside the top 20, it's not too bad at the moment, but yeah, it's definitely been a wild opener for them and for everyone.
Marcelo Rivera recovering from that earlier moment, sitting 34th. Interesting to note as well, boys. Obviously, we've got the 53 out of business. Ruben Goodall done, still on pit road. Sam Blacklock still running, only 4 laps down. Russell Pepperell 2 laps down. Ben Faulkner 2 laps down. Marcelo Rivera sitting there at the moment. And if I've done my homework correctly, he's the last car on the lead lap at this particular point. And hoping, yeah, there's the leaders coming into the shot at the top of the hill now and hoping to stay there. So we mentioned this, didn't we? They came out just ahead, but done really well to maintain the pace and keep the Lobs boys at bay to this point. And here's a battle brewing for 13th. So that's Eddie Bestwick, Thomas McMillan. Ewan Baker has fallen behind McMillan there, and McMillan has now wedged himself into the middle of that battle for 13th in the Great Race of 25.
It's still interesting. You can see on board there with the drivers there, you can see that they're still using the wiper. There's no rain falling from the sky. That's just the puddles they're driving through and splashing up, just so they can clear their windscreen. So again, just making sure that they've got the clearest possible view. As we go to the OGU replay, a dive up the inside of this of Stenny. Oh, there was contact. Maybe that's why he was biting his nails. Managed to keep it out of the wall. So Stenny would have been watching that, and that's probably why he was biting his nail.
Wait for it at the cutting. Watch this.
Again. Not again.
Yep. Oh, how close. Fine margins. Hold your breath, boys.
Yeah, well,
incredible intensity.
Fair game. Fair game.
Yep. Under the Armour All Bridge once more. McMillan's doing a nice job there, making up ground. There's no disputing the fact that those guys could be on for top 10 at the end of the day. They'll need a few things to fall their way. McMillan very impressive the other night in the co-driver clash. To go punch for punch with Andrew Gilliam. With Brodie Kostecki, I should say, all the way through. That's 32 laps of Mount Panorama. Up Mountain Straight we go to the outside. This is bold this early in the day to be trying the outside at Griffin's Bend. It doesn't work for the moment. Lap 29 and a 3-way fight for 13th is holding our imagination, holding our attention for the moment. I hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in around Australia. SimSpeed Esports Network and the Australian Sim Racing Group as they head up towards the top of the mountain. Interesting to note as well, it would look as though, we had the sun trying to poke its head through the clouds only a couple of moments ago. It's probably the brightest it's been since race start, boys, their trackside. But also important to note, yes, the puddles are still there, but they're a lot thinner, a lot shallower than what they were at race start.
Yeah, it's starting to warm up out there on the track. I was actually just going to say, this is probably a good opportunity for me to go for a bit of a walk and a chat about confidence levels, because I can guarantee you there'll be some nervy guys, there'll be some comfy guys, and there'll be all the rest as well. So, but yeah, I think I'm going to go for, I'll leave you guys with it for probably 10 or 15 minutes here, and just go chat to a few people and talk about comfort levels.
All right, feel free to bring a driver back with you if you are ever so inclined, Scott. We'll hold up forward here, and we'll have a chat to a few drivers later on.
I don't know if that's the best thing. They're all too stressed, I reckon, at this point.
That's probably the best time to get them from a commentary standpoint, from an entertainment standpoint. Oh, geez, that's a hairy moment. The 56 gets away with it. That's a good move from Eddie Bestwick on the inside of Tommy McMillan at the chase. And he goes back to 13th. He was under pressure from McMillan down Conrod. And McMillan yet to get by and tick that box. This is for 13th. Rankin departs. Caben, Clark and Kennedy remain. The platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network and our coverage of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Championship for Supercars in 2025 and the True Force Enduro Cup Bathurst 1000. And great to have True Force on board as well as all of our other sponsors, supporters and partners in 2025. And we're looking forward to them coming back on board for 2026 as well. And so much to be excited about with regards to that season already. And we've still got another sprint round to run in 2025. Up to the cutting. You can just see there too, Sam, man, that Ewan Baker is, oh, geez, slipping and sliding through the cutting. Stand on the gas, boy. Fantastic. McMillan's putting the pressure on Bestwick at the moment. This has been a good opening stint from McMillan working through the field. Ewan Baker's just lost maybe half a second of contact with those guys. Bradley Ratu's the one that I want to give a quick tip of the hat to, mate. From that jump start, he would have been kicking himself for that. But he's managed, and I've just done a Lachlan Mansell by mentioning that. He'd been kicking himself, but the reality of the matter is, he's recovered very nicely. Yes, the safety car aided that, but he's still got to make track position on merit. Mistakes have assisted it, but it's also down to a very solid drive from him and executing some clean overtakes along the way, and he's made his way back up into 16th spot. Nice recovery so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's all you can ask for. You know, mistakes are going to happen throughout the day. So, you know, what he's done is just got on with it, head down, bum up, basically. And it's not a bad position to be in. It's only lap 30. So, absolute long way to go. He's got himself a little bit of clear air, and there's a battle that's happening in front of him.
Bestwick still under pressure from McMillan. Oh, Bestwick standing on the gas, sliding out of the chase. Not yet presenting McMillan with an opportunity to go through on the inside. They've got to attack this differently to what we saw in the GT Pro Invitational on Friday night. A, track conditions. B, cars handle different, perform different at different points of the circuit. And you're seeing evidence of that here and now. Baker's latched back on. Gilliam and Phil Sell continue to lead up front. Only 0.2 of a second covers first and second, but they have importantly put 7 seconds as Madison down sends it on the inside of William Sapstead. What a move at Griffin's Bend, and Madison's back up into 4th. They put 7 seconds, top 2, Lobs Esports, 7 seconds on Jake Burton, who's put 3.5 on his teammate, who's pulled off a miraculous move down at Griffin's Bend, dirty side of the road, a little bit of water being kicked up there on the Eclipse Sim Sport entry at William Sapstead, and what a move it was.
Yeah. He had to give down a little bit of room there, and unfortunately probably just got on the dirty part of the racetrack into the marbles and understeered a little bit wide, but he was smart. He gave that room. He knew that Madison was up alongside of him, so no point to argue it. He just got on with it, let him past, and now they're pushing on. But you can see how far that Jake's gone off into the distance. So that was obviously a little bit to do with how much damage that Madison down had, and that was obviously slowing themselves up, him and William. So they'll battle on now, but they've got their work to cut out for them as far as getting that car as speedy as it was in these early laps. That contact for Madison down has obviously hurt it a little bit, and hopefully they can get on top of that in the next pit stop.
Still splashing up puddles down Conrod, and being a little bit more flirtatious with those puddles and going back to what would more refer to as the traditional racing line on the approach to the chase that time through. But again, if you can afford to kick up a little bit of water here and there and it not compromise you, all power to you, as Bestwick again makes himself vulnerable to McMillan and Baker on the exit of the chase. The interesting thing for mine is, A, we're perilously close to the pit window. McMillan! McMillan. Diving on the inside, unsteady to the race car, wide on the exit, that'll going to cost him 2 spots, and Bacon could be the beneficiary of this, Sandman. Up the outside, 2 for the price of 1, gets by Bestwick as well, who'll look to fight back on the run to Hell Corner. Side by side we go up Mountain Straight. What a beauty of a contest this is playing out to be, and look who's in the shadows. Look who's in the distance there. Brad Radu wants a piece of this as well.
Yeah, it's still not over as we come up here. I'm just going to see if he's going to be able to hold on to the outside. He's not going to do it.
No.
So he's definitely made up 2 spots. Picked up the pieces when he saw the battle happening in front of him, and now he needs to gap him because he knows he's a little bit vulnerable now. A little bit of damage to that right front too. Oh, he's going to look at the inside, not quite.
No. Scott Rankin was talking about silly moves earlier in the day. That would have been one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Flash of the lights, too, I think was called there.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting, isn't it? At this point, it's advantageous. I was in the point of making it in relation to Madison Down. Geez, he took a lot of water on the approach to the chase last time through. If you can run through the puddles and not trip yourself up, it's advantageous to do so in the bid to continue to clear that surface water and get back to a fully dry, flat tack circuit. So we're not there yet, but we're getting closer. Race pace still in the 2:08. We're in the 5s in qualifying. Driver change in car number 28. Pit lane for the Vermilion X Fury entry. Faulkner out, Zhu in. And those guys resume down in 36th position, and have a look at Brad Radu, absolutely loving what he's seeing ahead. He can see 15th, 14th, 13th in his sights, and maybe before the pit window.
Yeah, there's nothing more exciting when you're chasing down a pack of cars and you can see them all start to squabble and get side by side, because you know you're just getting free time and you're catching up, and boy, look at him. He'll be right there, but it's going to be, it's a pit lane dive.
McMillan.
Whether he wanted to or not.
Oh, and off. He got the gravel, he got the grass on the entry. Not the smoothest run to pit lane, but he's there nonetheless. First pit stop of the day for McMillan. Will there be a driver change in that car? We'll wait and see.
And with that dive too, we saw there was a little bit of damage to that right rear guard too, or right rear bumper, I should say, but they're in the lane now, so that probably won't affect them too much. But yep, some driver swaps, smart time to do it. Lap 33 of 161.
Bauer still under pressure from Jonesy. The battle for 8th has been intense for a number of laps now. Almost glued to one another across the top of the mountain, and latching in behind them still Richard Hampstead. They have breathing space. Rainer Costello's just up the road. Rhino Sullivan, I should say, is just up the road, 2.1 seconds in fact. And Sully's trying to latch on and go with Rainer Costello still. So everywhere you look, you've got 2 cars at the front, you've got 2 cars fighting for 4th, you've got 2 cars fighting for 6th, 3 cars fighting for 8th. So plenty of action within the top 10, but also in a 38-car field, there's always going to be action just outside of that as well. And Ruben Goodall, unfortunately, the only real issue in the race so far in terms of retirements and not being able to be classified. He's only got to go 40 laps down to be declared DNF. 75% race distance here is 121 laps, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers are very simple in that regard. And as we saw in the GT Pro Invitational the other night, I don't know how much of that you caught, Sam Man, in your recovery in the sick bed that you were in, trying to recover from the vocal viral infection that you had that compromised your vocal cords and made you sound like Darren Lockyer after a long night. I'm not sure how much of the GT Pro Invitational you caught, but it was very telling for the 228 Vermilion Esports entry the other night. They had to get back out there to salvage a top 5 finish in the championship, despite the night not going according to plan. Just getting out there and banking some championship points actually worked to their benefit. And there'll be similar situations in play for a few of our contenders here today. If it does not go according to plan, you've still got... Whoa! What about that for a save? My goodness, Madison Down goes back to fourth spot on William Sapstead, and Sapstead with the save of the race so far. Rainer Costello latches on, so too Ryan O'Sullivan, three-way battle for fifth now. Have a look at this, the move up Mountain Straight, and then the save on the exit. So this was for fourth, Sapstead on Down, and then look at the car control on the exit.
Yeah, just got a little bit hot, got out sideways. Oh, and Madison just brave enough to get up the inside. Lucky that car didn't snap around any further. That could have been catastrophe for all of them, but they got away with it. And Madison Down's now opened up that tiny little bit of margin.
Just going back to cover off the point, important that if you're in championship contention, if you are in Enduro Cup contention and something falls foul in the race today, Sam, man, you've got to get out there if you can and see the checkered flag and get to 75% race distance. That's the bare minimum to tick the box, because every championship point counts, and we saw that on Friday night.
I couldn't agree more. I reckon it's almost an unwritten law that regardless of how your day or your night goes, you've got to snuffle as many points as you can, because yes, your night or day might not have gone to plan, but everyone else that's in front of you, they could have a worse experience as well. They might have a DNF altogether and not have that chance to grab any points. So although you might not grab the massive haul, a couple of those handful of points could be the difference in the championship end.
Oh, O'Sullivan to the inside at Murray's. Riding on board with Rainer Costello, looking back at William Sapstead and Ryan O'Sullivan. Sullivan side by side looking for sixth. No, tucks back in and yields for the moment. And this is inviting Bowler and Jones and Hampstead back into the mix as well. Costello's already got by on William Sapstead, so the Eclipse Sim Sport entry was going for fourth this time last lap, and now sits sixth. O'Sullivan applying the blowtorch and pressure at the moment to Griffin's Bend on lap 35. We are in the window for pit stops, as you've already seen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they're starting to close that margin up again to Down. So Down obviously struggling more than he'd like to at this stage. Really dropping back off the tail curtains of Jake Burton. And now he just finds himself in this little hornet's nest. Rainer Costello right there. And he just really needs to be careful. And as far as thinking about that pit stop, it's not too far away. And regardless of how good that car was earlier, he just needs to run with what he's got at this stage and think about how they can improve it as this race goes on.
A four-way fight for position number 5. And now it's about to be position number 4. Those guys are literally within a stone's throw of Madison Down. Going back and having a look at the battle, bottom of screen, Bradley Ratu has caught the tail of Eddie Bestwick and Ewan Baker. So Baker has gone to 13th, Bestwick still holding on to 14th. Bradley Ratu now in the whole shot for the slipstream down Conrod Straight. Our round-the-ground driving reporter, Scott Rankin, has returned to the booth. What have you found?
Yeah. I was in chatting to drivers and I heard safety car and I immediately just said I'll leave us with it. I was just about to get comments from the Widders car and the Broad car, but I didn't get in on those. So you'll see by the way, the whole field will do a driver swap here. Everyone will do a driver swap. This is a non-negotiable. You need to do it.
And everyone will go now. Now that the safety car's been called, gone is that uncertainty with regards to what lap everybody's going to jump to pit lane, Sam, man. We were starting to wonder, we were going to see some musical chairs, some zigzag. That now has been thrown out the door. Everybody comes in on this lap.
Yeah, it's a free kick here for these guys. We're going to see driver swaps. So you can see Kostecki's jumping in. Shane Van Gisbergen will be getting in for the first time today too. So lap 36. The track is obviously in much better condition, so they're probably breathing a sigh of relief. Some of these other drivers that they haven't got into these cars when it's been as tricky. So for the moment, it's all pretty much smooth sailing in the lane. There's going to be... Oh, he's going to get out in front. Looks like he will. So Blackhall looks like he'll stay out on the lead lap. So once the safety car picks up the field, that's a big bonus for him.
It's a huge free kick.
So I just went through and had a chat to a whole bunch of different guys right there. Everyone I talked to said we're not overdriving it at the moment. We're just keeping the car in the window. Forzen's really, really disappointed with the way that he's driving. He's made a couple of errors. He's not real happy with that. But Griff and him are still upbeat. They still think that they can get their way back into this one. I heard from a few different drivers, everyone thinks everyone else is driving a little bit too aggressively for the start end of this one. It's tricky, right? Because it is still a car race, right?
Oh, 100%.
But it's a 1,000-kilometre car race, not a 200-kilometre car race. A 200-kilometre car race, again, the aggressiveness I've seen, I back it in all the way. It's a little bit different in that mindset and the way that you go about things. So worthwhile sort of keeping that in the back of your mind. You'll see the aggression sort of pick up across the day. Interestingly, I actually got some comments from a whole bunch of different guys, and I ended up having a joke with Brody Kostecki about Arity. He just laughed. We just laughed about it. We all enjoyed a little bit of a joke. So they're really, really relaxed over at the Lobs Esports guys, by the way. Handing on over to Brody and Shane at this point in time. They were all saying, keep your eyes on McMillan. Every single one of them was like, keep your eyes on McMillan. He's done really, really well this week. He's done really, really well this week. Look at him. Keep your eyes on him. And I think he's on board car 55 now. The other group of guys that I did get an opportunity to talk to was Hayden Veld and Ruben Goodall. They've pulled up stumps. They are done for the day, which is disappointing. Hayden Veld got on a 4 a.m. flight to get back to his sim so that he could get up and get into this race, and it's ended very, very early on.
Well, I guess it's the quid pro quo. The disappointment will be met with, oh, at least I can have a couple of hours sleep and catch up for Ruben Goodall at this point in time. More to the point, gentlemen, we've been under safety car now for a couple of laps, and yet no sign or trigger or indication as to what actually prompted the safety car to be deployed in the first place. So I'm sure that'll come up very shortly on the OG Gear replay. I'm sure our producer, Jay Kennedy, will be having a look at that feverishly in the background to see who's tripped up, what's happened to deploy the safety car for the second time today, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to take a break at this point in time. Whilst we've got the opportunity to do so, looks like we'll have... Well, actually, let's just wait and see if we don't get lights out on the safety car this time by. If it moves away from the field, we will stay live here. But if we're going to get an extra lap out of the safety car, then we may as well take this opportunity to take a break. You are watching our live, exclusive and free coverage of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Championship Series and the True Force Enduro Cup, the Bathurst 1000 of 2025. Safety car not moving away from the field. We'll grab this opportunity to grab our first stop of the day, go for a pit stop, come back with the race restart, number 2 of the afternoon, on the other side of this short break. We're going side by side. You won't miss a thing. You'll see what's happening on the bottom of the screen, but let's tick the bills and tick the boxes and pay the bills in the meantime.
Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track like chef, so you're gonna and that's on me. Out here getting this P, if you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean, could never move shady, ain't no fee.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed, I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, go like that, move back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
You've always felt it. That spark, that pull. Watching the greats carve through history. Every turn, risk, reward. Now you don't just watch. You step inside. You take the wheel. Together, we're breaking barriers between sim and sport. Setting a new standard for performance. So with the power in your palms, the roar in your ears, and the position of a pro, let's turn dream to drive and play to podium. Our legacy, now yours. welcome to the grid.
Righto, back with live pictures, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just taking a quick look across for the first half of this race. We haven't seen any of the drivers. They're up and on our driver Zoom wall. Guarantee you they are all in the cars right now. I can see Warboys, Mulqueen, Hobson and Stenberg all on board their cars. Safety car will be coming in at the back end of this lap and we will be going back to green flag racing. First driver swaps of the day have been completed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get back underway for Bathurst 1000. This is Hobbo. Actually, he might not be on board that car at the moment. No, he is. There goes the hands. That's a lot better. Yeah, as he comes down the hill. And they will be fuel saving to extend this one out. This is probably the critical stint of the day. Clear the co-drivers out. And the big one, fresh drivers are in every single one of these cars, which means they're not up to temperature on the track conditions as yet.
Yeah, baptism by fire for these guys, isn't it, Scott? They're surveying the scene at the moment. And
actually,
they'll then soon learn just what they can do at full tilt, at full pace in the next couple of laps. Safety car pulls away. We're going to have a restart this time, buddy.
Yep, just having a quick look up and down the field as well, and I thought, oh, this is a really good opportunity to check my telemetry and data. Weather forecast, 2:15 p.m, 2% chance of rain. That is an hour and 20 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. We could have rain in this motor race, and it could be right around the halfway mark of this one as well. It's going to challenge if we get back to wet weather. Safety car has pulled away from the field. It is time for car number 94 to lead the race. They've grabbed the spot through the pit stop window. Brody Kostecki's climbed aboard car number 94. Shane Van Gisbergen's climbed aboard car number 201. Joshua Anderson has climbed aboard car number 36, so they've put their primary driver in. What happened to 77 as well? Also worthwhile keeping an eye on. Ethan Warren's on board car number 77, and critically for that car, the left front corner of it has been repaired. And here we go for our race start. And they've gone very, very early for Brody Kostecki. Leads the field back to green into the final corner. And as our supercars stars take over the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000, what is going to happen at the pointy end of the field? Wouldn't Ando love to lead this race at this point in time? This is the closest car 36 has been to the front. Joshua Burton's done a phenomenal job in the opening stint. Now it's Ando's turn.
And further back in the pack, already moves being made. That's the benefit of this situation, isn't it? And here is Cody Bircher down the inside of Ethan Warren. Nicely done. Bircher up at a sixth. And Ethan Greg Galt latching on and going with them as well. So you got the two Ethans in the car, plus Cody Bircher. Solid start from Bircher up in the sixth spot. Moving and shaking of this field is going to happen at a fair rapid rate over the next couple of laps, Scotty Rankin, but already you're seeing a big 1.5 second gap between Bo Albert in 5th place and then that battle pack, Cody Bircher coming through. Across the top for the first time, Hobbo on the cusp of the top 10 as well. It's important to note Jack Maloney rounds out the top 10 at this point in time. Watch the spray at the top of the hill. There is the puddle that's still waiting for them if they get it wrong across McPhillamy.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sandman's back with us. How about that? Was it Brody Kostecki that actually got out in the end of it? He's the lead car. And remember, fresh drivers on board for everyone at the moment. This means that this is the first opportunity for them all to get out there and get amongst it. It's the lead car in the chain that made the mistake up and across the top. Everyone else has gotten through A-OK. Now they'll take to the spray down the straightaway. I tell you what, Sam, and I reckon they're cooling their tyres. I reckon they're chasing a little bit of temperature being taken back out of the tyre.
Yeah, you've got that opportunity, but also just to get rid of that spray as well. So, you know, in a straight line where they're like that, they're not massive puddles. So it's just to try and dry up that part of the racetrack. But have a look at that replay. That's the first lap round. Brody Kostecki really in the water. You can see the tyre tracks. Look at the tyre marks that he's had up over the curb. Lucky to get away with it. That could have been absolutely disastrous.
Well, the fields come back together. Bo Albert is up in a P5 as well. Have a look at the better electrical car as he settles into this one. He's been waiting for this opportunity. They loved debuting the livery before Sandown. And now he's got his opportunity to showcase it at Bathurst as well. There's a few cars up and down the field that were enjoying their liveries. Again, I said at the start of the season when I first saw the Eclipse cars debut in Vodafone era spec, what a phenomenal looking race car these have been. How about Luke Rosella, who's shunted his way all the way up just outside the top 10. That car has been on the move. And like I said just after that break as well, when they were talking to car number 55, they said, hey, beware of this place, beware of this place. There'd be a lot of discussions about this. This is on Blake Warboys.
Good move it was too, and that's the point. We really haven't had a chance to check in with our stats graph in the last couple of minutes, boys, but they've gained 25 positions from race start, from 37th up to 12th. 14 positions gained for Zach Kerr as well, from 28th to 14th in the Vanillion X Fury entry, number 89, and 13, lucky 13 for Tyson Broad in the Orbit drop there, Mars entry number 27. So a solid start from a few in terms of making inroads, making gains today. Corey McFarlane's another one, up 12. So from what I can tell, you've got about 4 or 5 drivers in double digits at the moment. Sebastian Vandel, the one I missed, he's up 18 from the rear of the grid too.
Good movers up and down the field. The second stanza of the race. It's like leading into a chorus, isn't it? It's a little bit of a break. It's a little bit of let the instrumental build up, and then it's trying to find some pace, trying to find some rhythm. And the crescendo, there's a car that's gone wide down at the chase, and it's one of the Logitech cars. In this one, it's Ethan Griggold. I can't believe it's Ethan Griggold who's made the mistake and bowled a wide down at the chase. That is so unlike the car number 7.
Rosella to 11th on the inside. Murray's the beneficiary of that. Hobson into the top 10 now. And here comes Blake Warboys down the inside on the run down to turn 1. And we're hearing that Dylan Pereira's had a moment, but at least he's been able to get back going. Extraordinary stuff. Zach Ratway-White sitting 4th at the moment, looking to follow on or follow up the strong result on Friday night of the GT Pro Invitational, in which he secured 2nd in the series as well. Greg Gold to the outside, trying desperately to keep Blake Warboys at bay, but Warboy drives him wide through that corner. He had the racing line, he's entitled to it. There was no contact, he's just forced Greg Gold out to dry, and it's cost him another 2 spots. Warboys getting the better of Greg Gold, and then Kerr and Briggs capitalising on that overtake at Griffin's Bend as well. This is the moment. He was trying to get down on the inside of the Trans-Tasman Racing entry of Ethan Warren. That's how he's tripped up. Dylan Pereira's moment as well here, Scott.
I just can't believe, does he touch the puddles or does it just get away from him on the exit? He's just about on the gearbox. Oh. Is there a puddle in that curb?
The curb might still be wet. So if he's up on that painted part of the ripple strip, the curb, that might have been where it got away from him.
Oh, it's just time for a little bit of a breath and a reset. I think that's what you're going to see over the next 25 or so laps as everyone continues to build the weight. Again, chasing water. They are using it. I guarantee you, I'll have to go and ask Andor about that in the near future. I guarantee you they're chasing the water to cool the tyres. I guarantee you that's what it's about.
Down the inside of the chase. Solid move, Dylan Rudd to the inside. Solid second stint from Dylan Rudd, the Chiefs ESC number 1, up in a 7th spot at the expense of Ethan Warren. So there are always winners and losers in this situation, boys, from a safety car intervention like that. So far, the winners have been Bo Albert, Cody Bircher and Dylan Rudd, and also Josh Anderson, as we highlighted at the start of the segment.
The other thing, actually, I went in through the synergy. I basically went and had a chat to just about every team prior to the race, as much people as I could get in with. Blake Warboys and car 143, they had a standby driver ready for this weekend. The reason for it, Warboys is unwell. He's just been trying to press on with this thing. He wasn't happy with the way he drove in the co-driver clash, wasn't happy with qualifying. They were just pressing on and just going, how is he going to feel on Sunday morning? If they had to do a driver swap, they had to do a driver swap. There's nothing they could have done. He's actually pulled up not too bad. They will be managing him throughout the day. I definitely feel for it. I didn't have the best of weeks leading up to Bathurst. And I couldn't have thought of anything worse than having to do a stint around Mount Panorama, not feeling the best way I was feeling. So, yeah, it's certainly something to contend with. It's, you know, people just think, yeah, you get in your simulator, you press the pedals, you turn the steering wheel, you'll be right. Like, it's not that hard. But until you get in it, and you're in the peak of it with these guys, and you've got some of the best sim racers around the country, you can't afford to give up a couple of tenths. And when you're not well, that's where those tenths disappear, and you end up becoming a sitting duck. So, yeah, it's definitely not ideal. Up the mountain. Brady Myers. That car's on the recovery effort after the mistakes from Rayhan Leonage earlier on, but it's also forced another car. I think that was David Mulqueen in the 42 entry that ended up running wide. And indeed it was. He's just up on board car number 42 at this point in time. So Myers will grab the spot after a wild and woolly ride. And
here's the replay.
It started on entry. He hit the splash of water on entry, and then it pushed him a little bit wide, then caught the puddle on the outside too. So lucky to get away with it. Still a straight race car.
Mulqueen had to serve a slide down Conrod Straight as well for shortcutting the circuit at the top of the hill. Drops down to the 34th, behind Dylan Pereira, behind Glenn Postlethwaite, behind Jack Blackhall now as well. All at the expense of Brady Myers, who holds on to 30th position. Just behind that, Andre Heimgartner, 35th. Ian Zhu, 36th. James Scott, 37. So only one retirement so far, that being Ruben Goodall. James Scott, however, 3 laps down. Trouble!
Oh,
now,
no!
Right. Can you believe this?
It's Cody Belcher who's just jumped aboard that car as well. Oh, he got helped!
No.
Puddle, and then maybe to sit on the way out.
We probably need to see a chopper view, because yes, you're right. He was getting a little bit of a touch there, but whether the puddle just finished him off or whether it was contact that sent him round, there was definitely a little bit of nose to tail, I think.
Let's have a look.
Here we go.
Get replay, Sam Mansell was through it.
So just trying to see. So you see, doesn't get the exit that he likes. So a little bit of a contact there. And again, then he's hit the puddle. He's probably checked up a tiny bit from the puddle. And that's where the contact's been come. So, oh man, the stewards are going to look at it. I think it's a matter of... obviously, when he hit that puddle, he would have lost probably just that little bit of speed and momentum. And that's when he's got the touch from behind. So, I don't know. I'll leave that one up to the stewards.
Nothing the TTR car could have done in that instance to get off, well, aside from get out of the throttle, but how vulnerable do you want to make yourself to the car behind? And split-second decisions, Scott Rankin. It's going to be interesting because there are 2 or 3 different contributing factors to what has ended up resulting in car-to-car contact.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of contact, but whether or not it was a result of the puddle and whether or not it was a mistake from the leading car, that is what will be debated in the steward's office. Regardless, it's going to have to continue on out on the circuit, continuing to look at Ando. He's just going with the front 2, isn't he? He's just happy to sit, watch, and wait. I've just seen Rain Campbell have a big old dive at Murray's Corner as well on Dylan Walker, who climbs on board car number 018 for Jack Widders, his co-driver. By the way, Walker is on a run of form at the moment. Not necessarily the highest echelons of things, but he's been driving really, really well. Picked up Scott's supports category championship this season, which was on board Gen 2 hardware. So effectively think of it as nearly a Super 2 championship is probably one of the better ways to talk about it. So Walker's definitely on pace at the moment, has driven well. This is Kurt Stenberg ranging up on Sebastian Varndell. And of course, everyone on the internet's favourite webcam and Sandman. Why do we like this man and his webcam?
He's He's up on the wheel, buddy. That's what we love about it. He doesn't leave anything on the table. He's got a very unique driving style as far as how he gets up nice and close to the wheel. It's almost like NASCAR style where they love to get up close to the wall. And you can see that just a little bit of contact with Vandel just into the wall a little bit. So that would have got Stenny's attention. But again, more sparks. But Stenny loves being right up on the wheel. Oh, look at the drama. I thought there was a car spinning in front. It was actually them still kicking up the water from the exit there. I love it. Look at him go. You can see how committed he is. He's focused. Having a red hot go. 1 minute he's chewing his nails. The next minute he's up on the wheel. And he's giving it his all. Love it.
Do you think there's a death grip on that steering wheel at this point in time? That's the reason he's not chewing his nails, because he can't damn well let go of the thing?
While we look at that too, a big shout out. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness! Now that's what we needed to see, the onboard. Look at him. He's smiling because he's managed to hold on to it.
That's the moment in which it nearly went too far.
Oh, goodness, damn. We almost need a replay of Stenny behind the wheel. I don't think we've got that technology just yet. But a big shout out to everyone who does support us and bring their webcams and show us to the broadcast, because, man, oh, man, that was Stenny having a red-hot go, and so lucky that he didn't fence it.
Trying to help the field out by clearing water on the racetrack, Sam, man, and it nearly was to his own detriment.
He nearly helped the field by taking one more car out of this race.
Exactly, yeah. Still though, water clearing effort continues up Mountain Straight. My goodness. How's the heart rate, Scott? Oh, Rosella up in a sixth. Rosella up in a sixth. So this is the big move of the stint. Rosella has cleared Rudd, Maloney, Warren and Hobson in this stint alone. Luke Rosella and Lobbs Esport, they've now got 3 in the 6.
Oh, update as well. So, okay, so this is Rosella getting through, so it was just a lift out. Dylan Rudd elected not to fight him. By the way, update. Guess who the car was that was behind Matthew Bowler and Cody Bircher? It was car number 77. Madison down, Ethan Warren, drive-through penalty for contact.
Wow, a drive-through. That's a huge, huge invoice for them. Costly blow and a long way back in this race from this point on. Zach Kerr in 12th at the moment. We pick up that battle pack. It's just a freight train at the moment, Sandman.
Yeah. Yes, I'm just getting my head around the penalty for the moment. Just, yeah. Look, that's obviously going to hurt him a little bit, but if you are going to get a penalty like that, get it done now, get it over and done with. There's probably a pretty good chance we're going to see another safety car. We don't know if weather's going to be a factor again. So the landscape of this race will change. They'll be kicking themselves about that penalty, that's all.
Scotty said a 2% chance. I'd take the 2% at Bathurst at 2:15 local server time.
Just taking another look. We got an update about 8 minutes ago, and I just checked into it, and we're going to get it here on screen. We've got to sit here because our producer's been working badly. He's like, no, don't talk about it. Not quite yet. But it is coming. I can tell you there's more information coming on that range, yes. And here comes Ethan Warren. Do you reckon he's sitting in that car and stewing on the drive through pit lane?
100%. 100%. But this is the interesting point as well. You could argue about whether the penalty was befitting of the crime, but then you look at the ground that Cody Bircher lost as a result of the contact, and he's dropped down to 34th position. And Warren's rejoined in 29th. So they're both fighting their way back through the field now. So whether you want to have that argument about harsh or fair, the jury's going to be out on that one for the balance of the afternoon, I would say. But yeah, it's going to be a long road back for a pre-race favourite.
Look, at the end of the day, there is still plenty of time to make up that ground. Oh, close for Van Gisbergen.
Right for the wall.
Almost up against the concrete. So lucky to get away with that.
Weather forecast for the balance of the day. There it is, gentlemen.
Well, not balance of the day. Not balance of the day. That's critical. That's still developing because we only have it through to 2:30 p.m. at the moment. At 2:30 p.m., I was talking about 2:15 p.m. or about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. We've had an extension to that because we've got 2:30, 19% chance of rain. Sandman, I think it's time for a cross to the. Oh no, it's not!
Trouble!
Forget that.
Ewan Baker. And of course, Adam Briggs behind the wheel of the car.
Oh, there's a second car. There's another. That's actually hiding another car, and it's Kurt Stenberg.
Oh, Stenny. So he's doing his best just to get out of harm's way. Oh, lucky. Now, there's damage to the front of Stenny's car.
Oh, no!
Oh, nearly took out his teammate.
It was
we'll get the replay to see how that all unfolded.
Andre
big
Heimgartner
damage.
That was, so the Trans-Tasman car that cut through was the Andre Heimgartner 027.
There goes the splitter for Stenny as well. The front splitter's just come off. Is it going to be the puddle?
Yep.
It's the puddle.
Every day of the week. For both
and then
of them.
Stenny's, he's got caught in it too. So they were both separate incidents.
Yep. And we've already seen that once in this race, and I dare say we're going to see it again, especially if that forecast continues to deteriorate as the afternoon plays on. Hold your breath, folks. We could be in for a storm of biblical proportions here at Mount Panorama, because you don't just get white drizzle at Mount Panorama. It either doesn't rain or it absolutely lashes down on the racetrack. At the moment, track temperature 39 degrees, 21 the ambient. Those winds are strong. Those nor'easters are strong at 22 kilometres an hour, so that's pushing back. I'm just thinking Bathurst, or venues in South Bathurst, so it's actually pushing back in towards the CBD in that direction, and 70% humidity at this point in time. The track temperature, the ambient has remained steady throughout the course of the day, but as you can see, it's been rise and fall very much for track temperature as conditions have continued to improve. But watch it once they begin or start to deteriorate again, Scott.
It's worthwhile noting that we'll get another update on that temperature, track conditions here in about 3 or 4 minutes. So we will get another update on whether or not we're going to get rain. And that period is right when it was scheduled to hit. It's sort of a passing shower of about 40 showers. I don't know the severity of it, but there was rain from about 2:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30 through to about 3:30, 4 o'clock. There was a big spike, and then it dies off. We won't see it at the back end of the race. It will be dry to end this thing, but we have maybe an hour and a half of rain coming our way.
The question will be, if it is dry in the ambient sense, Scott, whether the track will still be damp.
Yes.
So that'll be the unknown. He's Ethan Griggold on the recovery mission at the moment. 12th place for him. He's chasing Zach Kerr, who's been impressive so far today, up 17 spots on where he started. Griggold back to where he started as a result of that skirmish wide at the chase a few laps ago. Off Murray's Corner under the main straight, another lap in the books. We start lap 47 of 161, folks. So there you go. Boys, we're past quarter race distance, but 114 still a big number around here.
I think Salmon was actually trying to get us set up for something in the booth, and then all of a sudden hell broke loose. You've got the G-Hub going there, Salmon? Are we going to do a crossman?
No, we were talking about some stuff about just weather conditions and puddles and that. So we were going to work away on something on the telestrator, but we can do that a little bit later, because obviously we're surprised that so far into this race that people are still getting caught out by these puddles. I mean, I know we've got a couple of new drivers that are in. We have got drivers that are tackling the mountain for the first time in this race. So maybe that's just where it's caught these people out. But we were just trying to keep an eye on the puddle situation, basically.
And I've just been passed a photo, by the way. The drivers, and what we can see from the weather forecast is only about the next hour or so worth of. Sorry, it's hour and 15 minutes is sort of what we can see. Hour and 15 to hour and a half is what we can see. Well, the drivers can actually see a fair bit further forward than that, because we get a little bit of history of what's just recently happened. Another big clap over the curbs, and I can tell you, so what we can't see from that graphic is 2:45 p.m. There is a 36% chance of rain. Couple little dots that come out of the clouds. 3 p.m. Lots of rain, heavy rain out of the clouds. 51% chance of rain, boys. It is coming.
There we go. And that's going to keep everybody on their toes, not least of all us here in Central Commentary. There's Dylan Walker on screen. 19th, the boys were mentioning him a few moments ago. for CJM Motorsport. Down Conrod we go. He's fending off Ian Ford and also Josh Horton at the moment. You would have seen while Sam Mann was talking about the telestrator that Ethan Griggolt did execute that overtaking manoeuvre on Zach Kerr and did it cleanly to move up into 11th. His next target now, Brenton Hobson, and he's only 3 or so tenths per second away. In fact, he's caught him. So that's a blinder of a lap from Ethan Griggolt to break away from Zach Kerr and to latch on to Brenton Hobson at the same time. That all but dropped their entry of Tyson Broad recovering as well. That's 13th on the inside at Hell Corner, getting by Blake Warboys. So those guys continue their reconnaissance mission. But Warboys doesn't want to go down without a fight. He draws back up alongside, up Mountain Straight, side by side. We go to the crest.
Oh, drama.
He'll put his nose back in front. We've got some drama. We'll have it on screen in a moment. Warboys and Broad still side by side. Broad goes through to 13th. And I have to apologise as well. Trouble at Hell Corner. But thankfully, Jason Bentz has been able to break clear of the trouble and continue on, so the race stays green. I have to thank Tyson Broad, actually, quickly, gentlemen, because whilst I was here covering GT Pro in amongst some internet teething issues on Friday night, he was very kindly keeping my seat warm over the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Contact at turn 1. The 93, the Forza El Navi entry, in trouble again today, this time as way of car contact with Jason Bentz. Shane Van Gisbergen just getting by nicely there in second. Josh Anderson and Zach Ratway-White staying with the top 2, which is important to note too, boys. So a lot to take out there, but yes, thanks to Tyson for covering my backside on Friday night so that I didn't have to try and be in 2 places at once.
Well, can we safely say that we're in a bit of a rhythm and a bit of a groove now, or have I spoken to...
No, it's Bathurst. It's Bathurst. Don't say it.
What have you done? What have you done? Give up.
Greg Gold from the outside of Hobson. Greg Gold goes into the top 10, boys. There we go. Very nice from the XL National Champion. His recovery continues.
I was just going to say, at this point in time, Sam, it's been a pleasure working with you because there was a bunch of drivers going to be calling for you.
Well, thanks for tuning in to my last Bathurst 1000. No. But it goes through stages, though, doesn't it? You know, obviously the tempo's up at the start, and then, you know, the drivers, we do a driver swap, and then we sort of get ourselves in a little bit of a rhythm. So they are looking a little bit racy, as we can see down the front straightaway. So, dive up the inside, not quite. Oh, but he's gone a little bit deep. He's going to run wide.
Yep, and a lead change as well, boys. Van Gist to the front has got by Kostecki, car wide at turn 1 in the offset as well. It's all happening at Mount Panorama. We're not into a rhythm just yet, Sam, man. Don't worry about that.
Just as I say that, the race changes, doesn't it, straight away?
Keep a tally at home, ladies and gentlemen. How many commentators' curses have already struck today? I brought one undone. I think you've brought 1 or 2 undone. It's gonna the tally will be high by the end of 6.5 hours. Don't worry about that.
This one's weird. The change of position for the lead. Watch this. Just watch this, because he gets a great run, and then he just stops, and it's premeditated.
Yeah.
Dropping in. Is it fuel saving, you reckon?
No, I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing rear gunner for Van Gisbergen. So obviously he's had a busy year in the real world. I don't know how much sim time he's been able to have. So possibly he's probably thinking that he's a little bit vulnerable, that Anderson might sort of possibly pounce on him. So there might be sort of an idea of this. Hey, let's let Shane run the lead for a little while. Brody can obviously sit there and save a little bit of fuel, but he can play rear gunner too as well, protect him a little bit from Anderson. So that's probably the team might be sort of playing that game. I don't know. It's just a guess.
I'm going to go with what Sam was saying there, Scott, and I'm going to throw this back at you, right? I'm going to wager that a lot of that lack of sim time that Sam Mann was alluding to wouldn't have necessarily been in a supercar either, given his real-world commitments have changed circumstantially over the last couple of years, exponentially, as we see a couple of the Vermilion Fury entries swapping places on the racetrack. So that's, of course, 15th and 16th. So Leo Duncan has dropped in behind Sebastian Vandel. Blake Warboys, their next target, and Corey McFarlane trying to go with them as well. But I'm going to say this as well, Scott. You were very critical of the racecraft and the gamesmanship we saw from the Lobs Esports stable the other night. On this particular occasion, though, it's a bit more understandable.
Yeah, look, yeah, just be a little bit, the thing is, when you're out there trying to do your best, you need to have that time and sim time and preparation. Right, we talked about the guy that we actually ride on board with at the moment. Think about all the preparation time he's had to put into this one as well, because he's had to prepare for GT Pro. He was up at 4 a.m. to go and race in the Formula 4 International Championships, by the way. That's the World Championships of Formula 4. Damon Woods was there alongside of him. Those guys have had quite a hefty night. They went to bed very, very quickly last night because they had to try and get some sleep in as much as they possibly could. So yes, sim and seat time does help. I reckon that's probably why Zach Rattray White's as good as he is at the moment, because he's driving everything. It does not matter what it is. He wants to go at it. He wants to go and drive it, right? So that certainly helped his racecraft and his pace. There is nothing that beats actual seat and sim time. And you're right, Van Gisbergen's, at the end of things, some people look at it and say, well, there was only 36 races in the championship, but it's not as if they do 3 races in a weekend like we might do in a supercars weekend. That's 36 weekends of traveling and racing. That gives you 16 weekends off in a year. Think about testing, think about sim work, think about preparation in the midweek. That is a very, very hefty time investment because you want to be the best, right? As we're going to see, Rosella dive down the inside into the top 5. Yep, gets it done. But think of it from that perspective. So the sim had to give way a little bit more this year than it ever has done. That does take away from it.
Essentially living out of a luggage case for 8-9 months of the year. It is a full-time commitment from February right through until early November. And I must admit, Sam, man, part of the reason I moved up to this part of the world all those years ago was because work brought me that way, and I got sick out of living out of a luggage case, and I only did 16 interstate trips as opposed to 36. So I can understand the frustrations that go with that, and the compromises and sacrifices you make for what becomes your lifestyle and your income.
By the way, before I let you go on, there's actually a really important point I need to make. Just had a message handed to me. Car 94, left front damage. That's why they did the car swap. It is not quick in a straight line, and they need to protect it.
There you go. Yeah, we're talking about how much Shane's busy. Obviously, the 36 race weekends, but then you talk about all the different things, the race prep at the shop. When he needs to be at the team, he has to do sponsorship commitments, but then he's also got to fit family time and his own personal time too. So it really shortens up the span as far as how much seat time he gets. And I think the team would just be absolutely stoked that he's actually part of this race as well. A late inclusion, and also battling a different time zone to be part of this as well.
Correct. We'll get back to time zones later. Don't you worry about that. Griffin Gardner, 93. The drive through for contact with car 017. And, of course, that's an unfortunate outcome as a result. Whoa, no, here we go, top of the mountain. Rain Campbell's had a moment at the top of the hill. Has got away with it for the most part, but has dropped a bunch of spots down to 24th position. So the penalty that's been applied will be for that incident that occurred earlier with the 017 Jason Bentz, and then at turn 1. And this was the wild ride through the gravel for Rain Campbell.
And the heart and mouth stuff too is he rejoins the racetrack. He's obviously got nowhere else to go. He gets on the racetrack and brings all that garbage right into that braking zone as you get ready for the dipper. So that'll be heart and mouth for the first next lap or so for these guys. But did a great job, kept the car straight, and that's the main thing.
Bo Albert, 7th spot at the moment for the ERT stable, and has Dylan Rudd for company. He's trying to get by Dylan Rudd in position number 6, car number 1. So ERT versus ESC. OG gear replay. We're wondering where Brody Kostecki sustained that front splitter damage. Here it is. He got the water as well.
Oh, man!
Wow. Not dissimilar to Madison down.
Wow. And
Not
again,
dissimilar to Madison down, Sandman.
Caught out by that puddle. Again, just caught that puddle. And that fired him hard left. So, yeah, he's going to be struggling with that car for a little bit. And obviously, there's not enough damage where it's going to take him out of the race, but they'll be able to fix that under probably the next safety car or the next pit stop. So, we've seen more cars. Geez, it's heart and mouth stuff when you start to see those puddles flicker. Yep, we're just having a look. We got before and after shots. So this is before the incident and after. So you can dramatically see the damage between the two differences, and that's obviously what's affecting his speed. Lucky that he didn't get left front steering damage out of that.
Aerodynamically, Scott, that front left split up. That's just got a little bit of a dent in it, and on an upward trajectory, not a downward trajectory. So talk us through just how that might compromise them for the next short while in a not dissimilar fashion to what we saw the TCR entry being compromised for the back end of Madison Downs' first team.
Yeah, look, it's challenging because they're going to have to work on that. And the other message that come through as a part of that one as well from Jared Philcell was straight line deficit, better in the toe right now, not liking the balance of the car. So Kostecki's actually in a little bit of struggle streak. Remember, one of the biggest things about Brody Kostecki and what they actually talk about his biggest strengths are is that he's a really, really strong engineer. He does a lot of the work behind the scenes, giving them a great platform. It's also one of the things he's known for. He's such an engineer. And if you talk to Brady Baldwin in Car 07, he's actually done some work in slinging spinners on sprint cars, also with Kostecki around those same outfits. He says he's absolutely brilliant. You go and talk to the guy about mechanical things and aerodynamics and how you actually put the car together. The guy is an absolute champion just because of the way that he's able to talk about the car, put the car together and make it all work out on the racetrack. That's why he's grabbed that DJR car this year, strangled it and got it into a real position. And that's why he was so good at Bathurst, right? So he's this mindset guy. He knows as well that if he could sit down and put the time and he can adjust his drive. There's a change of position here. This is Myers down the inside of Horton, and it's going to
go with him as well.
Yeah, but think about that little bit of a perspective and put it in the background. So the fact that he says not loving the balance of the race car, I don't think that Brady Kostecki would have said that about a race car in a very, very long time because he's so good at chasing it. And the thing about the adjustments in this car and what we have here in the sim, you've got no tools to work with. You can't tweak the car throughout the day. He's stuck with it.
Yeah, and it would be that intelligence that he's bestowed upon DJR and the way in which he's gone about helping them push themselves and him up the order. That would have been a big contributing factor to why they've struck a long-term deal with him. They want him in their corner for the next 5 years. They've kept him till the end of the decade and the start of the next one. That was, of course, the news we all woke up to. This one, massive shot at the top of the mountain. Ryan Campbell's pointing backwards. 3 cars involved. And we'll wait and see if Ryan Campbell's able to get this one back going or whether that one's going to be parked for the afternoon.
Oh, Wittes is done. Wittes' engine's done.
This could be a safety car.
This
dare
will
I
be
say,
a safety car, you'd imagine.
Dare I say, is that puddle come into contention again? Here we go, the OG Gear replay.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely it has. A massive contact.
Oh, no.
Oh, and got
Crunch
drilled as well.
gone.
Big hits.
Lap 54 of 161, and we go yellow.
No, not yet. Not yet.
It hasn't been called yet. Walker's still got a way to go. He's still got a little bit of engine power. It's obviously race done for them. But is he going to be able to get it back to pit lane? Yeah, you can see, look at the steering angle he's got. That right hand down. He's got bigger drummers than his steering angle, though. That motor is gone. And now he's just doing his utmost best to get it back to pit lane. He might be right. He might clutch it from here.
Monumental for him to be able to get it back to the lane, because there would have been a lot of people keeping an eye on that with regards to pit lane strategy. We're not yet 100% in the window to go a full stint based on where we stopped first time through on lap 34.
Goodness gracious, that was a huge incident at the top of the mountain.
Interesting.
Biggest one of the day, and lucky too, Scott, that both drivers had the mindset to be able to get their car back to the lane.
I was just watching. I've been. Oh, there's 42. So that's Mole. I think no, it's Mole Queen. It's on board that car with a little bit of an issue. I've actually been watching that pack that had Ryan Campbell and everything in it. This is car 07. This is Jamie Stovall on board this car at the moment.
Watch this.
Oh, he's got nowhere to go.
Nowhere. Jam when he
Left
got
or
there.
right?
He thought he was going to clear it. He thought he'd given himself space, and then unfortunately it just closed up in front of him.
That's heartbreaking way for the day to end for both Ryan Campbell and Dylan Walker. Both GSRC alumni in their day as well. Across the start-finish line we go. Hello to anyone from the gents tuning in to watch a piece of this throughout the course of the afternoon. How could you not? It'd be hard to not be invested in this in some way, shape or form, and even harder to take your eyes off it at any point. You mentioned time zones earlier, Sam, man. I know it's a sore point for some, but let's talk about it anyway. If he's on the west coast, we're heading up towards 6:40 p.m. in the evening over there of America. 8:40 for the mid-range or the central range. The mid-range 7:40 p.m. on the east coast. 9:40 p.m. on a Saturday night over there. So they'll be burning the candle at both ends by the end. Of course, remember a couple of years ago we had Las Vegas Formula One starting 10 o'clock Vegas time. It's now an 8 o'clock start this year, so we will run overlapping with the Formula One this afternoon. It gets underway 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. But yes, many different time zones come into the mix, especially, that's the beauty of the sim racing world, especially when we're talking about the Bathurst 1000 and having guys running both this side of the Tasman and here on the land down under, and of course over in the United States as well. Sam Mann and the telestrator up and away.
Well, you can see exactly on that line there, that's where the race. Oh, it's nearly caught someone out just as we're showing this. So there's still so much water on the racetrack. That's as far as they dare be. You can see that little bit of dry line there. If they go any further than where they're at there, they're in drama, because this has been the biggest culprit for the weekend so far. So many drivers have been caught out. But look at the puddles. So still a big patch there. Massive patch here. But the fact that they've got that to deal with, it is all on the outside of that racing line. So they basically have just to make sure that they are inside this zone. Anything outside of here, that's when they're in trouble, and that's when they're in the fence.
We'll get to you in a moment, Scotty. I just want to quickly jump in there and remind everybody that if that rain forecast in the next hour comes to fruition, that puddle issue is going to remain, and probably for the balance of the afternoon. So it'll be interesting to see how it's changed and evolved and started to disappear throughout the first couple of hours, Sam Man. It's not as big as it was at the start, but then also how big it could become in the 4th, 5th and 6th hour of this race.
Yeah, that's it. And the more rainfall we get, exactly what you said, that puddle's just going to get bigger and bigger, and they're going to have to be mindful of that. They're going to have to narrow up that line, because we've already seen the drama that it's caused. Obviously, at the moment, they're on a slick tyre, and that obviously makes it 10 times worse. But if it starts to rain, they'll be on a wet tyre. It'll be a little bit more controllable, but they do need to be mindful of it.
Tyson Broadsix 13th at the moment, Blake Warboys 14th. We'll watch that battle continue to play out, but in the meantime, Scotty Raken, we've got a special guest jumping into the booth to have a chat to us far much earlier in the afternoon than what he would have probably preferred to have been doing so, but that's the cruelty of Bathurst sometimes. Oh, hang on. SVG has been tripped up by that puddle, we're just learning, so a lead change here, potentially. He's still in the lead, but the margin has diminished. Ben Gisbergen's had a moment at the top. He's caught it and saved it. And now Andre Heimgartner will play rearguard to him. Sorry, not Andre Heimgartner, Brody Kostecki. I'm getting my supercar drivers mixed up, my apologies. Kostecki will play rearguard to him, but a lot more so than what he was previously. We'll have that on replay for you in just a moment. In the meantime, Scotty, save me. There's far too many names being thrown around the place for my liking at the moment. This is the moment through the puddle. And as I said, we've got one driver here far earlier in the day than what he'd like to have been, but he'll have a chat to us nonetheless. His name is Jack Whittish. You'll hear from him in a moment. And just have a look at the puddle and the spray. Have a look at where he is. He's out in the weeds.
Oh, he's in the grass.
He's in the grass big time. He's done well, incredibly well to save that.
Just lost another one.
But look at the tyre mark too. He's gone straight off. So he's missed that turn in. And he's been able to manage to save it and stay out of the tyre barrier. That was a huge moment.
That's the skill of the bloke right there. Scotty,
Right,
go for it.
we've been trying to get this interview in for probably the last 5 minutes because Jack Willis is sitting with me at the moment. Jack, mate, I think the best way to talk about your season is all the action explodes right in front of you. Good news, mate. We can confirm we should be actually paying you money because you've been carrying our onboard camera just about every round of the year. But it's just been a nightmare year, brother.
Yeah, look, it hasn't been ideal, especially considering the amount of preparation that goes into these races. But when you're on track and you're in those battles, it's just so much fun.
Mate, I gave you a fair bit of flack earlier on in the stream for obviously going up the inside, but talk to me about being in the pack across the top of the mountain because visibility is low and everyone's searching for every little scare. If you're not using all the line, you're not out there and challenging, really.
Yeah, exactly, and obviously that part along the outside, between the Solaris BG go through is super sketchy, but when you're up there and you're in those battles, it's yeah, it's just proper fun. Just set those moves and enjoy it while you're in there.
Well, we'll have to go back and away from you at the moment because we've got to have a chat about car number 7 who's been in the barriers and nearly ended up in the barriers again. There's damage on the front end of car number 7. That was Zach Kerr on board car number 89 who just made his way through. Oh, again, sorry, Jack. Well, thanks for coming and having a chat with us, mate, but there is just... This thing just keeps... There's something happening nearly the entire time around this place. Here's the shot for car number 7. Is it going to be the puddle that you probably expect it is going to be? There it goes.
Bang.
Yeah, definitely first today.
Mate, well, yeah, just in terms of how the day's gone, how the season's gone, it took you until Detroit Belle Isle to actually put points on the... Hang on, there's more going on here.
Yep.
Car 61, over the barriers. That's the second time the front splitter's come off car 61.
I'm surprised that so many people are still getting caught out by that puddle. We've been dealing with it for 58 laps now.
Yeah.
I know it's easier said than done when sitting up here in a commentary box, but you do carry a lot of speed through there. The car does wash out wide naturally because it's a racing line, but it's something they need to be mindful of. We've seen so many people come unstuck.
Critical point as well, gentlemen. We're on lap 58. Pit stops looming very, very soon. So the third stop of the race is a stone's throw away. I feel sorry for Jack. He's come in here and not been able to get a bloody word in, but as Scott said, this race is off the chart at the moment. Zach Ratway wide up there in 4th spot at the moment, chasing Josh Anderson. Props to Luke Rosella. That Lobs Esport 55 entry is 5th from the rear of the grid. Dylan Rudd, Damon Woods, then Bo Albert, Jake Maloney and Brenton Hobson make up the top 10. We're on lap 58. We've still got 103 to go once this one is done of 161. The Bathurst 1000, round 11 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series for Supercars in 2025 and the True Force Enduro Cup Grand Finale, of course. Jack, who's your money on for the balance of the afternoon, mate? You can't buy Larkin in the series, but you get to sit back now, stress-free, crack open a coldie and watch the rest of it. Who's your money on?
Yeah, I wish it was in there, but it's got to be Phil Sell and Kostecki, I think. They're just too strong, as they have been all year.
Indeed.
Thanks, boys. We'll chat soon. Ta.
Good on you, Jack. Thanks for stopping on by, mate. Gotti, the intensity of this never ceases to amaze us, but this year feels like it's up the ante on last year. That was Luke Rosella, I think, going to pit lane. Yes, it was. So the first of the third round of pit stops underway. This is a vitally important section of the race. But am I right in reading the room that this year feels a lot more lively and a lot more intense than what last year was? And last year was special and significant for several reasons because we were, of course, saying farewell to Gen 2. This is the debut of Gen 3 for our 1000 at least. And Tommy McMillan's jumping back in that car, by the way. Phenomenal stint from Rosella.
Interesting to note, actually, we're on lap 58 when they make that pit stop. 24 laps from lap 58's 82. You know what the best part about that pit stop and that strategy is? That's past halfway. You can do from the end of lap 82 to the end is 82 to the end is 80 laps. They're bang on the money. They can. McMillan will do this next stint, Rosella to the end. So I think you'll see the whole field basically do that strategy. They'll just make sure the problem for Anderson, they've probably got to do a driver swap, put Burton back in for at least one more stint. Anyone that's got a main driver on at the moment is going to make sure they clear their co-drivers. And the problem will be with the fatigue of the race, and there's probably going to be a swap to wets at the moment. I'm saying I think there'll be a swap to wets. Basically, that's my spin on it. That's my take on it.
Yep.
And the heavy rain that we saw earlier on the forecast has dropped back a little bit, actually. But the numbers still suggest we're going to get rain, but it's not confirmed now. It's a little bit lower chance, and the intensity's come back.
Well, there'll be some people breathing a sigh of relief with regards to that, not least our team in race control. But I would have loved to have seen it lash down 1992 style. Just because why not, you know? A variable element of uncertainty and intrigue. But we've seen how difficult these things are to drive on a barely wet circuit, let alone an absolutely saturated one. Although the grid procedure this morning was on a wet track. That was noted by all and sundry. Here's the 143 to the chase one more time.
Where do you look at this race at the moment? Because I think everyone's... Is that Ian Ford? That's Ian Ford. But you're right. We'll be in the pit stop, so this stint might be a fraction longer. I'm just seeing James Scott start into the lane. They've got car 088 back up there after damage. Blackrock into it earlier. They're only 3 laps off the lead. We've got a couple more safety cars. They'll be back in this one. By the way, at 1 lap down, car 027, car 07. 2 laps down, car 28. Car 088's 3 laps down, as is car 111 at this point in time. They've got 111 back out there.
Yeah. And am I right in reading the lap, like, for the benefit of everybody at home, you might be able to see it on your totem pole on the left-hand side of the screen. You may not. That was the moment for Ford, and again, a lucky one. But Rain Campbell, Carl 111, 36th position, caught up in that incident at the top of the mountain. Does he still have a black flag to serve? I would say so. And therefore that drive-through penalty, just another further invoice to what's been a wretched afternoon for them in the last hour or so far, and still another 3-4 hours to run. So they're now serving that invoice. So that's a triple blow for them. First the incident, then the damage, then getting back to pit lane, repairing the car, and then, of course, going through and serving the drive-through, and all before the scheduled pit stop as well.
The one, actually, I did have one final question I wanted to ask Jack, but he's gone from this, is I reckon they're trending towards understeer across the top, and that's why they're getting wider and wider and wider at McPhillamy. Because as the stint's gone on, at the start of the stint, they're actually all quite narrow coming off there trying to avoid the puddle. As the stint's gone on, the cars aren't turning as well there. So that it's not being out of choice that they're out in the puddle. Because we know, look at the 2 guys that have hit it. Kostecki, Van Gisbergen. They're better than that. We both know, we all know that. Madison Down hit it late on in the stint as well. I reckon the cars are trending towards understeer across the top, and they're just not turning there. So I don't think they're driving the cars hard. I think the balance is just going away from them. That's where they're ending.
Have a look at the pillar of concentration of Blake Warboys at the moment. He's going to pit lane now too, this time through. So this is great timing for us to be on board with him for the run through over the ripple strips. Absolutely hammering it to the control line. Then the pit lane speed limiter is activated. Numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4 remain unchanged, and still Brody Kostecki runs rear guard to Shane Van Gisbergen, who leads this race at lap 61. So this is the critical lap, boys. From here, 100 laps to go. That's always the first box you want to tick.
My word. It's still taking stock of it, because every time I'm like, okay, the race has calmed down a little bit. Actually, by the way, my girlfriend's a vet, and I've learned this because she's on-call vet for our local area as well. She rotates it through a couple of different clinics. But one of the things I've learned very quickly being around her, I'm not allowed to say the word quiet, ever. That's just been taken out of my vocabulary. I'm never allowed to say that, and today it feels a little bit like that as well. Something's going on for this little grouping right here.
Yeah, and there is the fastest car on the racetrack right now, boys.
Was it?
Fastest lap of the race, Thomas McMillan, 2:07.863. But in the sevens for the first time today.
They're looking for that undercut opportunity.
Yeah. And by the way, with 100 laps to go, this time by the line, that's of course 621.3 kilometres. And again, math's not my strong point, but that means that we've gone about 378.7 to that point, if the numbers stack up nicely. So that's, not quite the 2/5 race distance marker. It's still a big box to tick nonetheless as we cross the crest down Conrod Straight. The battle packs continue around the circuit. Shane Van Gisbergen to pit lane, right on cue. Jake Blackhall still on pit road, but Van Gis on the lane, and everybody else behind him going a lap longer.
Oh, in forward, wide at the chase. Be interesting to see. He might just dive into pit lane. Here, Van Gisbergen. Look at the lot of zombies come across in front of O'Reilly to try and get a pit lane. They were both trying to head to pit lane, which is why they both wanted the left-hand side of the track. And O'Reilly's going to get in the back of him on the way in too. Argy-bargy, they're all fighting for a little bit of pit lane priority, I reckon.
Yeah, well, they're trying to gabble as much as they can, just sneak up. You know, there's that little bit of advantage if you're behind someone. If you can just get in there just that fraction a little bit quicker. Of course, the thing you don't want to do is run up their backside, because if you get a little tap up the back, you tap the car in front of you, you're going to have front splitter damage. That's the last thing you need.
Yeah, we've already seen how costly that is, haven't we, Sam Man, throughout the course of this race. We just don't know the significance of the impact in terms of just how much time you're going to lose over a stint with that, because every car is reacting to the damage that's incurred differently so far. 100 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen, in the Logitech G Pro Invitational 1000 of 2025. Ethan Warren to pit lane, Ethan Griggold as well. Difficult for Ethan Griggold, that stint, really difficult. He and Ryan O'Sullivan have a lot of ground to claw back this afternoon. Shane Van Gisbergen's rejoined in 9th place. There are positions 1, 2 and 3 clearing some lap traffic. Brody Kostecki, Josh Anderson, Zach Ratway-White, 0.7 of a second, covers the top 3 in this car race.
Yeah, you would imagine, I was going to say it's probably going to be too much longer, and they've all decided to fire off into the lane too. So they don't want to give that too much an advantage to Shane Van Gisbergen. He's obviously on fresh tyres, having a new run at it now. So, and look at the colour of that front of the car of 29. That's had its hard day at the office so far.
Indeed it has. Our fearless leader, by which I mean play-by-play, not producer-director. He's not allowed to go anywhere for the next 5 hours or so. But Scotty Rankin has departed for lunch. We're going to cycle through our own pit stops here in Central Commentary, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Cave and Stephen Clark. Sam Man, as he's better known in these circles, with you for the next short while. And the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000 of 2025. And Shane Van Gisbergen. This will give us an indication here, Sam Man, as to whether the undercut or the overcut is the strategy to run with for the moment. Round onto the main straight. Very smooth run, but not without its moments, that first stint for him. And it'll be interesting to see whether he double stints the number he's got to hit, if memory serves. 104 is the maximum allocated number of driving laps. So that's 57, the difference of that. Whether he can achieve that in 2 stints or whether he's got to do a third, we'll wait and see.
Look at the margin.
That's a huge margin.
They might be rolling the dice with a little bit of strategy, or we've got our tools of the trade happening in the background, just to give us a bit of an idea of the massive
Jake Kennedy's
margin.
across it, and the rest of us are about to be, Sam, man.
Yeah.
That's an extraordinary margin. So Van Gis stopped for 30.417. Everybody else is stopped for 49, 48 seconds. So Kostecki's come back out still ahead of Burton and Sapstead and McMillan and Beswick. But Van Gisbergen has bolted 20 seconds up the road. This is a short stint for those guys. So this goes back to what I was just talking about, Sam, man. The potential for where are they at with regards to driving time and how many laps is Van Gis going to run and how consecutively is he going to do them. It looks as though it's going to be one long stint, one short stint, and then potentially a second short stint or a full stint to get him home.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a massive margin, a big difference of 20 seconds. That's, yeah, I don't think any of us were expecting that. So, look, at the end of the day, it's still a long way for us to play out. Under the 100-lap mark now, 99 laps to go. And I don't imagine it'll be too much longer before we see Brady Myers in the lane too.
So a very interesting part of this
Just
race.
as I say that.
Yep. Brilliant. Telepathic thinking from Sandman. Just reading the mind of Brady Myers as he goes to pit lane now. So Van Gisbergen will go through, Kostecki to second, Burton, Sapstead, McMillan and Bestwick. The next few in the train. I'll be interested to see what the weather's going to do in the next 20 minutes or so, because we're in that hour, that window now, within the server, in which we are expecting rain to descend once more upon Mount Panorama. Gee, that's an extraordinary advantage for Shane Van Gisbergen, but they are opting for a different strategy to those around them. Thomas McMillan in 5th place. They're the big movers of the day so far, Sam, man. Up 32 positions from the last row on the grid. And they are all of a sudden back in race-winning contention. Lobs Esports on track for a potential lock out of the podium play here if things go to plan over the course of the next 97 laps.
Absolutely. And we shouldn't be surprised. Lobs have done an amazing job all season. And, you know, it doesn't matter who's behind the wheel of whatever Lobs car it is. They're always sort of there or thereabouts. They're a strong team. And, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a massive effort. And, yeah, just ticking off the laps at the moment. Got a nice, clean race car, and that's what they need. Don't have to worry about sort of digging up the panels or anything, nothing, hurting the nose, hurting the aero. It's just ride along and just tick it off and just be in the position where they are. Buy a ticket to the end, as I always say. And, yeah, I don't think we'd be too surprised if we saw a 1, 2, 3 from Lobs. And that's the last thing anyone, the other competitors want to see.
There's a couple of bets being hedged at the moment on where the next random safety car is going to fall, by the way, Sam. And there's a couple of people calling for it a lot sooner than later, just to assist with their own strategy. I'm not sure bribery's going to cut it on a Super Sunday here at Mount Panorama Bathurst. We're on board with Zach Kerr. He's chasing Tom Freer, who's aboard the Synergy Sim Racing entry that's normally steered by Brenton Hobson. Jordan Ross just ahead of them in 10th spot. Richard Hampstead is 9th. This is the battle train down Conrod Straight. So Ross, Freer and Kerr. And I'm just wondering where, yes, Jordan Ross is actually there on merit. They've already completed their 3rd stop. So that's a good recovery from the 143. That's 2 Synergy Sim Racing entries now. One either side of the top 10, one trying to break in, one trying to stay. And Zach Kerr there in 12th spot, trying to get back up in the top 10 as well. I'm just wondering as well, Sam, man, I mentioned Ethan Griggold earlier. He's come back out in 16th spot after all of that. So still a bit of ground to recover for him. And looking to the right-hand side of screen where we have a look at our pit stop times as well, mate, on our timing screen. It's interesting to note that only Van Giz has gone short in that stint. Eddie Bestwick's just been ganged up on. Kobe Jones, Bo Albert, through on the inside. Bestwick's lost 2 for the price of 1. Jones to 6th and Albert to 7th. Game-changing moments here in the Logitech G Pro Invitational 1000.
Yeah, that was strange because it was in the braking zone. It looked like he got maybe a little bit close to the grass. And did he have a moment? Like, did he plan on actually letting those 2 through? I'm not sure, but he was very much up against the grass into that braking zone, and maybe he just thought better of it. It's like, you know what? I don't want to sort of battle it and push on too hard, especially if I've got the left side near the grass. So lets him on by and just pushes on for another day.
Riding on board with Bo Albert. He'd be very happy with the opening stint that Rainer Costello has put together. They were up 6 spots on where they started. And that's the other thing as well, Sam, man, because of the uncertainty. And it's a bit like, full disclosure, I didn't see a bar of the real world thing this year. But the same thing happens, doesn't it? Whenever you throw the spanner in the mix that is the variable that is the weather, you get such a greater fluctuation with the leaderboard than what you normally do. There have been some huge beneficiaries of the events that have played out over the first 65 laps so far, not least the 3 cars on screen. Bestwick, Jones up 9, Bestwick up 3, and Albert up 6.
It's one of the beauties of endurance racing, isn't it? The unpredictability. There's so many things that you need to go in your favour to walk away with a decent result. You know, weather's a massive factor. You know, driver fatigue, just making little accidents, being in the wrong place at the wrong time where you get caught in someone else's accident. You know, thankfully, and I don't want to say it, but engine drivers, we haven't seen, you know, people downshifting and blowing motors as we go to an OG gear replay. And Hobbo just got looked up the inside there. Was it Frida behind the wheel?
That was Frida behind the wheel. Yeah, up into the
we haven't seen many motors detonate. We sort of saw that a little bit at Sandown where we started to see engines and all the rest of it. So we haven't seen that so far. So that's something that else could play into it too. So, but that's why we love endurance racing, because there's so many unknowns.
Indeed, and that was actually when I tuned in to watch the coverage of Sandown from the comfort of my hotel room in Warwick. I was out there commentating some XL racing over the course of the weekend. Here's Ethan Warren, Dylan O'Shea, Ethan Griggold, Andre Youssef, Tice Hodge, and Rehan Leonage, their battle pack at the moment. It's battle for 13th, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that's how far down the order these battles extend. It's important to know. The onset of weather really spiced things up, but it's not as though the weather needed to be implemented to liven it up anyway, because of the intensity, because of the car-to-car incidents, because of those mechanical failures. Those little 1%ers played a huge role at Sandown, but at least we had a lively 500, probably more so at Sandown than Phillip Island, to be fair.
Yeah, mate, I'm a big fan, a big advocate of Sandown. I love the racetrack, and for me, it's always going to be the traditional home of the lead-up to the Bathurst 1000. You know, to have the Sandown 500, that for me, growing up as a kid, I always knew that Bathurst was around the corner. Absolutely love Sandown. You look at it on paper and it doesn't look like there's too much to it, but it always provides great racing.
Indeed it does. Lap 67, into a rhythm now, into a really good rhythm in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. 67 laps in. It'll become the end of lap 67. Well, that was the end of lap 67 for Shane van Gisbergen this next time by. So, or the start of lap 67, I should say. So these guys just ending 66, starting 67. And out on that lap now they go. We've gone through 2 pit cycles. I'm very curious now, Sam Manners, to see where Shane van Gisbergen enters the pit lane next stint compared to everybody else, because that's a huge amount of time he's gained by short filling the tank, 20 seconds or so. And I'm just not sure as to how many litres per second the car refuels at, and that will make all the difference in the world. That's a good move there as well. So that was on the OG gear replay, and that was Bo Albert moving up past Kobe Jones to move up into 6th spot. McMillan the next target for them, but he is 3.2 seconds down the road, and he's himself 3 seconds behind William Sapstead, who remains at this point only 1.5 seconds off Jake Burton, who is 0.8 of a second off Brody Kostecki. And the margin Kostecki to Van Gisbergen, 16.7 seconds. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see just how short they've filled the tank, Sam Mann, and therefore exactly what their critical number is in relation to everybody else. Everybody else coming in, they're on about lap 5, lap 6 of their stint. So they're looking high 80s. Van Gis might be pushing low 80s or late 70s. We're just not sure how many litres of fuel are going into the car per second to justify that sort of time difference.
I'd love to be tapping into the brains trust there at Lobs just to see their thoughts behind it all, because, you know, we do see pit stop variations where someone might take 5 seconds or 10 seconds, you know, less difference in fuel. But when you see 20 seconds, it's like, wow, you know, that's the bit that surprised me the most. But obviously it was to plan. It's an idea that they're playing out, they're happy with. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to tap into them and to see what the mindset was behind it all.
2x2 down the main straight. Across the start-finish line we go. So Ethan Grigolt's got his hands full here. Andre Youssef, Tice Hodge. Dylan O'Shea, trouble one. Contact. Andre Youssef, the one that loses out big time there.
His teammate almost had a moment too. He had to go on the outside around him. Was in the grass, and that could have ended in disaster for him. So dodged the bullet there, but there was a little bit of nose-to-tail contact. But thankfully, everyone got away.
That's benefited Ethan Griggolt immensely. He's managed to break 1.6 seconds clear of this garbage. He doesn't want a piece of that. Rehan Leonage is the one that's wedged in the middle now between Tice Hodge and Josh Horton. But again, because everybody got checked up, this is the onboard with Tice Hodge. Just to give you a better look at it, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Grigolt's got himself... Oh, no, that's very unlucky.
Yeah.
Because it was a slide through mid-corner from the teammate, of course, Andre Youssef, that checked him up and led to all of that contretemps. Rehan Leonage, the beneficiary of that, Sam, man, he's broken 1.5 seconds clear in the same way that Ethan Griggolt was the beneficiary. And it's broken a 5-car battle pack up into 3 different parts, you would argue, at this point. And every invoice costly at the moment, particularly for Tice Hodge and Josh Horton.
How's the track now? Just looking at the last lap.
Bright and dry almost.
It's so bright now. It's like there's been a peak through the clouds and the sun's coming down. You can see just how bright the racetrack is now. So obviously we are keeping a close eye on the radar. We're expecting rain a little bit later, but I know all these drivers that are racing, they'd be happy for this race to stay dry, but that's the unpredictability of motorsport and Mother Nature.
And formerly a concept that we never really got to entertain in the sim racing world. We only ever have had this luxury in the last 12 months or so since the Tempest weather system was introduced. It's great to see the way in which it's been implemented. As Sam Man said, like most iRacing infrastructure, it's a work in progress. They're still chipping away at it, trying to improve it on the go. And there's some exciting stuff coming up in the vicinity with content drops and updates due any week now. Van Gisberg and Kostecki, Burton, Sapsted, McMillan in the top 5 on the 1,000 at the moment. We hit lap 69. And this battle continues on. So Vermilion Fury and 9.5 going at it at the moment. Dylan O'Shea, Josh Horton. Andre Youssef's got Dan Hall for company, so that's the Castrol car that's latched back on there, 19th and 20th. And Forza Al Nabi's just got by Scott Gamble as well for 22nd. I just saw that pop up on the screen. For Ethan Griggolt, the next target is Ethan Warren, but that's 3.5 seconds that he's got to try and recover at the moment. A safety car, I mean, I know we were talking about it a few moments ago that everybody's praying for a competition caution, a random safety car to be thrown at some point. And by the way, when I threw to the first ad break, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't sure that what the reason for the safety car was. No, it was just a random competition, NASCAR-style inspired caution at that point. We'll see 1 or maybe 2 more of those, I'm sure, throughout the course of the balance of the afternoon. Who's impressed you most so far? I mean, aside from the McMillan and Rosella entry, they're up 32 spots. Who else has impressed you, and who else on the other side, flip side of that coin, Sam Man, are you expecting a little bit more from in the next, what have we got, 91 laps to go?
Oh, well, I'm not too hard on anyone at the moment. Obviously, this is the toughest race to win all year, and the conditions have been very trying. I guess we're all curious to see how much of a bounce back the 77 can do. Obviously got caught up in some drama and had a little bit of contact. That hurt the car. They managed to fix that car, and then unfortunately got into an altercation with, so they had to serve a drive-through penalty. So we can see Ethan Warren, he's now behind the wheel of the 77 at this stage, and he's back in 13th. So they're trying to make their charge up towards the front. That's probably something we're going to keep an eye on. And Ethan Griggolt too, he's there in 14th. So I don't have too many. I'm impressed with everyone, and everyone's been very adaptive to the conditions. It's obviously caught a lot of people out, but that's what they're all here for. Biggest race of the year. We see Forza Al Nabi. He's now making his tour down pit lane.
Safety car deployed right on cue. So Forza Al Nabi's on pit lane at the right time. Could not have timed that any better. This will result in a flurry of pit activity, you would imagine. But there are two things that we're looking at here, Sandman. A, where everybody is in their stint, and B, where they are with regards to the amount of driving time they've done and how many laps they've still got to do before they can, if they're a co-driver, for instance, get out and shut up shop for the balance of the day.
And don't forget the strategy that Van Gisbergen's got at the moment. So 16 seconds at this point when the safety car came out. He's now going to be in the lane a lot longer than what everyone else is. You'd imagine that they would fill up and take it all the way and fill up and put as much fuel as they can. He's dived straight into pit lane. Obviously going to get there a lot earlier than everyone else. But that advantage that he had on the track, that obviously all disappears now with the punch up of the safety car.
You would now suspect, as Brodie Kostecki has been compromised slightly by lap traffic there potentially. Anderson and Burton are going to stay out.
Wow.
Interesting gamble.
Yeah,
Jake Burton to stay out. It's only 7 laps into the stint. Only 7 laps into the stint. That's important to note. But that's how quick time has elapsed here and how short this stint has been at the same time. We are only 7 laps into the stint for a lot of these guys. 8, 9 at the most. Safety car deployed, whether it's a random one or whether it's because of an incident that we haven't yet seen. I think it's a random one, considering that we haven't had an OG gear replay as yet. Burton's going to lead this field back to green. Kostecki and Van Gisbergen still on the jacks on pit road at the moment. All this does, Sandman, is increase Shane Van Gisbergen's presence in this race, I dare say. Andrew Gilliam now will have Van Gis out there for, I would suspect, a full stint in stint number 4 here. And off we go. Brodie Kostecki gets out ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen and does so to the tune of, oh God, having a look at the time, they're 2.81 seconds. So not bad. A long way to go, but I just get the feeling now that Van Gis's stint time or driving time in this race may have just been extended.
Yeah, and that's what we love about these safety cars, is that you just never know who or when, who it's going to affect and when it's going to affect someone's race. So everyone now on a little bit of a level playing field, I guess, except for the car 36. They've opted to stay out. So they're on a little bit of a different tyre strategy as far as fuel as well. So I don't know, are they looking to the heavens? Are they thinking that that might be a factor come the time that they need to pit? But I don't know, a little bit perplexed. I would have expected them to be in the lane and grab the fuel the same as everyone else. But hey, each to their own.
Indeed. Lap 71. Jake Burton leads the field. Kostecki, Van Gisbergen, Sapstead, Albert, McMillan, Jones, Beswick, Hampstead, and Kerr. Jordan Ross outside the top 10 now. So Kerr's moved himself up into the top 10 in the midst of all of this at the expense of Jordan Ross. Ethan Warren back in 13th spot. Ethan Grigalt has dropped down to 15th. Rehan Leonage up into 14th. There's a guy we haven't spoke too much about in the last couple of hours, Sandman, but he's a big favourite of yours. A little bit further down the race than what they were, or what he was, particularly this time last year. New combination and a few other factors, but it'll be interesting to see what they can do in the balance of the day and the remaining 90 laps here from position number 14 if they can push their way back forward.
Well, the beauty is that this opportunity now, it obviously bunches the field up. It brings them right back into contention. And you look at the car, it's straight too. They don't have to worry about, the possibility of having damage at the moment. So the car looks good. They're obviously not short on pace. And yeah, this is beautiful timing where it brings them right back into the fold.
So everybody's looking skyward. We should probably be able to give you a little bit of an update now with regards to the weather radar. With regards to the spreadsheet, the timings that we saw on screen there a few moments ago. I think the last update we had was 2:15. We saw the weather radar suggesting rain. Yes, there it is now for 3 o'clock. And it's only for a 15-minute period. So whatever, it's 72% chance of, 13% chance at 72% humidity. We are potentially looking at rain there. And northeasterly winds at 25 kilometres an hour. So the winds are strong. but the wind hasn't been moving the water in the way that we would have liked it to throughout the course of the day thus far. But whatever we're looking at getting there, Sam, man, for 15 minutes is short, sharp and sweet.
Yeah, and that'll be enough just to make it just that little bit spicy. I know there'll be teams and drivers hoping that that's not the case, but I know everyone sitting at home would be going, you know what, a little bit more water on the racetrack with these slick tyres. I think we could go for that. All the teams are thinking, no thanks.
Indeed. Scott Rankin rejoins us at this point in time. How was lunch?
It was good. Lamb roast wraps with a bit of salad.
Good boy.
There were a few olives in there as well. So a bit of a Mediterranean mix we went for.
That's the only thing about the virtual world Bathurst 1000. You don't get the luxury of the catering staff being on site to assist you.
My catering staff is great. I don't know what you're on about. My catering staff here are phenomenal. I was actually just having that conversation with my partner. I said to her, "You've ruined me because I'm never ever going to get food quite the way that you put it together." So I have been absolutely ruined. And Sandman actually met her up at QR not too long ago, so he can confirm she does exist.
Correct. Very good. Now, at this point in time, we're just doing wave rounds here. The safety car is releasing cars that are a lap or more down on the train so that we can hopefully get a restart this time through. In the meantime, let's talk tech. Let's go to the G Hub and let's go to Sandman.
Yeah, boys. Well, there's been a lot of changes for this season. And of course, it's the biggest change, I think, for us, especially in the Pro Series, was the supercar Gen 2 to Gen 3. So as much as the teams and drivers have had to get used to that change, some of the sim drivers have had to change and adapt a little bit too. So what I'm doing is a little bit of Logitech tech talk. And what I've got is one of my old steering wheels. So this is obviously, if you look at it, a Gen 2 setup. So ideally, I had all my buttons laid out, had it pretty much exactly as what we had in the sim, and loved every second of it. I thought it was ideal, loved the way of the placement, the buttons, all the opportunity, and these are the little changes that we get to do in these race cars. So if you're not familiar, you've got your brake bias that you could change in the Gen 2, all the rest of it with your buttons, your talk to your communications and stuff like that. Then we have the switch up where we've got Gen 3. So I've had to go from this one, and we've changed to Gen 3, so we'll quickly duck out a shot. Don't do a Larco and drop any expensive equipment because no one wants to pay for that. Then we've moved up to the new Gen 3 steering wheel. So make it a little bit easier for everyone at home. This is a little bit, everyone sort of customizes their steering wheels the way they like it. So you can see the way I've got things planned out. I've got my ignition and my starter for my green and the red buttons up here. Probably easy for you to see that way. Then up here, the blue buttons I've set up for my wipers. So you've got your intermittent wiper or you've got your wiper that stays on full time. You've got your talking. So I've got up my talk chat here for whether it's in-game or whether it's TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak, I'm sure I'm my age there, aren't I? So that should be Discord. And then, of course, you've got your map settings as far as your brake bias and stuff that you want to change as well. So the beauty about sim racing is that you do get to optimize and make these things as personal as you can. You know, the opportunity where you can pretty much sit in these buttons where you're driving, you can be focused on your race, but you know without even looking at your steering wheel that you've got your safety car, your pit lane speed limiter, all your buttons that you need are right at your fingertips. And it becomes almost second nature as a driver, is that you can do all your mapping and everything on your steering wheel without even looking at it, and you can concentrate on the ice on the road. So that's important when you start to think about Mount Panorama and how difficult this racetrack already is. You throw in the weather conditions, the last thing you need to be doing is looking down at these steering wheels and changing setups because you need to be focused, eyes ahead, straight on the road. So beautiful thing by Logitech as far as the hub, as far as attaching it to, I've got an MPI steering wheel here, and I absolutely love it. I love the fact that it's pretty much slip in straight onto the sim rig for myself, and then you see it in game. It's one of those nice little cliches that we've got where we bring Gen 2, Gen 3 technology, not only from the race car, but we've also got it in the simulator.
Perfectly timed, Sam Man. Here we go for a restart this time through. It'll be the start of lap 73 of 1,000. Scotty, lead us away.
Here we go. on lap number 73. We'll get to green flag racing for the first time. It's a non-Lobs esports car that leads us around a lap of the mountain at speed. Jake Burton back on the tools behind the wheel of car number 36. He will finish up his stints and hand over to Anderson. Can they take it to him? They pitted 10 laps ago, so they've got a car that's going to be lacking a little bit. It's already burnt off some of the good stuff in terms of its tyres, but Kostecki and Van Gisbergen in behind, they will challenge them.
Maybe there's that thought in the back of their head as well, boys, and it's worth talking strategy at this point. As we watch the squabbling for position, Ethan Warren, Ethan Grigott, Rehan Leonage, that part of the running order here. We're looking out the back from Rehan Leonage to Ethan Grigott right now, and pretty much intertwined those two cars at this point. A little bit of SMSing going on from Ethan Grigott to Rehan Leonage. Might not be worth too much to some people tuning in at home, but might be worth investing here in the commentary box, or investigating rather. The interesting point there with Jake Burton, he's got a couple of laps under safety car under his belt, so everybody's on cold tyres. Yes, he's got a little bit more tyre wear on board, but strategically speaking, where are we? We're 88 laps to go once this one's done. Can he get home on 3 stops? And is that on 3 more stops? And is that why he opted for track position over strategy, over a transit down the lane and a free set of tyres and a free top up of fuel? Is that the game he's playing? And what about the weather? I know that'll spice things up, but we just don't know when it's going to hit, how intense it's going to be, and whether we're going to need to switch to wets.
It's going to be, we were talking about laps 45 minutes, but we might only get 15 minutes of it, just based on what I'm seeing at the moment. If we see it at all, I reckon we'll probably get a splash, a splish, and it'll be gone, sort of thing. I reckon it won't even be enough to add to the puddles that we've seen thus far today. Right, first lap back under green flag conditions, and already Brody Kostecki is starting to chase down car number 36. Tyres have cooled off, they've come back to temperature, they've come back to the drivers. What is Jake Burton going to be able to do to actually try and hold him off? New fastest lap of the day, 2:07.295. Driver of the car, 94, Brody Kostecki, is going hunting, and Jake Burton is set squarely in his sights.
This is going to be a big test for Burton to see if he can keep the 2 supercar heavyweights, former champions, former Bathurst winners in the real world, in his rearview mirror. How long can he withstand the pressure and defend these guys? A couple of comments about wishing the water would evaporate and disappear, and that's coming from Brenton O'Brien, and from what I understand, Phillip Island's got its fair share of water to contend with down there in the real world at the moment. The Invitationals and Island Magic up to the top of the mountain. Have a look at the commitment through there. We're not yet in the 6s, we're perilously close to it. As close as we've been all day. But now the big test awaits for Jake Burton. Trouble on the top!
Oh, God! Madison Downs in the fence, are you kidding me?
Ethan Warren, the driver of that car at the moment. Look at the front end damage on that car, Scott.
It's going to be done, and now it's going to be Dylan O'Shea. Comes up on him as they head down to the elbow. He's got to be aggressive here, as does Tyson Broad. Oh, he's just trying to get out of the way. He knows that it is walking wounded, and there's nothing that he can do about it. And that is the second time that car's been in the barriers today. Have a look. Scott Gamble was trotting around the outside, stuck his right-hand side tyres in the marbles, looking for a little bit of traction and to get the job done. Is it puddle? You could just about bet your bottom dollar it is. Yeah, up and over the curve, all round. Goes it square on into the barriers, and I would say car 77, if not done, is on the wrong side of the footnote of this one.
One contender gone. Massive blow. So now the baton falls in place into Jake Burton's lap. He's now got to run with this and fly the flag for Trans-Tasman. But he's got to contend with the pressure that's going to mount very shortly from the Lobs Esports stable. Sapstead having an almighty run, but under pressure now from Bo Albert, who goes left, then right, and to the inside into position number 4 at Griffin's Bend. Nicely done from Bo Albert. ERT, their best placed car at the moment. The Eclipse Sim Sport entry is still the best placed Eclipse team in the field in 5th. Thomas McMillan, an almighty run to 6th to this point. Kobe Jones, don't rule him out in 7th. Car number 1. Eddie Bestwick, Richard Hampstead, Zach Kerr, right round out the top 10. But Ethan Warren and Madison down. That's a huge blow for the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of work to try and get that car repaired. By the way, we are back to 32 cars in the lead lap. I think we've had a few cut their way back to the lead lap. I think including Russell Pepperell and Andre Heimgartner are back on the lead lap. So they are back and in contention. Jamie Stovall and Brady Baldwin are back to 1 lap down, as a car number 28, Ben Faulkner. Think about how long their path back to the lead lap's been. We've got 2 cars at 2 laps down. It's triple one with Rain Campbell at the wheel and Sam Blacklock back on 088. He was 4 laps down at one point. They're back to 2 down, 2 more safety cars at the right times. Car 088's back in contention. But the motor race, it keeps on trucking. It takes no prisoners. Car 77 in the fence. Have a look at them again, searching for those puddles. A little bit of cool on the left-hand side of the race car down Conrod Straight. Eddie Beswick struggled in the middle portion of the first stint of the day. He's back behind the wheel of car 56, and he's got to make sure that he stays in this pack. If that car is in contention at the back end of the day, this stint is critical to it being there.
I'm just thinking as well, going back to what I was saying earlier with regards to the longevity of the fuel tank for this car, right? 13 laps into the stint now. This is lap 75. Got into the car, therefore, with, or 76, I should say. So this is lap 13 of the stint. Got into the car, therefore, 76 minus 13, 63. So if you're going to force stop it, you need 3 25s and a 24 lap stint there, or 2 24s and 2 25s, and that's doable. And we've seen that already today. Aided by fuel saving, aided by the fuel not burning as much on a wet circuit, Scott. We've got that rain potentially coming shortly. Whether it falls or not remains to be seen, based on the amount of fuel that you can save under the safety car as well. So Burton's in the race if he can hold on to the tyres. Oh, geez, that's hairy, isn't it, on the inside? This is the battle for 27th, if you don't mind. These guys are having at it.
But they are up the hill once more. Ewan Baker's in the wars at the moment. Kurt Stenberg. That car was damaged at one point as well. It looks back to about 99% at the moment. It's at least nice and accurate up and across the top 4 now. And we continue the journey. We continue winding our way beyond lap 100. The critical number here in just a few minutes' time as well gets us to lap 81. From there on out, you can stick your main driver back in and run them to the end. But it is a big, big ask. Think about 72 laps from home. That's 3 stints. That's 3 big fuel stints. And that will come at lap 89. You can run 3 fuel stints to the end of the race. So that is the number they're probably all targeting and trying to drive through. This will be a short little run here. This will be a short stint about how they go after it. For Rehan Leonage, he's had to live through, survive, and had Brady Myers coach him through that stint where he was backwards at the exit of turn 1 after touching the puddles. The recovery effort from the rear of the field, deep in the 30s, back to 12th spot. They've done a great job to this point.
Absolutely, and more still to be done, and every chance to do it as well. Sitting right where they want to at the moment, and just ahead of Ethan Grigott, just ahead of Tommy Freer. Then you got the trio of Vermilion X Fury entries in behind them. This is a stacked field, especially when you look at the names in that battle pack and the fact that they are fighting for as low as 12th in this running order. It's not a question of quality. There's plenty of that. It's packed to the rafters with quality, this field, and have a look at them on the limit here. Bo Albert's just broken ever so gradually clear of Thomas McMillan. He's got Devin Jones and Bestwick for company. We'll have a look at the OG Gear replay. Just have a look at this for a moment. Oh, jeez. That's down to Scott McMillan. And then the switch back. What about the save? The car committed the twitch for Sapstead there as McMillan goes to P5.
Oh, but Albert! No! With the fence! No, you don't! Is there anyone else that's going to get into the back of him as well? He sat there on the left-hand side. McPhillamy! Oh, where do they go? They're all trying to get visibility of him because they can't see where he is.
Yeah, he's stuck, stranded. I mean, he's going to be able to get back going, Scotty, but that's a big moment. And another would-be contender wiped out of it. He drops down to 29th.
Not wiped out.
Oh, not wiped out in terms of finishing the race, but certainly in terms of being outright contender.
Well, I mean, we've seen McMillan, and it's just up and over the curves again. Those puddles again, bite.
And bite hard.
But look at them all. None of them could see. That's the visibility in those cars. I guarantee, if you were to go for an onboard shot from maybe a driver's perspective, I don't know if you can grab a driver's perspective if anyone's running out there with a helmet cam. There you go. Oh, what do you see? And then you see it. All you see is puffs of what you think is spray, and it's smoke. Kobe Jones' onboard shot told that story. But you look at that, Zach, and you just go, well, hang on. Where am I supposed to go? And the reaction time, and think about the horsepower underneath the rear wheels as well. You can't just, there's no driver aids. You can't just stand on it and have it work out for you.
They'd be getting a little bit of correspondence with regards to keep being mindful, caution, be aware of an accident potentially up ahead, but they're none the wiser as to where it is. So you do feel for them in this particular instance, but we've seen some magnificent evasive action. The reflexes on these guys has to be applauded throughout the course of the day so far. Good news to report, Ethan Warren's got back out there. Yes, unfortunately he's 3 laps down now, but he has got back out there. Sam Blackrock showing 2 laps down. They're back out on racetrack as well, 36th, 35th. Dylan Walker out of the race, so too Ruben Goodall. They're now 24 laps down the Dylan Walker entry after that engine let go in that previous big shunt at the top of the mountain. We've now picked up the racecraft entry in position number 19. No, sorry, car number 19, I think it is. On across the top of the mountain. That's Dylan, yeah, car number 19 in 17th. And Dylan O'Shea is the driver of that car at the moment. In behind him is Forza El Nabi, and in behind them is Tyson Broad, who's having a relatively smooth and clean run so far, but you know, I hesitate as I say that because I don't want to put the mocker on him, as we've already done with a few other would-be contenders so far today. But those guys, it was impressive to see that they weren't afraid to be a little bit vulnerable and a little bit emotional and let their feelings air on Friday night, Scott. It meant so much to him and Harry, particularly Harry Lewis, to get the job done in the GT Pro Invitational. So I dare say for Tyson Broad, as much as he would love to win the 1,000, any result he can achieve today will be gravy on top, really.
Particularly for, I mean, he said pre-show as well, I burned all my luck, I burned all my pace on Friday night, and it was tempted to have a bit of a dig at the ball. I was a bit nicer than that earlier on. But, yeah, no, I think it's worthwhile. I mean, I didn't want to drive the Dagger in. He'd be feeling pretty sorry for the 12 after the moment he had. So, yeah, it's choose a time and a place. And now when they're only 2 laps down instead of 4, and they are a threat of being back on the lead lap on the end of the race, you know, now you can start sitting there and start trying to achieve your lap back, I think is probably the big thing for that car. And that's what they're doing as well in terms of strategy. They're just doing everything they can to grab a safety car at the right time and keep themselves alive, right? So, yeah. Oh, gee whiz. Like, what a day. What a day we've had. There's the 06 car as well. That front split is finally come off of that car.
See, the funny thing is, it has, and unsurprisingly, Bo Albert, unfortunately, running with a compromise set up for the balance of this stint. And poor old Ronnie Costello, spare a thought for him as well, did so well to keep that car in contention in the top 10 earlier in the race. Ethan Griggolt sitting there 12th at the moment. Still they take the water at the top of the mountain. And Ethan Griggolt ranges up into the back of Rehan Leonage. But the interesting thing for mine in all of that, reminding everybody at home, Jake Burton still withstanding the pressure of Brody Kostecki, 0.6 of a second, the margin. You talk about how big a day this is, Scotty, and it is for everybody. But you got the worst of both worlds at the end of the day, right? We're going to get off air, we're going to be zapped, we're going to be exhausted, we're going to be spent, and we're going to be looking forward to some sleep. but we're going to be running on too much adrenaline. So it's going to take 3 or 4 hours for the adrenaline to die off before we can actually go and rest and then start the recovery process from what's been such a busy week, let alone day. Have a look at that for Tom Freer at the top of the mountain. And bottom of the screen, you got Ethan Grigg-Galt putting the pressure on Rehan Leonage still.
He dodged it. So, job done, I guess.
Yes.
Again, they're taking risks, aren't they? I mean, you know, that's where, look, that I will tell you straight away, part of the reason that I'm here in the commentary box is I drive a little bit under the limit. And I don't have the skill level to take it all the way out there and be that accurate. That's, you know, you gotta drive it and take every little opportunity. And this thing is not easy to drive. Sometimes at points in time, particularly getting into the slow speed corners, it can be a little bit of work. You try and get the car to turn in. It's not necessarily the easiest thing some days to get the car pulled up and turned in. You can pinch front brakes, you can pinch rear brakes. I will actually pass this on. There's actually probably a point where we can talk about this as well. I was chatting to, again, I'll reference the conversation I had with Gillian and Phil Cell last night after qualifying, after the shootout. The cars are rear limited across the stint, not front limited. The front turns in quite nicely. It's the rear that doesn't necessarily want to track in. So what you'll actually find is as the stint wears on, they might migrate the bias forwards. And it's just because the front end's, you know, relatively okay with trying to get into the corner. It's the rear end that doesn't want to necessarily get into the corner. So you move the bias a little bit forward. But the bigger thing as well is how you brake the car across the stint is really, really important to the way that you drive the car. Why are we talking about that? Well, it's actually less pit. You won't jump on the brakes as hard and as angry. As the stint comes on, you'll be more progressive and you won't get as high on that pedal pressure. Just because the car grip's just not there. It can no longer support it. And again, migrating that bias a little bit further forward just to combat with that. You want to have it rear wind because that's how you trail the rear of the car and you get it to want to come around with you. Too far back though, and the rear end dances all over the place in the braking zone. You've got to come off the pedal, which means you sail on through the corner.
Ethan Grigg-Galt trying to line up an overtaking opportunity on Rehan Leonage, but again, this is just illustrating just how difficult it is to get by the youngster and how well he drives. We've spoken about it for the last couple of years, and yet it remains true, even though obviously with a couple of years comes experience and youth deteriorates. There's the updated weather situation. 3 o'clock server time, ladies and gentlemen, so half an hour from now. So that'll be 3 Eastern Daylight Time, real time as you watch it. Yes, that's about as close to real world as we can get in the server today for you, ladies and gentlemen. About 3 o'clock is when we're expecting that. What are we looking at now? 15% chance of rain. So the odds aren't there in the way they were earlier, but critical lap coming up here, Scotty. Look at the top of your screen. Left-hand side, 81 of 161. We tick this lap off. We begin the run down the hill on the run to the checkered flag. It'll be 500 kilometres down, 500 to go. Half race distance in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. Dylan Pereira to pit lane. But yeah, still it remains true with Rehan Leonage. The head on that shoulder is far more mature than the age would suggest that you should be. And that's why we marvel in the brilliance he brings to the table year on year.
And he's been taking to, I believe, time trial racing actually this year as well for Rehan. So he's been slowly getting himself more and more and more behind the wheel. I think it's actually a Toyota 86 or it's a Subaru BRZ. I think it's one of that sort of category of cars that are all quite close to each other. They've actually been taking to time trials. And again, it's every single time he takes the car out, a little bit further forward, a little bit further forward, a little bit further forward. That's where you take the sim stuff and you push it further forward. Very early on in the Gen 3 of this car, Rehan was one of the quickest guys. He was putting a lot of work, a lot of effort in. He was coaching a ton of guys and doing setup for a ton of guys as well. So he has really made the sim his own, and where he's earning a little bit of money out of that as well. And a lot of guys talk really, really positively. He said he's one of the best coaches. He just sits there, he talks to you, and you go, this kid's 16. This kid's, I'm taking advice. Generally, guys that are double his age, taking advice from him. How cool is that?
Indeed. And it bodes well for the years to come, because there's a real role for him to play in nurturing the talent that will go in and follow in his footsteps, Scott. He will have a mentor, the ability to be a mentor in the years to come. There will be people that will be tuning in here, idolising what this guy is capable of and wanting to go out and follow in his footsteps. in the days, weeks, years, months, and whatever else to come. I can't do it either. But like, I've got 2 left feet. I can't do manuals. I have to have an automatic, which is why I hide out here in the commentary box and just marvel in what these guys do. Some better than others, and it's good though. The other side of the coin here is, right, yes, there's a lot of banter. Yes, there's a lot of friendly fire. Yes, there's a lot of sledging. We love that aspect of our sport, and there's a lot of that, especially within Discord, especially within this commentary box. But everyone's willing to help everybody. You know, you don't have to go too far to find somebody that's willing to lend some advice, lend some insight, lend some guidance, be that in sim setups or car and track setups, and just helping, and it's particularly prominent over on the platforms of the GSRC. We've got guys seeking assistance all the time, trying to get some gains to help their own sim racing journey. The other thing about that too is I think there's something to be said about being spurred on to do better based on the guys that are racing around you. We see great improvement because people find the time to chip away, to dedicate to applying themselves, to chip away at their shortcomings and work on those. So the overall product of sim racing becomes far better when that happens. Still water being kicked up on Conrad, and we're on lap 82.
Yeah, it's still not necessarily drying up. I actually think we're heading into a period of heavy cloud cover, and the circuit's actually starting to cool off just a little bit as well. Not massively, but I haven't seen like heavy sun on the track for a good while here, and it's just trended down a little bit. The critical factor is having a look at that graphic right there. Have a look at the second last icon. 24 km/h winds from the northeast. That is blowing, absolutely blowing. Where is that coming from? That's effectively coming from Murray's Corner and blowing across towards Griffin's Bend. So it's not a head, it's a semi-head, actually it's a perfect headwind into the chase. Actually, that's the breaking point for the chase is straight into the wind. Yeah. So that sort of tells you, gives you a direction. Down Conrad Straight, it's slightly right to left, nearly a headwind down Conrad, which means it's close to a tailwind up Mountain Straight as well.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing for a lot of people. If you haven't been to the area and you're not familiar with the bearings of it, when you look at Australia Post, delegation and whatnot, it is actually listed in South Bathurst, the suburb of South Bathurst. So the top of the circuit is actually the southernmost part of Mount Panorama. The northern part is, as you say, that bottom right-hand corner there, Murray's corner, and the pit straight up to Hell Corner. So it's interesting to note that the northeaster hasn't changed. It's been pretty much a strong northeaster for the balance of the day. And is that going to actually play a part in pushing whatever potential rain we have coming through a lot quicker or away from the circuit altogether? We'll wait and see. Time will tell. We'll know in the next half hour.
Change from the lead. Brody Kostecki's got by Jack Burton.
There we go.
And that's on this lap as well.
Still Burton's in the mix though. I mean, he's got 2.4 on Van Gisbergen. He's got another couple of seconds then on McMillan. Bob's Esports 1, 3 and 4. Burton's still in the mix here. He just needs to nurse these tyres through what's left of this stint now. He's on lap 20 of his stint. Kostecki's 8 laps fresher tyres. But we know that Burton's also off strategy. So he's due on pit lane in the next 5-6 laps at most.
And here's the change of position. So this actually happened all the way back on Mountain Straight. And again, I guarantee, look at Burton lifted. As soon as Brody got to his inside, he didn't let Brody get there, but the instant Brody got there, no problem. On with my own race. Because again, think about a car race, right? This is about who can get between lap 0 and lap 161 the quickest. This is not about who hangs on to the lead. It's actually about connecting the dots. I actually quoted this one a little bit earlier on. Fernando Alonso speaks about it very, very well. It's actually not a race against the other cars. It's a race against the clock. Because if it takes you 5 hours and 40 minutes to get 161 laps done and the next guy's 5 hours and 42 minutes, you win. right? Doesn't matter where the two cars are on track, provided you are the first one across that start-finish line. And sometimes it's going to be season source. What they've done with car 36 is gotten themselves off cycle, off sequence. What that has done, Brody Kostecki bit moment up and across the top into the puddle. So he's even still pushing on. Right, what it does do is they went early for their most recent pit stop. And they went early to get Burton in this car and get Burton back out of this car. And they took a huge whack at the undercut. It's worked. It's worked wonders. And the reason for that is they were sitting third, fourth. They were right there and in contention, in the contest. But the problem was trying to get that overtake done. Well, this is one of the ways that you do that. And they gave themselves every opportunity to try and get that overtake done. What that does mean is you have to pay a penalty. And now they're paying that penalty. Their tyres are a little bit more warm. They don't really have the out-and-out pace of car number 94. But you shake the race up. If you sit there and let them lead every single lap, they're going to lead every single lap. But the thing for Jake Burton that's critical, there's a car on my inside, it's quicker than me, I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to give him, I'm not going to move over and just hand him the spot. But as soon as he's alongside of me on Mountain Straight, you've got a beggar exit off turn 1. Take it. I'm not going to fight you for it. And the reason is, going through Griffin's Bend, how many times have we seen today a car on the outside of Griffin's Bend just loses 3 spots instead of just the 1?
Exactly. Exactly. The track not playing the way it normally would in a dry race because of that morning rain. And I'm interested in the tactic of trying to still continue to clear that water. If there's more coming, it defeats the purpose of what they're doing. But if by some small miracle we miss the rain band that is passing through, then it kind of makes a little bit more sense, Scott, to try and clear that water, because if they can go full tilt and run qualifying numbers in the final stint, they absolutely will. We go back and pick up this battle here down featuring the Orbit Drop Air Racing Stable entry. This was the Forza Nornabi entry that's gone through on the inside of 1, almost contact there between those two cars. Dylan O'Shea and Tyson Broad. Broad capitalises on that as well. Shea loses out, or O'Shea rather, loses out 2 positions. And Cody Bircher, who was in the weeds earlier, has latched back on into the top 20. So a good recovery from Cody. Loading at the moment as well. We ride on board on the run down to Forest Elbow once more, Scott. Jake Burton.
Yep. He's just sitting there. He's just chilling. He's not working the car too hard. He's just trying to look after the thing. Critically, their estimated next pit stop lap will be lap 77. You remember what lap number I was talking about being critical for 3 stints to home, 324 lap stints? Was 79.
Yep. Yeah.
They need, so remember, we had a couple laps behind the safety car here as well. They actually are critical. They may get a 25 lap stint out of this one, and then from those final 3 stints, one of them has to be 25. They are gold.
Exactly. And given the presence of the safety car already today, you'd back them in to do it. But they can't afford to have anything go wrong, so they can't afford to put a wheel off the circuit and lose time that way. They can't afford to get involved in an incident. They can't afford to incur a penalty. They're the 3 things that they absolutely must avoid for that strategy to fall into their lap that way. You don't plan for perfection at Mount Panorama, but it's what wins races more times than not. Yes, there's a little bit of luck involved as well, always in a car race. But yes, if you're going to play the perfect game from here, that strategy that you just highlighted will be a long way. That'll help them go a long way to achieving it, that's for sure. Across the top and down we go. Have a look at this line of cars. Ethan Grigalt, Ree Hunt Leonard, Zach Kerr, Jordan Ross, Eddie Bestwick, Richard Hampstead, the cars that you're watching there. Oh, Dylan Pereira has retired because the co-driver has had issues with the wheel, tech issues. Oh my goodness. And Sandman, we didn't even get to actually elaborate on what Sandman was saying with his technical analytics earlier on, did we? And by the way, he got a fair few sponsor plugs ticked off whilst in the process of that Logitech Hub segment, didn't he? He had Logitech in there, he had Max Pappas Innovations in there, he had the ASRG and Motorsport Australia logos on the suit. how good's the Sandman going. But it was interesting to have a look at the wheel and just how advanced we are now with our sim racing equipment, and that goes. I mean, there's a lot of players in the game, but it's a big tip of the hat to the great people at Logitech and the work that they do in this field. But yeah, Dylan Pereira, unfortunately, for 61 out of business. Dylan Walker out of business. Ruben Goodall out of business. They're the 3 retirements thus far. Still 35 cars running. Ethan Warren, the last of those, 3 laps down at the moment. Rain Campbell, Sam Blacklock, 2 laps down at the moment. And Jamie Stovold and Ben Faulkner showing 1 lap down. We have there on screen that 5-car battle train, which has Ethan Grigg at the rear of it, and Eddie Bestwick at the front of it, and Richard Hampstead as well. So is just about 0.9 of a second up on that. Hobo and Tom Freer, they've just been relegated to 14th by Josh Horton, who's gone through on the inside. Tyce Hodge, the next problem that Tom Freer will have to contend with, and so too Andre Youssef, who's gone through to 15th. Fortin El Nabi back to 17th in all of that. Round of the main straight we go. A lot of these guys on to lap 17 of their stint, Scotty. You mentioned Jake Burton. This is lap 24 of his. Pit stop imminent this lap or next for them. If you say, as you say, if they can get to 88, and maybe, just maybe, they're benefiting from following Kostecki around here. Maybe they're saving the fuel in the process of a green flag run in order to get that extra lap out. Maybe they're not. Time will tell. But if they can get to 88, that's 1 box ticked. They've only got to find 1 more 25-lap strategy in the remaining, what have we got, 73 laps to go in the 1000 of 2025.
Think about that as well. Is this the last lap of fuel on board? So it was lap 89, by the way, that I was trying to reference, not 7. I said 79 earlier on. It's lap 89. So is this the last lap of fuel for this car? They are on a 24-lap stint right now. As for Kostecki, how long can he go? They short-filled car number 94 to get some track position.
The other interesting point for mine is, are we at the end of the train? Are we at the end of the line for the co-drivers with this next round of pit stops as well? Any co-drivers that are still in the car, is this them done for the day once they stop after lap 89? And there's the other gambling, wagering element to this as well, Scott. The guys that are only 16 laps into the stint, arguably 2/3 of the way into the stint, do they drive it all the way and trust their co-driver to get it all the way to the 24-lap number to make the job for the run home slightly easier, and also change or vary the critical lap number for their main game driver as well? So I'm sure all those discussions and decisions are being made behind the scenes as we speak.
Yeah, strategy, I think, at this point in time would have already been planned out. I actually might try. I wonder how far away actually Mads is, if we can try and grab him for 5 or 10 minutes and just have a very, very quick chat about their plan to try and get that car back into contention.
I was going to say, it's you and me he's talking to. There's nothing quick about that.
Well, the reason I sort of say it, and I think it's really, really important, is that for that car, what are they going to do? Because they've obviously had some dramas throughout the point in the day, but also Mads is having a chat away on YouTube about tyre temperatures and managing the cars right throughout the journey as well. There'll be also an opportunity to say to him, what he thinks of his Hall of Fame entry and what his year's been like at large. But more importantly than that, I think, is, do you think 3 full stints and the timing of 3 full stints is actually too far to take a main driver, or is it just enough? And there's Bo Albert coming to pit lane finally.
And not surprisingly either. They're on lap 17 of their stint, but if they're at that critical number, and they can, they've got some damage to repair, they might lose a lap, who knows, but they've got plenty of time left in this race. Oh no! In the top. Hold your breath, Australia, once more. We've said that a few times today. Bestwick survives an onslaught. Wow, they're on the limit. Hampstead, Bestwick, Ross, Kerr, Leonage, Greg Gold. Unbelievable stuff here at Mount Panorama. Bestwick survives. So too does Ross. Riding the curb at McPhillamy and across Skyline. Still flirting with those puddles, and it nearly resulted in more carnage at the top of the mountain.
Just checking lap times. Oh, is it going to get through? Yeah, okay. He's cut him a break this time. That's Eddie Beswick. Gave him a lot of wiggle room. Jake Burton's going to dive to pit lane. 73 laps to go. They only have to do 125 laps to get home from here, by the way. This is really, really important. So that stint, they've extended it out really nicely. They ended up doing 26 laps on that stint. That's critical for them. They can just about connect the dots and get home. They're in a really, really good spot.
Indeed they are. And look at this. The games continue. Bestwick under pressure from Kerr to Hell Corner. Ross gets a little bit of breathing space. Josh Anderson's on pit road as well in the TTR entry. So he's jumping aboard the car that Jake Burton was so beautifully driven through that previous stint. Very, very lucky for Eddie Bestwick. Ross had to get on the anchors.
Three wide, here we go. The Griffins. Beswick hangs on to it. Leonard sneaks through on Zach Kerr. Green Gold's going to try and pick off a couple of spots. And the pressure cooker begins to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is easy, I don't want to know what hard looks like.
This doesn't get the heart rate up. If you're not enjoying this, go and check the pulse, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the best in the land going about their business. And it's no longer a 1,000 kilometre enduro. This is a 1,000 kilometre sprint these days. And they're on the run home at 500 odd kilometres down, 550 kilometres down, and 450 to go. And we are 6 or 7 laps away from that third round of pit stops. So much still to play out here at Mount Panorama. Kostecki, Van Gisbergen. That's the other point as well. You guys mentioned it last night during your coverage, and I thought it was brilliant, by the way, the top 15 shootout. This was the box that Jared Filsell did not tick last year. He had a magnificent run, won more races than anyone throughout the course of the season. Oh, we've got breaking news. Oh, no. Jake Burton speeding onto pit lane. 40-second stop and hold for Josh Anderson. Jumping into the car. The pit lane transit is there for 104.3 seconds. It's a minute 43, 44.3, and 81.1 seconds stationary. A minute 21, 40-second invoice. The first one we've seen today. Very, very costly for a would-be race contender. That's them almost done as well. Because they need a lot to go right for them from here, Scott, to get back in the mix. You just don't give up 40 seconds and redeem it at the click of a finger.
No, and it's too late in the day to try and even think about it. The biggest benefit for them is they got clear out the front of the field. So they're not going to lose, they will lose a chunk, but it's not going to be everything, is the benefit, and they will able to get back on it and see what they can manufacture from the back end of this race. But I can tell you, Jake Burton, Endo holds himself to a high standard. And it's just whether or not... Is it speeding on the way in? Because that's the speed on the back, on the right-hand side.
Oh,
no,
there's the lock up there. Yeah. So they've pinged him for an unsafe pit entry, have they? Instead of speeding. Because he's clicked the wall. Oh, those little 1% moments.
Hang on, moment from chat. Hang on, I'll be right back. I need to go investigate that. I've got to go do some chatter because I don't think that's a penalty.
You do that. You do that. I'm not sure if we've got the great man Sandman back. He was doing lunch last time I heard. He will chime in as soon as he's back on deck. So, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. This is what third prize looks like. You're stuck with me for the next couple of minutes. Much to Jay Kennedy's amusement, I'm sure. Brady Kostecki, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Thomas McMillan, the top three in the 1,000 at the moment. We're watching the battle for 23rd. Yes, the battles grew that far down the field, ladies and gentlemen. These two, Stenberg and Baker, caught up in an incident earlier in the day. And they are, of course, chasing Jake Blackhall in the 23rd position. Evolution Racing team entry. 3 different teams here, 3 heavyweights of this industry. Trans-Tasman Racing, Madison Down. Evolution Racing team, Brenton O'Brien. Synergy Sim Racing, Brenton Hobson. There is the TTR entry to the inside. At the chase. Fastest point in Australian motorsport. Job done. Is it 2 for the price of 1? Baker was having a look. He's still there. He's still there on Stenberg around the outside through 282, and they caught the curb. What a save that was. But the onslaught, the attack, the assault ends there for the moment. Reset, go again, have another crack at Stenberg next time through. Madness here at Mount Panorama. Our good mate from Logitech, Dan Hall, back on pit road. That'll be a routine stop for those guys. We are getting to the lap 19, 20, 21 marker of this stint for a lot of the would-be contenders. You've just picked up the battle for fourth there. That's Kobe Jones and William Sapstead, 4th, 5th, and Richard Hampstead in 6th. Jordan Ross, 7th, and Eddie Bestwick is 8th. Scott Rankin's back in the booth, but more importantly for us, so too is the Sandman.
Great call there, boys. The action hasn't stopped over the mountain. I turned my back for 1 second, and I saw the 77 in the wall. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, unbelievable. Scotty Rankin, what have you been able to find out, please? I know you got Madison Down standing in our waiting room, so we'll have a chat to Mr. TTR in a moment, but I know you were off to investigate the penalty that was bestowed upon the entry of Josh Anderson, who's now back out there in 28th position. What a costly blow for them.
Yeah, no penalty is the proviso that I've heard out of them. It's nothing. The car just got stuck in the pit lane. It wouldn't get out of the lane. There was something to do with, they think there might be something wrong with making an ARB adjustment, and that's caused the car to just hang in pit. Nothing looking at that. No penalty on the way in, no nothing. It's just, yeah. And the first words I heard from Jake Burton, as soon as he did, and this is the professionalism of the man, is everyone else is losing their heads just a little bit. You just went, mate, behind us, eyes up. Next corner, next lap, next corner, next lap. That's basically the mindset going forwards. And that tells you how important it is to just let it go, concentrate on what's left of the race. Mads, the reason I wanted to grab you for 5 or 10 minutes is there's a lick under 70 laps to go in this thing, or there's 70 on the dot right now. That is a big ask of a main game driver. It's close to 3 hours in the car.
Yeah, it is, especially with the conditions the way they are today. Like, you know, we've seen so many people, myself included.
One sec. 3 wide on the main straight. Beswick, Leonard's going to try and go around the outside. This might be his best opportunity to get it done. Beswick is just a cork in the bottle. Now there's some support. Zach Kerr is on board car 89. He's going to try and give some support, but it's Greg Galt. And at the moment, Leonard is getting boxed in a little bit. Beswick's a caught in the bottle. Leonard tries to lean on him and open it up. Greg Galt's going to go through to the front end of this pack. Beswick is still struggling. He runs it wide at Griffins. That's going to let 2 cars through and release them. Zach Kerr will try and make it 3. He gets through as well. So 3 cars get released. Finally, 56 is out of the way. They were having a lot of problems with car 56 and keeping it in behind them, but they get it done. They settle. Oh, far out. Okay, back to you, Mads, because that all just took off in a heartbeat. 70 laps around this place consecutively. Effectively for you, by the time you get in the car, it's going to be about 2.5 hours consecutively. That is a challenge from a fatigue standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. Like what I was saying before, the amount of wet verges you can still see around the track doesn't look like we're getting any more rain, but, you know, we're starting to flirt with the edges of the road even more. And obviously it's caught our car out twice, the second one far more significantly, and that's with shorter stints. So, yeah, going to be really hard. I think a lot of the main drivers are going to be in for that triple or double and a half type stint. So, yeah, it'll be exciting to watch the finish.
Challenge for you for the back end of the day. Obviously, it looks like you've got the thing back to just about near on mints. 3 laps down at the moment. This next cycle of pit stops, though, that actually drags you back onto the lead laps. And from there's every opportunity. You're 2 down, you get a safety car at the right time period, you're 1 down. How do you manufacture this one?
Yeah, for us, all we can really do is circulate. Obviously, we're 3 laps down, car's back to a mint condition, pace is good and everything, but yeah, that error unfortunately has cost us. And yeah, just circulate and get some points and see what we can do. Obviously, the wave rounds may help us, but we're going to need a lot to get back to the lead lap. But I'll be focusing a little bit on the other cars. Me personally now, car 29, car 36, car 22. Those guys are all still up there around the top 10, so try and get smoke coming off the calculators and see how we go to try and get those guys up there on the podium.
Mate, how's the chatter in and around the entirety of the team at this point in time? Because obviously Burton and Nano were right there and in contention. They probably would have been sounding fairly positive, but obviously a little bit of a fuel delta to pay. Rayhan had a huge moment early on, and he would have just been gutted and heartbroken at the start end of the day. Rebuilding, I think the biggest thing is, again, going back to what Burton said whilst I was in there chatting to you guys just a couple of moments ago, is what's left to us. Let's keep our eyes up.
Yeah, it's been a common theme of the day. It hasn't been our day so far, unfortunately. We've had reasonable car speed, but there's just been too many mistakes on our part. I mean, obviously, pretty major mistake on strategy with car 36. know, Rayhan in the fence, I was in the fence, Ethan in the fence. Like, we really haven't had a great day as a team, and you can see that Maloney and Richard started further back than most in the team, and they're actually the top car now. They've had a much cleaner day than all the rest. So anyway, we'll see what can happen. I mean, we're only just past halfway, so there's a long way to go. And yeah, chin up and just try to make the best of it. You know what can happen to the others.
Finally comment, and this is not to try and pin the daggers in, this is trying to understand what's happened up and across the top. We're seeing as the stint goes on, the back end of the stint, more cars are getting wider and into that water. So is the front end balance going away from these cars later on in the stint? They're just not turning at McPhillamy? Because it seems a consistent theme that they're quite good at the start of the stint, everyone's staying away from the puddles? Or do you reckon it's maybe just a relaxation or a confidence comes up, you push a little bit harder and then you end up in the water?
Yeah, I think it's a confidence thing. You start to flirt more and more and more with the water and the edge of the road, and you get away with it 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Like every driver out there is having so many near misses every stint that you start to get a little bit overconfident, and you get a gain from it. You know, you go that extra 10 centimeters wider, and you're 2 tenths faster, and you see the lap time, and you're like, wow, I'm, you know, done these Hollywood laps, but eventually it bites you. If you just get 5 centimeters wider than where you should be, it drags the car into the puddle, and that just basically at that point you're a passenger, and it's a salvation mission to try and stay out of the fence. And mostly you don't. I mean, you're going so fast in that part of the track on the slick, that aquaplaning, mostly you're hard in the fence. So yeah, I think it's a confidence thing. Obviously the track is going to get better as the race goes on, but I don't think you're going to see drivers stopping making mistakes. I think the water is going to be there at the edge of the road in a few key spots right to the end.
But mate, I'll leave you with it, because obviously you've got to prepare yourself for the run to the flag. That car, you guys are 16 laps into this. Yeah, and I just talked about it and he just stuck a wheel on the puddle, so I'll stop talking about you and I'll let you get down the road.
Thanks guys, have a good call. Catch you after.
Interesting there as well, Scotty, to get Madison's take on all of that for an abundance of different reasons. But within that, just as you started having a chat with him, we saw Eddie Bestwick, of course, cleared by that trio of cars at Griffin's Bend. And it was interesting to note that you highlighted it as that roadblock being out of the road, for lack of better words, and a matter of speaking. In all of that, right, it wasn't lost on me, and I'm sure those that have been with us since the start will have noted as well, that was a talking point at the end of the very first stint of this race as well. So interesting to note that we've had a wash, rinse, repeat sort of scenario with those 3 cars trying to clear Eddie Bestwick. They have now done so. Bestwick slots into 11th. Zach Kerr, the next target. We're riding on board with Josh Horton, who's on the heels of Bestwick as we speak, out of the chase. One more time. We're on to lap 95 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000 for 2025. And there's Cody Bircher getting through on the inside, up at a 17th spot at the expense of Tice Hodge into 18th. Wowee, big defining moments here. But yeah, critical for Kerr, for Leonage, for Greg Galt. Greg Galt now back to 8th. Almost all that hard work that he made for himself earlier undone as a result of being able to clear Bestwick and benefit from that squabbling that was going on at the time.
Yeah, a lot of squabbling, a lot of guys trying to position themselves to the run home. I think the reason why they're actually fighting so hard right now is this isn't the last hour. And remember, Sam will come back and the first words he'd say is buy a ticket again. He is right and he is wrong at the same time, because you can't get to the back end of the race and win the thing if you're not inside the top 10 sort of 2 hours to go. You can't win the thing from 20th spot with 2 hours left. That's just, it can happen, but it takes a precise set of circumstances. So the likability of that happening is nearly 1 in a million. It is basically how that will happen. I'm sure somebody out there would have done it, but not at this level. Right? It just doesn't happen at this level. So being in the 10 right now is race setup.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Sam, man, I can't help but note that we're at 3 o'clock server time, and that 21% chance of precipitation hasn't yet come to fruition.
No, it's gone. It's gone. The rain's gone completely.
Yeah, I think
there it is.
I think that's what a lot of the teams and drivers will be actually quite happy about. That's the last thing they want to see. Different for maybe us in the commentary box or viewers wherever they're watching around the world. They'd love to see that, but I know these teams will be pretty happy if it just goes away and the sunshine stays out.
whether that means we'll have another competition caution or whether we'll have another safety car on merit because of incident for the balance of the afternoon. That now kind of becomes a different discussion as well, because you would have bet your house on it in the wet, not so much in the dry, given the skill set of these drivers. Jordan Ross to pit lane, and that is a routine pit stop. We're at that point where we are now talking about this 5th round of pit stops, boys. 25, 24, 26 laps into the stint we go for a lot of these would-be contenders in the 1000 of 25. But still, Kostecki and Van Gisbergen have been 1 and 2 just about the bulk of the day and remain so. The margin is interesting, 7 seconds in favour of B. Kostecki.
I don't think we should be too surprised. Those, you know, that whole team all year has been the team to beat. And, you know, we've seen the pace that Kostecki's got. And, of course, his teammate, or say, either I would put as a number 1 driver, but Phil Sell, you know, he's been extraordinary all year, and they were always going to be tough to beat. They're putting themselves in a very good position, but there's no certainties in motorsport. And although they've got that nice little margin up their sleeve at the moment, yeah, they're looking the odds-on favourite, but still a long way to go, 66 to go.
McMillan's the one that we've got to watch, really. Right, he and Luke Rosella have mustered up throughout the course of the day, 37th to 3rd. Can they go on with that? Once this field is cleansed, can they get to 3rd on merit? It'll be one of the great drives in great race history if they can. Not being assisted by a red flag race suspension midway through the day, I might add. Hark back to 2014, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. If you know, you know. Brodie Kostecki, Shane Van Gisbergen and Thomas McMillan 1, 2 and 3. Van Gis, of course, a very big part of that narrative that day at Mount Panorama. Courtney Jones, William Sapstead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3:15 Eastern Australian time on the West Coast. It's 12:15. And I'm just hearing the words, it's going to be bad, in my earpiece at the moment. So I'm wondering what that's going to be all about, ladies and gentlemen. Brodie Kostecki to pit road. On that note, I was only concerned over bump drafting. We're good for the moment. They get through the chase cleanly. This is Eddie Bestwick, of course, that we're watching, being hounded by Josh Horton. Pit lane now, a sea of activity. Kostecki, Van Gisbergen, McMillan, Jones, Sapstead, all on pit road. Just past 5:15 in New Zealand for our American friends. 11 o'clock on the East Coast, 8 o'clock on the West Coast. So wherever you're tuning in and enjoying this, we trust that you're going to stay with us for the balance of the afternoon. 4:15 in the United Kingdom as we go to air right now, gentlemen, where things are just a little bit more sour than what they were this time yesterday.
Mate, you will earn yourself less fans with that comment. I tell you, if the Poms get hold of you, you'll be in big trouble.
1-0, that's all I'm going to say.
Oh, hang on. Safety car.
Safety car. Now, is that routine? Is that routine more to the point, or has something happened on track? Safety car deployed. Rehan Linage, Andre Youssef have played on. Everybody else just about on pit road. This is expected for Freer and Warboys and everybody else coming on through, because they've already completed that 5th stop. They did so 2 and 3 laps ago. But for Rehan Linage and Andre Youssef, they could be out of the mix here now. They might have to stop as the field is neutralised.
Something's happened to Phil Cell. Did they make a bar adjustment as well? Ooh. They're back to 11th. You're kidding me.
72.9 seconds on the jack. Another sting in the tail. Another sting in the tail in the 1000.
I just put the commentator's curse on them. I might be in big trouble. I was just saying that they're probably odds-on favourite to take this win out, and then they've had a little bit of drama. I think they'll still be able to bounce back from it. But boy, oh boy, they didn't need me putting that curse on them.
You're done. You're out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, I never want Sandman commentating a race I'm in ever. Thank you. I will check the list of the commentating crew before I sign up in future.
Before you enter? Yes. And Scotty's well versed to say that too, ladies and gentlemen. That was actually a shot at the pair of us because I've commentated on races that Scott's been involved in the past as well. So
you're the reason that I've had so much trouble.
Yeah, actually, Sandman and I are probably proportionate for 50% of the blame each, I'd say. Accountable. And what about races that you've been in, Scott, that have been produced by our main man here, Jay Kennedy? How's that normally fair for you?
I have a terrible. Anytime our producer's actually on the production feed, I forget it. My race is over. It took me. I think.
So that's why you stick to commentary for him. Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, IndyCar is my preferred format, and the amount of times I'd be leading a race in IndyCar and something would just blow up in front of me was ridiculous. Or I'd do it to myself. Was ridiculous. So yeah, we won't talk about that. So the commentator's curses aren't just you aren't immune from the commentator's curse just by being in the comms box at any point in time. So don't get me off on that. I can't believe this race.
Yeah. Brady Myers back in the race, out in 6th ahead of Tom Freer. Big play for Brady Myers just now. So Gilliam and Rosella Lobs Esports are going to be 1-2 here, boys. 1 and 2, and Zach Ratwave White 3rd. Kostecki has come through as a result of all of that. I'm just trying to pick up where he is now. The 3rd of the Lobs Esports entries.
We want to cut to some data. I think we've got to pre-prep bits and pieces. There was something I wanted to get to before we started that ended things, but I did some work with Jared Filsell and Gilliam last night, and they actually let me in and showed me some data. They were really nice and were comfortable talking to me about the data. And the end result is I got to actually have some screenshots of data from qualifying. So if you guys want to know, obviously this is relative to the race right now, but this was really cool to have a look at the difference between them in qualifying trim yesterday. And I can tell you, I talked to them quite extensively as well about driving styles. Andrew Gilliam is left foot brake. Jared Filsell is right foot brake. Jared Filsell uses the clutch on downshift and blips. He sort of heel and toes it. Gilliam has nothing to do with it. Gilliam downshifts really late in the rev range compared to the bulk of the field. Benefit of that, he'll never actually go on engine, by the way. That's actually really important. I also remember when Luke Rosella last year blew up a whole bunch of engines all back to back to back. I also know the reasoning behind that. And the reason for it was at the time, Luke Rosella would put his foot on the brake and downshift immediately. So that's why continued triggering that. It was a trait he actually had to really focus on learning. That was an interesting one to talk about. But when this data pops up, we'll get an opportunity to have a talk about it. But there's a really very different driving styles between the two of them. Because Gilliam left foot brakes and the way that he goes about things, he's actually slower into the corner, has a really high mid-corner speed, and then his exits are slower. And Filsell is really good at braking late. He spends a little bit of time turning the car in the middle of the corner. He's actually a little bit slower there. This is relative to each other, right? So same setup for both of the drivers, and then accelerates out. We'll have a look at the chase graphic if we can first. So I actually managed to cut 2 separate pieces of data from their qualifying laps yesterday, and this will tell you a little bit about the difference in driving style. And the big one I want to keep you guys to keep a look at, that delta at the top is the difference in speed, right? That first one is the difference in speed between them. This is out of VRS data that we were looking at yesterday. The second one is time difference across the two compared sectors. This is the chase. Have a look on the way in. Filsell's carried a little bit of, this is net across the lap, right? So at this point, Filsell was ahead by 0.04 of a second when we entered this sector of the racetrack. Gilliam loses a little bit of time in the braking zone for the corner, but then swings massively back to neutral. He gains 0.04 on this guy in the center of the corner and then loses it all again out the other side. How interesting is that? And the other one's line distance as well, is that bar just beneath it. And they said, we just wanted to show everyone, just so we can prove it, neither of us are using the handbrake as much that bottom bar is. Just to have a little bit of fun with it. The next piece we're actually going to get to have a look at is how these two drivers drive the grate and up and across the top. And they let me take their brake trace from this one. We'll talk about that importantly. Andrew Gilliam is the blue line in this one. Oh, sorry, my apologies, I got that the wrong way around. Filsell is the blue line, Gilliam is the red line. And you can see that bar in the middle that's actually we've been allowed to have a look at. Again, there's next to no time swing. Gilliam actually he gains time initially and then loses it again as a result out the other side. But have a look at that spike about 2/3 of the way along that bar halfway down the page, that fourth bar that we can actually see. Gilliam touches the brake at the grate. That is very, very important. Let's just get a little bit of weight over on the nose, and we're also having a look at it. This is before the splitter actually slams the floor up at this section. This is just before he gets off the brake, so the front end of the car can come back up again, so it doesn't bottom out too bad and doesn't do any damage to the car. But this is really, really interesting. And again, have a look at the differences in how they generate their speed. So Gilliam actually, at the start of this sector, Gilliam was fractionally ahead and gained a little bit of time, then back through the middle, and have a look at McPhillamy basically, and out the other side. Sorry, not quite McPhillamy. This is on the run up to McPhillamy. Phil Sell carries it, and Phil Sell said, I've got one of the best sectors up and across the top. I was about 0.05 of a second quicker than the field across the top in qualifying trim yesterday when they were looking at all the sector times, which was really, really interesting. But this is something I've wanted to look at for a while. It's taken me a lot of time working with these guys for them to have the trust with me to talk to me and show me the data, which was really, really cool.
What's your take on all of that, Sam, man? That's quite interesting, to be fair. I mean, for someone that isn't tech savvy with the analytics of it like me, a lot of that sounds like foreign language, like I need a translator from SBS to come in and interpret it for me. But for you, I know you would eat that stuff up.
Absolutely, and the best way to go about that, if you can read that, there's time to be found on the racetrack, and the good teams will go back and go over that data and look at it and see where the gains and losses are. But it's interesting to see you've got two different drivers, two different driving styles, yet their times are almost identical. So when you see like those little blips where someone might just tap the brake a little bit and someone else doesn't, like, I just love seeing all that, and a massive shout out to the Lobs team for sharing that data with us. They didn't have to do that. We're pretty lucky to be able to have access to that and show everyone at home. But how far have we come in sim racing? But we're actually going to telemetry and data now to find that extra pace. Incredible.
So, lap 99, gentlemen. So we'll tick past that second marker that we always look to is lap 100. Instead of 100 to go, 100 gone, and 61 to go at the completion of not this lap, the next one. We suspect we're actually going to get a restart with 62 laps to go, considering that the lap cars have now been sent on by the safety car to unlap themselves, or at least bring themselves round onto the back of the trains so that they are not in the way of the cars that are on the lead lap. They'll be at the back of the train out of harm's way for the restart. Quickly wanted to go back and mention, yes, did miss Jared Filsell, of course, jumping back in for Brody Kostecki. I kept looking for Brody's name on the timing screen. I shouldn't have, because his driving stint is done, as is Shane Van Gisbergen. It's just about all the co-drivers have now signed on the dotted line of the requirement for the day, and they have handed over to the main game boys for the run home. Jared Filsell will restart from 10th. It's a tough ask, but if there's anyone that's going to be able to pull it off, it's the man that has dominated this championship through this season. And it's been so nice to watch from afar, boys. I get to join you, obviously, on the biggest day of the year, but to watch the other events of the season play out from afar, the way in which Jared Filsell has picked up with the momentum that he had last year and actually been able to convert it into a new season and go on with it and actually dominate even more than he did last year. And it's match point as far as the championship's concerned. No indication to suggest that he's not going to wrap it up today.
Whoa, what have you just done? What have you just done? Did you say that?
I've done nothing. I've just literally highlighted and stated facts.
Brody Kostecki,
my last comment about that, he had a penalty, not a penalty, he was stuck in pit lane for longer than I wanted, so you could be in trouble there, Zach.
Yeah, I think he is.
I only made the comment after they were stuck in pit lane longer than they should have been, though. So I'm gonna that's gonna be my appeal case, and I'm sticking to it. Here we go. Restart, Scott. Let's focus on some motor racing, please.
Well, I was about to say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm searching for two brand new commentators for 2026. Both of my compatriots here have been stacked. I can't believe you both said that. I can't believe you just said that.
It's going to provide an interesting last 61 laps, because we're going to see Filsell carve through the field. So he's only in 10th, so he's not out of it. Just makes it just that little bit more tricky for him.
To be fair, I wanted to make the point at 11 o'clock this morning, but I forgot.
Yeah, and it's 62 laps to go when they cross the start-finish line here. This has been converted back into a sprint race. Main game drivers up and down the field are back on board these cars. Andrew Gilliam leads for the first time since the very opening stint of the race. This is his opportunity to run away at the front end of things. Van Gisbergen led for a few laps in the middle of the thing when Kostecki had damage. Have a look at them charging back through the middle of the field. And the important story it's Elis Rosella's just second from the dead back end of the race. That is 1,000 kilometres. That is 1,000 opportunities. Jason Bence is going to have a crack at Scott Mackay on the run up the hill. This is Brian Borg's car for Bence and Scott Gamble's car for the 543. Gamble was added to the series later on. He just about turned in off his nose. He's not going to quite hang around the outside of this one. 62 laps left to run. The elbows are out. The cars are up. Everyone's got an opportunity to make their case, to push their case forward, to try and win 1,000 kilometres of Mount Panorama. And put yourself behind the wheel, I reckon, of Jared Filsell, because he is about to get aggressive. And if there's one place I don't want to be, it's between Filsell and a win.
Correct. Across the top, still a little bit of water being kicked up. We're right on board with Jared Filsell now. Just look at that path ahead for him and how compromised his view is, because it's a sea of supercars blocking his path. And he hasn't had too much of this all day. He's had pretty much clear air when he's been behind the wheel. And if it hasn't been him with the clear air, it's been the teammate, it's been the sister car of Andrew Gilliam, who leads the race at the moment. But Sandman, I was impressed to see the intensity off the restart there, but also only to a point. They were all very mindful of the fact that there's still 62 laps to go. If that was 10 laps to go, I would have expected a little bit more carnage and possibly attrition as well.
Yeah, completely different story. It's calmer heads prevailing at the moment. You don't want to have, you know, even though there's still a little bit of way to go in this race, you don't want all the hard work that you've already put in to go away for no reason or putting a silly move on someone. So speaking of moves, it's Filsell. He's been able to get one spot, so he's into P9 now. Lucky on exit there, looks like it got a little bit ugly there. And it's going to be a little bit wild behind him.
Wait for the boys like a couple of positions there. Scotty down into 13th, Wayne Burke up into 10th, Jacob O'Reilly to 11th, Damien Woods now back to 12th.
Yeah, and Woods will be looking to get on it and try and go after a couple of things. Filsell to the inside, put Warboys out the outside with the marbles that go away. Trying to get traction there on the outside was the tricky part. I can tell you Jacob O'Reilly's just been picked off by Damon Woods as well. So Woods is now on the improve. Beswick was just trying to get that car through, losing minimal spots as was possible. How about the boys back up front? What about Luke Rosella and his ride? Two cars side by side and they were on through the cutting, and the elbows are definitely starting to get changed, and Griffin Gardner gets it all sorts of loose and sideways. Leo Duncan's on board for car number 900. They got it back together. They got it back together just. They got away with it out the other side. Corey McFarlane lined up to have a crack at Leo Duncan as well. So everyone's starting to have a little bit more biffo on. And remember what we were talking about earlier on today, how they might mind their P's and Q's up and across the top. McFarlane, no you don't. No. All right, boys. Okay, I was starting to get a little bit excited then, but that is silly from that far back. That'll never happen going in there. And we saw it at the 12 hour in GT3s and Grove Racing. Think about the car that was put up and onto the fence because there was a little bit of confusion of what was to happen at the top of the mountain.
You'd think it was only 6.1 laps to go, not 61. Frantic stuff off the restart. Impressive from Zach Ratlow-White to sit there in third place at the moment. That freight train of 4 has broken slightly clear of Jake Maloney, Brady Myers and Ryan O'Sullivan. Good to see that the O'Sullivan and Greg Gold entry has got itself back up into 7th spot. Ethan Greg Gold did a very good job of undoing the damage done by a couple of mistakes during his stint. There's the third of the Lodge entries. That's Jared Filsell, now up to 8. Has also got by Tom Freer that time through. Still 60 laps to go. At Mount Panorama, Luke Rosella. What a drive that would be from 37th. Zach Ratway-White would love to finish off the week with the Bathurst win. Dylan Rudd would love to go back-to-back and claim another one. Of course, the number 1 belonging to the championship victory last year. Not going to get the championship this year, but a Bathurst win would be a nice bit of icing on the cake to fuel the fire, to go around again and try and wrestle the title back out of Jared Filsell's grasp or lap. in 2026. Have a look at the argy-bargy further back here. Marcelo Rivera in 19th. The 97 under assault. Contact. Caught the wall. No, just kept off there, but it's checked the rest of the pack up.
It's a bit better for a scramble. They'll all go nuts in that pack now with them all corked up, just in behind each other. Rivera still trying to find his way through. Brandon Costello snagged through. Now it's Tyce Hodge. He's going to try and go across the top to his inside. They'll get into each other. They did get into each other. Is Rivera going to be allowed to drop back in line? Yes, he does. Yep. Ian Ford trying to grab a position up and across the top. Mate, I think the aggression at the moment's better. It's more aggressive than Sydney traffic has ever been. And I tell you what, driving around in Sydney's not easy. How about driving around on the mountain?
I refuse to drive around in Sydney, Scott. That's how much I detest it. Have a look at the slide on the replay here, folks, through Griffin's Bend. Oh, jeez. The OG gear replay perfectly summed it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, just the amount of car control there, and then the tap there into the marbles. Lucky not to bounce off that top pipe out a wall, because that would have been detrimental to that steering, but they managed to get away with it.
Still to this point, only 3 retirements, gentlemen. Just extraordinary. 35 cars still in this race. 32 on the lead lap. 3 a lap down. James Scott, Madison down, Teo Sorono. Those guys have all got back to within a lap of the leader, despite their separate shortcomings. And have a look at the breakdown. I think that's the first time today we've actually seen that. If we can leave that there for a moment, Jay, that's very good reading, of course. In the top 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, lucky 7 Mustangs, lucky 13. You've got the 2 luckies for the price of 1 Chevrolets in this car race. That's a good move on the inside. That's Jared Filsell going to 7th on the inside of Ryan O'Sullivan. The climb back through the field continues. That's 3 in the space of 3 1/4 laps. Filsell ticking the boxes required, but burning the tyres to do so in this vitally important stint of the race to try and get himself back up in contact with his teammates Andrew Gilliam and Luke Rosella. Across the top we go.
Starting to track down the 2 TTR cars just ahead of him as well, which is really, really important. We want to get back to them. Someone's just gone off as well. Tyson Williams on board with Stenberg.
Car looks straight though. We're just picking the Stenny can. He hasn't seen it. He's gone for a comfort break or gone for something to eat. So he'll hear about it though. But it looks like they've got away with it. Oh, he's coming back to check. He's just heard the news. He's got a helping hand. That's going to be interesting.
Out the other side as well. Stenny's just walked back in.
Yeah. And he's giving us the wave and the look as well. Hello, mate. Good to have you tuning in. I'd say so. Probably turning off his camera at this point. I don't want to borrow this. I don't want these blokes checking in on me when I'm not here. Out of the chase we go once more. Jared Filsell will pick him up in 7th. Chasing not only Brady Myers, but also Jake Maloney. Myers hoping to tuck in and follow his teammate through for another lap. Top 4 are only a stone's throw away. 1.5 seconds. That gap slowly climbing, Scott. Dylan Rudd's got breathing space on this battle pack of 4.
Yeah, there's going to be an interesting one for this next little segment as Filsell. He does close in a little bit. Looks like Maloney's not got out and out speed at this point in time. For all Leonage's mistakes earlier on in the race, they have more than made up for them. The story of the day, I can't get over. There was a brake flash right there, actually on the straight, and it was Maloney giving the brake flash to Brady Myers. So it was the teammates communicating. Myers has gotten through on that one, and at the same time, he recognised that he's not the quicker of the pairing at the moment. That opens the door for Filsell, who wanted the inside to open up on the run up towards the cutting. It didn't open itself up. Myers into the top 5 now. Maloney is going to have Jared Filsell in behind him, and aggressive and angry, and ready to cut his way back through the field. The wall got a whack on the left-hand side. I tell you what, it's a good thing that the track and the groove has widened out and the puddles have gone away, because they need more speed. They need more room across the top. And they are running out of real estate.
Watch Ryan O'Sullivan
still
as well.
there. Man, everything would just be a lot more aggressive. Go ahead.
Watch Ryan O'Sullivan as well, boys. Watch him, because we saw Ethan Grigg go benefit from battle packs ahead of him earlier in his stint, right? The back end, he gained 2 or 3 for the price of 1. If Jared Filsell opens the door ajar just wide enough, O'Sullivan needs to be right on Phil Sell's clacker there to capitalise for himself. So he needs to be able to stick to Phil Sell right blue. This will be a big test for Sully if he can do it. If he can allow Jared Philsell the opportunity to wedge some doors open for him. Here's Philsell with the move done now. O'Sullivan's too far back. So Philsell's gone through. That's position number 6. Maloney will be the next problem for O'Sullivan. And likewise, vice versa. O'Sullivan will be the next issue for Maloney to contend with here. But yes, that's the quid pro quo here. Because of what we've seen so far throughout the course of the day, the dirty side of the racetrack's a little bit dirtier than it would normally be, a little bit less grip limited than what we're normally talking about, because it's still coming to that point of being fully dry. So if the door is put ajar and you're hung out to dry, the onus is on you to get down and clamp on it and close it as quickly as you possibly can. Otherwise, it could be a case of losing 2-3 positions in one hit. So watch O'Sullivan here and how he goes about it, trying to latch on and go with that next pack of cars, 5, 6 and 7. Equally, no movement up front. Everybody content to just follow the leader for the moment.
There'll be some fuel saving going on in this pack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you get caught in one of those tops, that's where you'll grab it. And particularly with safety cars. Anytime a safety car pops up, fuel saving is the way to go. Gillian's got the lead. And Luke Rosella said watch Thomas McMillan. And we did watch Thomas McMillan on Wednesday night. He drove a brilliant race to get the win on Wednesday night. Had a little bit of fun with teammate Brody Kostecki along the way. But he will be a driver in the 2026 championship. He's done a lot of good stuff this season. There's quite a lot of doubters for Thomas McMillan. I think he proved them all wrong today. And now Luke Rosella will be saying, if they win this race, you watch, Rosella will come out and he'll be saying, mate, how good was Tina?
And he was hugely impressive despite the onslaught of pressure applied by Brody Kostecki on Wednesday night. We've got a small issue at the top of the mountain. It's at Griffin's Bend. The Orbit Drop Mars entry of Tyson Broad has had a moment at Griffin's Bend. You'll see this on the OG Gear replay in a moment, but he's got away from the scene of the crime. So we stay green, 57 to go. What have we had? 4 safety cars so far. I'm just trying to keep tabs on that. I think it's 4. Have a look at this. Contact on the inside at Griffin's. Bang.
Shut the curve. Yeah, I reckon that one's on Tyson, to be fair.
We'd need to see it from the onboard to be absolutely certain. Here we go. Big move. This one. Philsell to the inside and to the top 5 at the expense of Brady Myers. The charge, the comeback continues. 4 to go. But the problem now is, how long is it going to take, Scott, for him to reel in that 1.8 second deficit to Dylan Ryan?
Well, that's the next target on the road, isn't it? There's still a couple of fuel saving. I just heard Brady Myers shut the engine down just a little bit earlier than heading into Griffin's. And have a look at the weather. It's starting to cool off. It's been up, down. It's been up, down. It's been up, down. Earlier on in the day, I was thinking, hang on, that weather graph looks a little bit like shaking the mountain itself. It'll come down later on in the day, and starting to come down, it has. It's starting to drop off. 3:30 p.m. in sim time at this point in time. There's no daylight savings where virtual Bathurst is concerned. It's just 3:30 out there on the circuit. The big factor is that the track starts to cool down when the sunlight starts to come off it. Bence is going to pick up a 5-second penalty for contact at the cutting with Rivera. And you are going to cop drive-bys every time you're in this car.
You sure? I was going to say,
you know that.
Do you really want to open that can of worms with 2 and a bit hours of motor racing still to run? Oh,
you
dear. To the left-hander we go, and down Conrod straight. Well, the good thing is, irrespective of where we are, because we're at that point of the year, even if we were not on daylight saving time in New South Wales, we would still get to the end of this race, right, without having an issue with low visibility, pending a massive rain band passing through at about 5:30, of course.
Did you see car 20 run down the straight, Sam, man? See that unsealing in the front bumper? How it's not properly connected at the front end? That's Jake Maloney on car 29. I reckon there's damage on the front end of that car. Because remember, Philsell just flew by him on the straight line.
And that's exactly why he let his teammate pass, because he knew that he was probably suffering in straight line and thought, you know what, I don't want to hold up the teammate, I'll let him go. And then exactly what you said, we noticed how quick that Jared was able to get past him. So you can see just probably a little bit of nose to tail, and it's just crumpled the front a little bit.
Oh, jeez. And I will continue that conversation with you a little bit later on, Scotty Rankin. In the meantime, we've got more pressing issues to talk about. This is the OG gear replay on board with Maloney going down Conrod. This is how the damage has been incurred. Down into the chase we go. Wait for this.
Oh no.
Touch.
Is that it?
I'm sure and that is that's the smallest amount of contact we've ever seen to incur damage in this motor race so far today. Bang, there it is for you. What a find from our man Jay Kennedy.
Yep, we were able to manipulate and put a camera exactly where we needed it, and that proves that that's exactly where it came. So that little bit of nose to tail contact as soon as Phil got past. Well done, Jay. That was brilliant.
That's why he's a Hall of Famer in these corridors, ladies and gentlemen. The Australian Sim Racing Group.
Absolutely.
Trouble on the top of the hill. James Scott.
No.
Chiefs Esports in the wall. The 32. Is its day done?
I think he's probably trying to find a spot where he can just turn it around safely. Which will be right
Let's
here.
have a look. Curb. Yep.
Oh.
Water first, then curb.
Yeah, okay.
Hey. Oh, wow. Got the front and the rear of the car, but he's nowhere near written off.
No, he's gone. He's all right. He was just trying to find a safe spot, getting out of the way. And again, I can't believe that puddle is still causing issues.
We are about 4 hours and 10 minutes into the car race, gentlemen. And still that puddle is tripping would-be contenders up at the top of the hill. Oh dear. Remember many years ago, about a quarter of a century ago, Bernie Eccleston was talking about spicing up Formula One races by going out and hosing the track beforehand.
Absolutely.
Maybe he was a visionary. Maybe he was seeing the future. Yeah, just a small leaking water main at the top of the mountain at the moment, we suspect, because that puddle has not completely disappeared, and we are. Oh, there we go! Big moment for Dylan Ryan! Right on cue, the number one has a monster moment at the top of the hill.
That was not a replay. We watched that live as it happened. He touched that puddle. We were just talking about it. He's made contact. Now he's got to assess what sort of damage he's got.
And now he's vulnerable with a fill cell at the bottom of Conrod as well, Sandman. Pressure cooker moments in this car race. It's been there for 4 hours and 10 minutes, that puddle. It was there in the form-up process beforehand. Here's Phil Cell to the inside. He'll be on the outside unless he can get across and consolidate through. He's got it. He's got it done easily.
Wow.
He got to the inside at 20 to put himself on the inside at 21, and O'Sullivan gets through as well. Ryan O'Sullivan moves up at a 7th at the expense of Jake Maloney. Look at that next battle pack of cars. Oh, how awesome is this, ladies and gentlemen? Jared Philsell up in a 4th. 1 second off the top 3. Game on. Next target, Zach Rutley White. 53 to go on the mountain.
We spoke about it earlier, the fact that the Lobs, there's a good chance that Lobs were going to be 1, 2, 3 towards the end of this race. We're not too far away from that happening. Zach Rutley White is now the one that's in the way, and Jared will be quickly keen to get past him to make it the Lobs 1, 2, 3.
I reckon the front 3 are fuel saving.
Well,
they'd have to be.
The thing that Jared's got in his favour too is their teammates, so they can control the pace of the race.
Correct.
So not that Jared needs all the help in the world either, but they're just assisting, probably not going as fast as they could, probably just slowly bringing Zach Retro White just closer to him and helping Jared with his progress through the field. So it always helps when you've got a couple of teammates helping out.
Evidenced by the lap times as well, boys. Last time through, 2:08.24 for 2:54, I should say, for Gilliam. 2:08.17 for Rosella. 2:08.25 for Ratway White. A 7:8.81 for this car right here. Raina Costello picks up a 5-second penalty for contact and lap 103 going into the cutting. Contact on car number 47. So Raina Costello, which set off that chain reaction of events at the cutting a few moments ago, he picks up an invoice for that. It's only 5 seconds. One of the more minor penalties we've seen issued today so far. Awesome racing here.
Mate, you can't script this sort of stuff. This stuff writes itself. This has been, I reckon this has probably been the best Bathurst 1000, and we've still got 50 laps left. I don't recall one that's been this exciting. This consistently, like we've had flashes in the pen. Think about the last couple of years. It's come down to sort of 3. Last year was a 5-car race for the win in that last hour. And Rosella got it done from Griffin Gardner, and they were teammates at that point in time. Madison Down finished third. And he just said, "Oh, you just couldn't quite get it done." And in the tow, once you're in the tow of 2 cars, you kind of can't really get it done. Last one in the Gen 2. When we move forward to the Gen 3, and the slipstream in the tow doesn't quite give as much as we previously historically had. So, you know, think about that. We could have had a race with no water on the track. We could have had a clean race. But it's been entertaining watching, because the thing is, you can't take your eyes off the screen. I want to say a big shout out to everyone that's actually been with us right throughout the day. Some of the racing's actually been really interesting, because we've had such a love coming our way from the spectators. Not even love. I think sometimes a little bit of the drama and stuff that's happened as well has added to the spectacle of it. And look, a lot of people were saying after the test match yesterday afternoon, the finish for it, we were sitting here commentating the shootout whilst that was going on. I saw a post this morning that said, "You'll never forget where you were when that result happened." Back it up with this. Mate, it's been a great weekend of sport, hasn't it?
It's been fantastic. And yet we still haven't had a chance to go and watch F1 yet either. So who knows what's going to happen there that's going to make us remember watching the third last round of the Formula One World Championship as well. I know some of you are doing that. David Kirby, by the way, is on notice, because earlier in the day when I mentioned don't send any spoilers our way, he was the first one saying you'll get all of them from me. And I was like, no, please don't. There are block and restrict buttons in place for a reason. If I need to tell them, I will. I like Kirby. I like Kirby, but he's very quick to throw the bait. I just hope he actually watches the race on delay in the same way that he watched the Arias on delay the other night, quite frankly. Gilliam, Rosella, Ratway White, 1, 2 and 3. Lobbs Esports 1, 2 and 4 at the moment. Dylan Ryan back to 5th after that hairy moment across the top. And that's the point. The puddle's been there all day. Yes, it's got a little bit smaller, but as these guys flirt with the limits a little bit further, they're still managing to find it. They've tried to clear it. I think they've just got to play around it. It's not disappearing in the remaining 52 laps here, Sam Nem.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And you guys touched, well, Scotty, you touched on it when we had Madison. You know, we knew that the puddle was there, and he said you just keep flirting with it because you're trying to extract what you can out of the car on the racetrack. You know the puddle's there, and you think, we should be right this time. We should be right. Yep, no, that was good. We'll try the next time. We should be right. We should be right. Then it's like, oh, crap. I've actually touched the puddle, and now I've got to hold on to it and try and save it. So it's just been extraordinary, the amount of people that have been caught out by that one puddle up the top of the mountain.
And talented people. Think of the talents of people. We've just seen a notification come from Race Control as well. Car 222. Racing incident, car 19 as well. I was just having a quick look back. Car 28. Okay, so I did get the one wrong. So remember talking about the Broad and Ratu incident from earlier on. I got that one wrong. Race Control did actually issue a 5-second penalty to car 28. And it was LFA for this, which is interesting.
Damon Woods. Absolutely. Damon Woods in 11th spot at the moment, trying to get himself back into the top 10. Eddie Bestwick drove very nicely in the Eclipse Sim Sport entry earlier in the day, as he did on Friday night, quite frankly. And now the next target is Wayne Burke for Damon Woods. And the other thing as well, by the way, gentlemen, spare a thought too, and it's just popped up in my news feed here. We're talking about the rapid fire. Oh, big lunge on the inside from Woods. He had to get out of it. He had to get on the anchors and pull it up and tuck in behind and follow. Did that compromise his run under Conrad? We'll wait and see. And he's also got to be mindful of Griffin Gardner looming large in behind him as well. Spare a thought. Yes, we all loved the heroics of last night and Travis said, etc., but spare a thought for Cricket Australia. Their bank account's going to take a serious hit from having no gate takings today and tomorrow. There were people that had their weekend, their tickets, their everything booked, planned, ready to rock and roll. And all they're doing now is giving Tourism WA their money instead. They're trying to explore the beaches and the other scenes and settings of WA. Either that or they're bunkered down in a hotel room bar at the moment and enjoying our coverage of the Logitech Pro Bathurst 1000 as we complete lap number 111 and start 112.
Actually just reached out. We actually saw a whole bunch of guys. That guy has been stuck in that same
that
position
guy's loving
all
it.
day long, isn't he? How's
That
this
looks
for a
like me
sports
when I'm
fan?
at Queensland Raceway watching supercars. He's got a little bit more hair than I do. There's a few of them. Have a look at them.
That's a bit like, yeah, that's a bit like me when I'm commentating Hyundai XLs, except it's only one hand in the air, the other's got a microphone in the other. So, yes, I can relate to the spectators at the top of the hill. How good are they going? Have a look at that. That makes for interesting viewing, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Just how slippery it still is off track, but just how much standing water there still is on track. We're not yet there at the point of dry, but we're getting closer.
Here we go.
Line shot.
Exactly the racing one that they need to take. They're flirting.
Oh! Massive moment for Ryan O'Sullivan.
Did he hit the wall? I said they were flirting with danger. I didn't even get to finish the sentence, and it looked like he was going to nail the concrete. Oh, my goodness. Talk about being in the right spot at the right time. Unbelievable.
Jay Kennedy's on fire today, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Gilliam, Luke Rosella, and Zach Ratway-White. 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. Phil Sell's got that within a second now, Scott, of Zach Ratway-White. So that margin's come down. It's within a second.
I was just about to say, I might actually I reckon Forzan Al-Nabi's gotten out of that car, and this is gonna be a really difficult delivery, but I really actually want to chat to him about how he's managed, because he had a couple of really big mistakes back at the start of the day, and it's that recovery story, and I'd love to pick his brain about it because it's difficult. So this is the other side of the O'Sullivan. And shoot through the shot. There goes the top 4. And O'Sullivan will be one of the next cars that comes through.
Watch this. Oh, he did get the wall. Big hit of the wall. But again, it was a side-on run. So hopefully he's got away with it.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go see what I can wrestle up for us.
Scotty Rankin's going to go recruiting. Some different voices for you to listen to because 4.5 hours of listening to us, or nearly 5 now, is more than enough, ladies and gentlemen. Hang in there, we've still got 2 to go. Plus a post-race show as well. Sam, man, it's interesting to see the movers and shakers of this field. I mean, it's very clear cut that it's a race between the top 4. You're probably not yet game enough to put a line through the 2-2 or the 1. Sorry, the 22 or the 1, 5th and 6th. Anyone beyond that, it's a long shot, but you've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? I mean, at the end of the day, you've got to be in it to win it, especially if we do get a late caution. We're not ruling that out because as the intensity lifts, so does the margin for error. But at the moment, the form guide reads true. Loves esports all the way.
Yeah, it's been the talk of the season, really. But you're right. Even look, they are probably a odds-on favourite at the moment, but you do need to be inside the top 10 as these laps dwindle down, because if you find yourself a little bit further back, it's probably going to make that charge that little bit impossible, only because the teams and the drivers are so quick and everyone is so tightly bunched and the laps are very consistent and there's not much in it between all the drivers. You do need to be there or thereabouts, and you need to be inside the top 10.
Scotty Rankin's back with us and he's got a special guest with him.
Righto, I did just wander off because I did want to have a chat to Forzan Al-Nabi. Mate, the start of your... I talked to you a little bit earlier on and you said we're feeling really, really good. We've got really good car speed. We're both feeling comfortable, both feeling quick. And actually, Griffin taught you really well up with the Paddock podcast this week. So he had a lot of trust and a lot of faith in you. But I think that's probably one of the most tricky tracks we've ever had inside of a Logitech V8 Pro race thus far, mate. What went wrong at the start of the day?
Yeah, no, I think obviously it was very tough. I made a lot of mistakes. Obviously, I haven't driven this track in the rain ever, so it was quite a challenge. I had to just learn while racing, which is quite tough. But yeah, I made a lot of characteristic mistakes. You know, I kind of rate myself more highly than what I showed during that stint. So yeah, I feel sorry about them, but I mean, you live and you learn, don't you? So I can't really say much unless yeah, just have to do better.
Mate, if that's not the end of the story, though, if the car had been done for the day, obviously we'd be talking to you in a completely different mindset and whatnot, but it takes a lot, and we've had 4 safety cars today. That's a lot of opportunity to spend working on the car and getting the car back. You guys are not just back, you're back and relatively in contention again. Compared to where you were, say, 2.5, 3 hours ago, what's the mood like now?
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty calm, but we're in a tough spot because cars around us all have a very similar pace. So it's, you know, once you get to this top 10 region, it's kind of hard to pass cars. Obviously, when we're back down the grid, it was a lot easier to make up spots. I had a good stint just before, and yeah, I did drive quite hard. I took a lot of risk, but yeah, once you get to this top 10, top 5 region, it's, you know, it's tough to pass. So honestly, I'm not really that optimistic, unfortunately. Just got to be honest. But yeah, we've you know, it's Bathurst. Let's just see what happens.
Mate, at the end of the day, you guys finish inside the top 10 after everything that's transpired. Do you walk away and go, look, from where we came from, that's a win, or you sit there and go frustrated because we had better car pace?
Yeah, it's gonna be, honestly, it's gonna be frustrating. Yeah, it's top 10 is, you know, it's nice, but you know, we had, yeah, like you said, we had a lot better car speed, and Griff did an amazing job in qualifying, and yeah, for us to spend most of the day, you know, down the back, it's yeah, it makes our day tough, and yeah, it's just one of those things that we've got to take away from today and just learn from it, because yeah, we've got to do better.
All right, mate. Well, look, at the end of the day, it's a frustrating day, but that's also part of the racing. You know, we don't get to talk to everyone when they've had the best of days, and at the moment, Adam Briggs is actually trying to defend a little bit. It was from Tyres Hodge that was trying to hold off. Andre Heimgartner's going to bring himself back into contention in this little battle pack as well. So sorry to catch you in the middle of that one at Forza, but I just wanted to grab you because oftentimes we tell a great story about drivers and how their days have gone, and you know, it's a frustrating one for sure, but hey, you guys are back there, you're back in contention, and mate, get the head up, and is there any motivation that you give? You just let Griff go about his work right now.
Yeah, he's just got to go do his thing. He's a fast guy, so he's just going to go put his head down, and yeah, whatever spots we gain is a bonus. But yeah, it's going to be quite frustrating, I reckon, towards the end, not being up there.
Mate, hold your head a lot higher than that, because look, it was tough to start, but the recovery drive has been absolutely epic, brother. So I think that's the biggest story that we've had for today. So many cars impacted, but the recovery drives, not one of you guys has dropped your head at any stage. It's just been, okay, what's next? How do we do this? So hold your head high.
Yeah, exactly. No, I appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for that.
All right, mate, get back down there, keep supporting, keep barracking on your man, and go have some fun.
Cheers, thank you.
I think that's actually really, really important, because, yeah, we oftentimes tell the story of, you know, gee, your race went well, but recovering is not the easiest. Tom Fourier is going to turn in the cutting, and the car at the inside, it was Wayne Burke that was down there at that point in time. Cops a whack, does the 88 machine, and have a look at the 93. We were just talking to Forza Nabi, there's his car at the back end of that pack, now in behind Brenton Hobbs. I wonder whether or not, have a look at the ride up and across the top, there's a penalty to come for that.
Quite possibly. So the other thing I wanted to point out too, we saw it live as you were talking to Forza. Tyres Hodge, a tank slap on the exit of the chase. That was what opened the floodgates for Andre Heimgartner, Adam Briggs, and Ian Ford to capitalise as well, boys. Good recovery so far from Rainer Costello back in the 20th spot. Blake Warboy's now on pit lane, so that's an interesting development. We'll see if that's a scheduled pit stop for them or not. No further action. Race control. The incident a couple of laps ago at turn 2. between cars 72 and 06. In the meantime, Forsen El Nabi's co-driver, Griffin Gardner, makes light work of Tommy Freer, who's still aboard the Synergy Sim Racing 88, normally driven by Brenton Hobson, of course, and has moved through into 11th. So Hobbo still yet to jump back in that car to bring it home to the checkered flag. Damon Woods rounds up the top 10 right now. Wayne Burke is 9th. Across the top of Mount Panorama. Yeah, exactly. What a day. It's hard to find the adequate superlative to describe it, isn't it?
Well, it's not even the superlatives. Like the reason I wanted to grab Forzan was because you have a car there that's actually recovered. I think they should be happy with where they recovered back to. Was this the incident we were reviewing from a couple of months ago? I think it might have been. This is the 06 down the inside of 72. No further action. Runs him a touch wide and in forward skates through as well. So, yeah. So what I was just going to put to you guys as well is there have been so many recovery stories. Have a look at Myers in car 22. They're back in contention. They're 5th at the moment. They're not being able to go with the leaders, but they're 5th. They get another safety car. They're right in contention, and they're right in the right spot on the track. And Brady Myers has been a winner around this place as well. So he knows what to do with the dying stages of a motor race should he need to. Lead group of 4 cars at the moment that have all come back together. How's Dylan right in the background of this shot? Trying to go with that lead pack as well. And for now, Andrew Gilliam from the front end of the field. From Luke Rosella, Rattray White, Phil Sell drove himself back into contention as well. Somebody just entered pit lane. I reckon we might have a first stop here for this next round of pit stops. Car 88. Yes, they burned the tyres off it.
They are in the window to stop now and once more and get home. But if going the undercut is going to bite them in the rear in the long run, it'll be only a matter of time before we find that out. Yeah, they would be, because Hobbo was due to get back in, I'm pretty certain. There's Brady Myers to the cutting in the meantime. And interesting how year on year, the race has played out very differently. The conditions have been very different, but year on year, we still have more dogs fighting for the available amount of bones from the back end of the race here. Last year, it was 5 fighting for 3. This year, it's 4 fighting for 3. Contact at the chase. Right place, right time.
Looks like
the timing for these guys. Ian Zoo and Brady Baldwin, just for reference for everybody playing along at home.
Dived up the inside, but also caught a splash of water too, I think. So,
yeah.
Oof. We'll look at that replay.
There is still that splash on the exit on the entrance of turn 21, isn't there, Sam, man?
So, yeah, we're just going to bring up an OG Gear replay for it in a minute. Here we go.
Yep.
So move up the inside. Oh, he's touched the grass and he's struggled to pull it up. And then hit the water, and that's just cannoned him straight into the side of the car. So, it was a chain
happens
reaction.
in threes, as they say.
Yeah.
Jeez. Unfortunate for those guys. They're chasing their tail for the balance of the afternoon. Here it is again from the aerial shot. You'll see the graph first. No, this is a different replay. Sorry, OG Gear replay. This was Damon Woods beautifully getting up on the inside of Wayne Burke. Up into 9th. Cleanly done. That's also Damon Woods on screen there. Griffin Gardner's latched on. He's now fighting for that last spot in the top 10 alongside Wayne Burke. Up Mountain Straight we go. Gilliam's lead is 0.6. They've got another 1.2 from Luke Rosella back to Zach Ratway White, who's now in the clutches and in pressure territory when it comes to Jared Philsell, who's now only 0.2 of a second away. But it's interesting, isn't it, Scott? Comparisons year on year. A lot of driver changes, a car overhauled, Gen 2 to Gen 3, but still 4 battling for the lead this late in the piece. Last year it was 5. No reason it won't be in the final stint.
Yep, there's 4 at the moment. Yeah, there's every opportunity that someone can just... This is going to come down to that final stop. And just the thing I'm looking at and keeping an eye on is that these guys have been able to go with each other relative in terms of pace on the long run. So that says to me the tyre life's actually quite good. And the car sort of improves as the fuel burns out of it. So an undercut, yeah, you'll pay a little bit of price in the early portions of the stint just because the tyre will go away from you. As the fuel burns down, you'll actually be quicker. So an undercut almost comes the best thing you can do. But the other thing to consider is the amount of fuel you're sitting here and saving. I guarantee you, Philso would have gotten to this lead group of cars and just started saving fuel. The rest of them would have been saving fuel. Rattray White's starting to just come a little bit adrift from the back of Luke Rosella. And that takes away the opportunity for the undercut at the back end of the stint. He's probably driven the wheels off it just to keep in contention with these things. Was that fuel
really
saving?
Yes, he popped the clutch in. So as we were riding on board there, you could hear Zach just pop the clutch and save what fuel he could. There he goes again. So every time into the braking zone, he's just popping that clutch in and just saving what little bits of fuel he can.
Yeah, you'll see it now. Watch the gear shift counter go to N, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
That was a massive lift. Massive lift.
Yeah.
That was before the kink.
He's going to get done.
Phil's going to go.
Phil's got him. Yep.
Done.
I think he's just in the moment of saving fuel and he's not worried about Jared at this stage.
No reason to be, so there's still a quarter of the race to go there, man.
Yeah, well, every bit of fuel that you can save obviously helps you in the long run. Just with you know, who knows whether you're going to get a safety car if it forms at the right time for you. If you can stretch that by another pit stop or two, it could benefit. Yeah, so yeah, interesting. It was great to be on board at that time and just catching those lifts, and every time he was clutching it, really good.
Ryan O'Sullivan doesn't seem to have been heavily compromised by that wall scrape at the top of the mountain a few laps ago. He's still leading that second train of cars, and it's only 2.25 seconds away from, now 2.3 seconds away from Dylan Rudd. So, I mean, Dylan Rudd's had his own moment, of course, in this final stanza of the race. But he's still holding this train together. Whether it's a case that these guys are going to use O'Sullivan to fuel save and then launch their attack in the final stint or not remains to be seen. But O'Sullivan has Maloney, Woods and Burke, Gardner for company right now. 5 genuinely good operators representing 4 different teams in a privateer, if you don't mind. Down Conrod once more. That's one of the more versatile battle packs we've stumbled upon today. Glenn Postlethwaite on pit lane at this point. Here's a move. Damon Woods having a look on Jake Maloney, but he's on the wrong side of the racetrack for the moment. Can he set it up for Murray's?
He's trying to have another crack at him as that car's actually got really good speed at the back end of its stint at this point in time. And remember, Maloney's still hampered a little bit by that damage on the front end of that car, so it's just not quite got the poke in a straight line. A little bit of draft, saves it again. But as soon as he loses that draft from O'Sullivan, as O'Sullivan's starting to disappear up the road, that's where he's going to come back under assault from these guys again. And again, they're starting to use more of that inside curve. You see the onboard shot, how close they're getting to those puddles on the inside again. Oh, I'm not gonna sit here and say somebody's going to end up in the fence with puddles again, but I'm not saying.
We're not ruling it out, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I just don't want to be foot with the bill. Oh, there you go. Griff's on the move.
Beautifully done, up into 10th. Big Spence. That's a good observation from Jake Kennedy. Long stop for Glenn Postlethwaite. We'll try and get to the bottom as to why. But Jake Maloney now under pressure from Damon Woods still. And Griffin Gardner has now cleared Wayne Burke. Wayne Burke now on the wrong side of the top 10 for his liking. Still the best placed of the Vermilion Fury cars to this point. First of the 9.5 cars, Corey McFarlane in behind that. Then the ERT entry of Bauer, Duncan and Rivera make up the top 15. And look at Maloney getting the hurry up from Woods to the top of the mountain. Fastest lap of the race, it's a 2:07.165. It goes to last week's Toyota 86 race winner in the real world, Josh Anderson. Very nicely done. And he's making a late charge. Of course, they're of course trying to get back through the field after their early mishap on pit lane as well. They're back to 24th and 2.3 seconds in arrears of Jacob O'Reilly in the 2:22.
We're on the pit window here too. These guys were looking back into 24 laps, so there's an opportunity. We might actually start. Yeah, so the pit stop window is actually opening in earnest right now, and you're seeing a lot of that. I think Damon Woods just went through on Jake Maloney, finally cleared him with, again, that little bit of straight line penalty. And he's going to try and see if he can help out Griff a little bit, I think, as well. Because these two test and work together. Car 93 and car 56. Do a little bit of chatter back and forth, work on the setup, work on lines, work on speed, work on data. And the other thing is, worthwhile noting, here comes Corey McFarlane to pit lane. There's a few guys who have already done their next stop. Something's about to go happening, I reckon, at this point in time. Is this two cars that car 143, I reckon it's just going to pick up. They've both just been out with fresh tyres on. And O'Reilly has got a little bit better punch at the moment in terms of freshness of those tyres. And for Josh Anderson, he is starting to range in on the back of these guys at the moment as well. See how far up the grid Ando can actually get with a chase from behind.
Dylan O'Shea and Teo Sorono to pit lane at this point. Oh, a little bit of water being kicked up at the top of the mountain. And we've all got that sense now, because Jay has said it, that something is brewing at the top of the mountain, or maybe even the bottom of the mountain. Watch this for some car control from Jake Maloney.
Oh, he just licked it.
Yeah.
Got away with one.
Trucks brought on pit lane right now, so too Teo Sorono. Update on retirements, Jason Bent's done, Dylan Pereira done, Dylan Walker and Ruben Goodall, 4 retirements so far today. Currently showing us 4 drivers a lap down, but I remind you, we are partway through the pit cleansing cycle. The 6th round of pit stops for today. We are expecting one more from here. Out of the chase we go. Maloney under pressure from Gardner, having got by Burke. Next target, Damon Woods. There goes Ryan O'Sullivan to pit lane. That'll release Woods. Woods will move up into 7th spot now. We've had a bit more of an opportunity in this stint to breathe, Scott.
Yeah, a little bit. The racing settled down. Everyone's starting to spread back out again. But the other thing is, I think if you took, nearly ended up. These two are right in on top of each other. Car 222 starting to be chased down by the 36 machine. Ando is just a little bit hot under the collar. I mean, hot. The thing for Ando is he's hungry. Hot's the wrong word. Hungry, I think, is a better one. And we actually got the replay. Jay just moved away from it a little bit. Around the outside goes O'Reilly. Marbles for that one. And that's why he's lost a chunk of time to Ando.
So now the concentration for him now, he's just constantly looking back at his rear view mirror because he knows that pressure's coming. And talk about pressure, that's where it's starting to build here, just outside of the top 10.
Finals, we're heading towards one more stint to go after the next one. We'll have one more pit stop to go after the current round finally completes itself. And Andrew Gilliam leads by 0.7 of a second over Luke Rosella. And we think they're just about out of fuel.
And judging by where this is on the timings, gentlemen, just this side of an hour and a half of racing to run. Of course, that blows out by a couple of minutes if we do get a late race safety car, but we're very much within that final 90 minutes now, according to our timing screen.
Is that Phil
Jared Philsell to pit lane.
Yeah.
Not surprising to see him go a little bit earlier, Sam, man. He did have to thread the needle a little bit and burn the fuel during that stint to reel in the deficit he picked up or inherited in that last round of pit stops. Dylan Wright, Damon Woods also to pit lane this time through. Jake Maloney, Griffin Gardner, Wayne Burke is going to stay out, we think. But yes, definitely a lot of pit lane activity unfolding right now.
Ideally, Wade Gilliam and Luke Rosella, they're starting to come up to a little bit of traffic too now. So they will be in the next couple of laps, and you would imagine maybe even the next lap, just so they don't get held up with that little bit of traffic. You can see Andre Heimgartner, who's in the lane.
That's been a nice little drive back through the field from him.
Yeah, he got himself back onto the lead lap quite a number of the cautions ago, and now he's just been punching on, just trying to extract pace and performance from that machine every opportunity. I mean, you know, in a really, really good spot in the window that they're in at this point in time. How long do these guys go? Because they won't want to let Phil Cell undercut them by a long way. They will absolutely want to crack on.
Yeah, and like I said, a little bit of traffic in front of them. They don't need that to hold them up either. So you would imagine it'll be this or the next lap.
So we'll see how this round of pit stops goes. At the moment, everything's been running hot for such a long period of time.
Yes.
Here comes the final round of pit stops for a bunch of drivers. Stenberg sits by. In fact, I think he's actually just driven the car out of pit lane. So he's back on board. No? I didn't tinker with the wheel. Yeah, he is in the car at the moment. So on the way out of the pits at this point in time, he will have the final pit stint. So car number 47 at the end of the race. Race leaders are in. Second to last pit stop. 1,000 kilometers comes down to the final bits and pieces of the motor race. There are 38 laps left in this one.
Brady
Myers has gone long.
So that's going to work nicely for him. 38 laps to go.
Run to the final 250 Ks.
We are.
I was just like, how far have we got left in this race? 235 kilometers.
Yep. Well, I was going to say 121 would be three-quarter race distance, about that 750 marker. We did 32 the other night. That was a smidgen under 200. So, yep, bang on the money there, Scott Rankin.
I'm not just a pretty
Gilliam,
face,
Rosella, Ratway White, and Wayne Burke all on pit road at this point in time.
Although, to be fair, there'd be a few people that would line up and say you haven't even got that aspect. So,
here's Phil Cell. So Phil Cell's going to take the lead. He jumped both.
Yeah, I did wonder with the undercut. Yeah, I thought he'd be punchy on that out lap. But they'll get the right of applied too.
Margin. I wonder if the stop times were different because there's got to be. So we're hearing that there was a shorter pit stop. So by 7 seconds, because I figured that's too much of a margin just to have that one extra lap on the fresh tyres. So roll on the dice with a little bit of strategy.
I'll have a look. Have a look at who's actually popped out ahead of them. Sorry, my apologies, you're right. Have a look at Rattray White. He also went for the same length of pit stop as Jared Philsell, but he's 3 seconds behind him. The transit time through pit lane for Philsell and Rattray White's near identical. So Rattray White's also gone with a short fill. He's gone for some track position. There's a few boys in this one that are just playing a little bit of strategy games with each other.
Yeah.
About where they try and pop out. Wayne Burke also short of filled that car. He's only 3 seconds behind Luke Rosella at this point in time.
So the games have been saved for very late in the piece, haven't they? Are some of these guys hinging on a final competition caution? Maybe. As well, because it's important to note, if that falls somewhere, if we happen to stumble upon a safety car for whatever reason, about 25 laps from home, everybody's in, all bets are off.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to give up an opportunity like that, do you? So that's what they're doing now. They'll start working this race backwards and finding out when they can get into the lane. If you can find a part of the racetrack where you start saving fuel, that might just benefit you. But yeah, never rule out a late safety car. Brady Myers is in the lane now, so we can see he's currently still in the box. It's still a very good showing from the Lobs guys. And Myers.
Well, there's the last round of pit stop. Brady Myers has done a great job. What's he done in terms of field?
Almost. Wow. I didn't expect that.
Phil Sell has come out just ahead on the undercut. And Brady Myers is going to sit there and shadow him up to the top of the mountain. Game-changing moments.
But now, does he have to save a lot to make it for one more stop? That's what I'm curious about.
Just heard car 1 redress with car 36. So something's just gone on between Dylan Rudd and Josh Anderson. And I reckon it wasn't too long. He redressed and then immediately bombed it straight back up the inside. So,
and Woods
he
as
can
well.
redress. In theory, yes. And Damon Woods, you're right, is going to have a go. The elbows get traded up and across the top. I reckon Endo will probably not be too happy with that because that was redressing. He finished redressing and immediately just bombed it again. So we've just heard that there was an incident where they got into each other.
Yep, there it is.
And here it is.
Murray's. Picked up a bit of water on the way through there too, boys, because that water on the start-finish line, driver's right, has been standing there since the start.
We've not seen the replay of this morning. So the critical factor is he's got to redress it completely, which is now done. And he immediately fired. Wow. Yeah, you know what? He's okay.
But yeah, you'd be spewing though. You'd think, right, beauty, I've got the position, he's readdressed. And then before you know it, he snuck back up the inside again.
That's crafty. That's why he's a champion last year, though. Yep. But Endo's back in the top 10.
Yeah. Back in 9th. Under threat from Damien Woods still. 2:07.156. Andrew Gilliam, fastest lap of the race, boys. So all of a sudden, we're on the cusp of the sixes for the first time today.
What would Gil give to win Bathurst 1000? After he was, I'm not going to say robbed because I don't think he was robbed, but I think car 62 in supercars with Stanaway and Nash Morris on board. Nash had a bit of a mistake on the cold wet tyre as well, but they made an effort actually on that Thursday afternoon. There was only one day of practice where there was actual rain at the actual 1000, and they made a point of sticking Nash Morris out there on the wet tyre because Richie's quite good in the wet. And they practiced and they prepared for it. I talked to Gil Sunday morning. I talked to him Saturday. I was messaging him all throughout the weekend. He said, mate, we had a gremlin on board of our car and we found the solution to it Saturday right before curfew, and they fixed it. They actually had a problem with car 62, which is why Stanley was so slow in qualifying and practice. I saw Richie on Saturday afternoon actually at the mountain. He looked flat as a tack. He just looked so frustrated, and he's just so not Richie. He's normally bright bubbly. He's actually brilliant. Him and Gil work so well together this year because they chat, and they're both chatterboxes, and they both love their racing, and they just talk. They are brilliant working together. And both of them were so frustrated with how that car was performing, and Richie was just not happy with it. I talked to Gil about it. He said, the drivers, mate, they're scared of the car at the moment, up until Saturday night, because there was just a problem with the car just wasn't performing, it wasn't handling properly, and it turned out they had a gremlin. It was basically going across the top, and the car was just understeer, snap oversteer. And it just didn't feel right, and they ruined their driver's confidence. They had a problem. Don't know what it was. He didn't mention what the problem was, but he said they found it just before curfew on Saturday night. The problem was then in the warm-up on Sunday morning, they had to send their drivers out to build confidence back, because you don't get confidence at the mountain without the comfort in the car. And they worked and they worked and they worked. So when he was in tears on national TV on the Sunday, there was reason behind it, because they chased that car all weekend. They got it. They were on board, and Richie was, I don't know if you guys kept a track of him throughout the day, but he was tracking through the field as soon as that rain came about, quick, picking guys off, and they got their opportunity, and then it ended in a hurry. That's the frustration. That's the story of Bathurst. It's not just speed. You don't just show up at this place with speed. You've got to work. You've got to engineer the car. The frustrations, the trials, the tribulations that they all went through, for everything they had to mount. That's why he was emotional. Really, if you walk up to Gil and you get in contact with him because you're a sim racer before going to any of the V8 Supercars events, and you get in contact with him, some Sometimes he'll actually be able to get out and chat with you, and he's brilliant to talk to. And again, he'll take the time of day to talk spreadsheets with you and I, Sandman up at QR, about how they put the strategy together, and they lost time in this section of the race. And talk to us like you wouldn't believe about the race. He's brilliant. So easy to talk to, so willing to talk to people and work on what can we do to try and make things a little bit better. How can we bring you into this? You know, that's Mark of the man. So for him to be in this position, in this race, this man over the last couple of years deserves to win something and win something big. He won at Detroit Belle the last couple of seasons, and I want to see him win again because I am such a big fan of Andrew Williams.
And to do it with SVG, what a feather in the cap that would be, Sandman.
Yeah, absolutely. But you forget, I guess a lot of people might forget how much work goes into behind the scenes of a raced weekend. You know, some people might turn the telly on for a few hours and think, oh, that's it. We'll turn it off and then we'll watch it again tomorrow. But no one sees the blood, sweat and tears that goes in behind the scenes of making a good race car and getting everyone comfortable. So I've been fortunate enough to be a part of a race team, not anywhere near the supercar level and what, you know, these guys have experienced like Gillian. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's so much that goes into it. And he's got to hold his head up proud because it was just a stellar effort.
$34 to run. Have a look at this. This is Brady Myers fending off Jared Filsell to the cutting. On lap 128, ladies and gentlemen. Right there, nipping at the heels. Could Trans-Tasman Racing potentially, Sandman, steal this out of the clouds at the death? So it's a tough ask, especially because we expect also Eclipse and Zach Ratway White, also the other two Lobs Esports entries to throw their hat into the ring in the final stint. But have TTR been flying under the radar all day, despite the fact that their main hope bowed out early?
Well, possibly. Just those onboard camera shots, we could see that Filsell was getting real up close and personal with the concrete. So it looked like he even made contact there. There's a little bit of the sparks flying. So, but that's what Myers needs to do at the moment, is put that pressure on Jared. I don't know that he's had too much pressure. Maybe all season. It's all gone his own way. And even today, so at the moment, he just needs to sit there and just rattle his cage a little bit, maybe force him into a little mistake. But those two have obviously got a bit of strategy that they need to play out. They've got to hit a number and have enough fuel to go home. But at this stage, they're buying themselves a ticket. And I think Brady's doing the right thing, is just there. Just get in Jared's mirror and just move around a little bit.
He just needs to, you're right, he just needs to put pressure on, just harass him. He doesn't need to do anything major, he just needs to harass him. And you know what, the thing is, Jared Filsell I actually respect it. He doesn't want, and this is something I've actually gotten the opportunity to, I've had the opportunity actually in NASCAR racing just recently to go toe-to-toe with Jared. It's the only time I'll ever match the man on anything, which was really, really awesome. I got the opportunity to talk to him after the race, and he was happy for it. Jared loves to go racing, and he loves to use every trick in the book, and he loves it when they're all used back against him, because that is the challenge of top-tier motorsport. It's not just pace, it's the mindset, it's the psychology, it's how you position the car, it's the engineering. You wouldn't get to this level if you weren't a car fan, a racing fan at the end of the day. So Jared doesn't just like to give it out. If Brady was to come up here and move all across in his mirror and work him over, he enjoys that. It's a thrill of the chase, please. Thrill of the chase.
$33 to go. Across the top, we pick up the battle further back for position number 8 and 9. Anderson, we were just talking about Josh Anderson a few moments ago. He's got Damon Woods right on his tail. He's chasing Dylan Rudd. 3 hot shot heavyweight contenders in their own right, all vying for precious championship points. And that's probably a point that we haven't focused a hell of a lot on throughout the course of the day. And certainly one that I noticed at the start of the race, Sam, man, that points race behind, obviously, Jared Filsell, who's taken off into the sunset with a lead in excess of, I think it's 390 coming into today. The margin they have and enjoy on the rest of the field is massive, right? But behind that, a tantalising contest for the minor placings. And that won't be lost on those that are still in contention, not just for minor placings in the Enduro Cup, but also the championship here, that the points that can be earned today could go a long way to securing a particular spot on the ladder at the end of the season. And let's be perfectly honest, when you're trying to attract sponsors and co-drivers for next season, the higher up, the better those chances are. I'm interested to get your thoughts on it, though, because it is Bathurst after all. So some of the guys will start thinking about that when we get to the grand finale. They won't be thinking about it today. But the tactful drivers within this field, the smart guys that are thinking bigger picture, where's their mind at right now?
Well, you're exactly right. We talk about this as being, it's the penultimate round, and then we know we've got, well, we're hoping, fingers crossed, that we head to Adelaide, but whether it'll be out in time or not, we don't know for our grand finale. And all up the inside is that Anderson gets the job done. A sneaky move up the inside at the last moment and gets it. But the team will be thinking about points. Maybe not so much Jared Filsell. He's in a really good position where, he doesn't have to win the race to take the championship. It looks like it's probably going to fall his way. But when you start thinking about the bubble, you need to be inside that top 20 just to make the grid, so you're locked in for next year. So there's a lot of teams and drivers that will be very much thinking about points and the bubble.
You mentioned that. Ethan Grigg Galt, 11.81 in 19th. Lachlan Capel, not on the grid today, 11.46, 20th. 21st, Adam Briggs. Yes, he's on the grid today, 11.26. 11.16 for Emily Jones. The 22 for Trent Tasman. I haven't mentioned Emily all day. Andre Youssef, 1116, 23rd position. So there are going to be some movers and shakers down that bottom end. Also, Wayne Burke and Matthew Barrell are not too far away, trying to get themselves into the top 20 as well. The guys further above that have run into trouble today. Bo Albert's had trouble. He was 14th coming into the round, 1,318 points. But beyond that, Madison down, 1578. You'd probably wager that he's safe in that position with a few points that he'll pick up down the order today. But you just don't know. And then towards the top end of the tree, 25 points covered Anderson, Ratway White and Woods. Anderson and Woods are in this battle pack right now. Coming into today, Brady Myers in second place at the moment. He's another 51 points down the road, so he's going to chip away at the deficit that he enjoys to those guys as well. Griffin Gardner's probably too far back on 17.93, 17.58 for Andrew Gilliam, so he's losing that battle today as well. But Gardner will be thinking not necessarily about Gilliam, but trying to latch on and catch Woods and Ratway White if the opportunity presents itself, and at least ticking the box to secure a top 20 berth for next year. If you're worried about it, Scott, are you more worried if you're 15th and below, or is it 16th, 17th? Where's that threshold of pain for the guys going into the final round as far as being on the bubble's concerned?
It's to anybody within 200 points, and probably reliably within 100 points of that bubble is at risk, because you have to finish that final round and finish it reasonably. And anything can happen. And remember, at this point in time, that racetrack for that final race of the calendar is still TBA. And the reason for that, there's an opportunity for it to be Adelaide. Could you imagine if that's our final race for 2025? Gen 3 cars for the first ever time, and we head to Adelaide to finish the championship off. And the other side of that coin is that makes it risky for anyone that's within 100 points of that bubble, for my liking, because you have to finish the race.
You mentioned 200 points. Well, there it is. That's 16th to 25th, 194. So let that sink in for a moment. And we know Capel's not on the grid today. We know that Adam Briggs is on the grid. We know that Emily Jones is not. We know Andre Youssef is. So there's going to be some moving and shaking within that order towards the end of proceedings this afternoon. And move inside 36, gets by Anderson on Warboys. Sandman, nice move, cleanly done at Anderson 7th.
Yeah, he's getting a bit racy now, isn't he, the old fella? He's just covering his marks there, making sure he doesn't leave a gap on the inside.
Actually, well, keep your eyes on this battle for the meantime. Run down the start-finish straight. They're still trying to hang on to spots and pick them off as best they possibly can. And for Josh Anderson, he's continuing to climb through a couple more spots. Can he get his car all the way back up and into the side of the top 5 before they can get it done? And by the way, an update on Lachlan Capel. He's actually not around today for the 1000s. Do you want to know the reason why? Adelaide rally. So he's been working on that car for a long period of time to try and get that ready and get it, because I've just heard him, he's had exams of late. Actually, he's doing a law degree, Lachlan Capel. And he's had exams, then he's been trying to work on the car, and he's been able to do very, very little time on the sim of late because he's been trying to prep that car. First time to get out there and actually have a crack with it. And he's not the only one, actually. Sebastian Flock went along with him. It's been a while since we've seen Flocky on the sim. He's actually had to sell his sim, move to Sydney, and didn't have space for it. That's the reason we lost Sebastian Flock from the community. But he's still been in and around, still hanging out with his buddies on the sim, but not actually able to join them.
Oh, jeez. All of a sudden, that puddle is looking very, very shallow. Very, very minimal at the top of the hill. But find it and you'll know about it. Eclipse Sim Sport, Damon Woods, 9th place. We're inside 30 laps to go. It'll be 29 at the line, boys. The run home, and that critical lap is within reach. So 25, 24, the end of lap 136, the end of lap 137 are those critical laps, depending upon how far you can stretch the tank. And of course, that's barring that we don't have a safety car to further aid that process. If you're talking green flag runs, you're talking 24, 25, no change.
How critical is it that we get to that number? Oh, don't, no. Get this curve, get this puddle off the screen. Oh, there's one more car into it.
I think it's at the point now where it is quite well off the racing line. You can see it's in the marbles. Yep. There is that little tiny puddle towards the end of the ripple strip, but that big major puddle is something that's not really going to be in contention because it's too far off the racing line. We're going to stick with this just as we wait for some cars to come through. And this will give you an understanding of what that racing line is. And it's almost going to be the right rear, almost touching that little puddle that's up against the ripple strip. And that's exactly what they're doing.
So it's Tyson Broad. I think that was Brady Bourne. Here comes the race leaders with the next 3 cars through. So that's Phil Sell, Myers, Rattray White, Gillian will be the next one. There's a little bit of a gap back to him, and Rosella's with him. Actually, have a look at the marble.
No! He's gone the fence. The puddle has caught out another one. And this is one of the Lobs cars. We were there. We caught the action live. Luke Rosella, massive damage.
The curse has struck again. Jay Kennedy's curse has struck again. Luke Rosella, 37th on the grid to 5th, and it's heartbreaking to see it come undone, that charge, as cruelly as that. Holy smoke.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that we got the action live again. Look at the damage. Oh, heartbreak on the mouth of these guys. Heartbreak.
It's that sort of day, Sam, man. You've just got to believe it.
I can't believe Jay's done that again.
You need a producer and director, Scott.
Mate, I said at the start of this race, when we saw that puddle up the top, I said, everyone needs to be mindful of that puddle because it's right on the racing line. And it has been an issue for the last 134 laps, and it's still biting contenders.
And it's claimed one of the big ones right here and now. Gone is the chance of a Lobs Esport lockout of the podium. There it is on replay. And just had too much momentum, caught the puddle, and then I don't think it was so much the puddle, but it was the lift up onto the ripple strip as a result of going through the puddle that brought about their undoing. And there goes a charge that had been faultless. Those guys had not put a foot wrong for 133 laps.
It's just... I just, mate, my heart breaks. Legitimately though, again, this is not putting up, but look at the climb that car had today. They had to start at the back of the field. They were patient, they were progressive right throughout the day, and they forced their way to a point where they grabbed the safety car at the right point in time to bring themselves back in contention. They spent the whole day on the back foot. The whole day on the back foot. They got to second, and the first time they felt confident and comfortable that they might challenge for an actual race win, bang. This place picks its champions, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, and this place rips your heart out. You know, you think that, you know, you're having one of the great days and you think you're probably on for a result, and you blink and it's all over. And now, look at it. Who would have said a couple of laps ago, if I told you they'd be in pit lane having to repair this thing, you wouldn't believe it. But sure enough, the mountain's bitten.
Let's talk about all the cars that have been bitten by McPhillamy's puddle today. Luke Rosella, Thomas McMillan, Shane Van Gisbergen, Brody Kostecki, Madison Down, Bo Albert. Mate, I haven't just listed off 5 random drivers, 5 drivers that are just lucky to be in the series. I've listed off 6 of the most competitive cars today.
And some of the most well-credentialed drivers as well, Scott.
That's again, these level of guys, they don't make mistakes like this. It doesn't happen, right? These guys are that level. They understand, they think different, they drive different. You don't make that mistake that many. The fact that all of them have made that mistake. Oh, I quit. I'm walking away. I want nothing to do with this. I want nothing to do with this shot. I don't want to be here.
Well, absolutely. I'll take over for the moment. Here we go. The orbit drop there car gets through unscathed. Keep your eyes peeled on this, ladies and gentlemen. Phil Cell goes through. Myers kicks up a little bit of water. Ratway White misses the puddle. Let's watch the next car come through. That is, of course, Andrew Gilliam. Gets the puddle twice. Oh, hold your breath. My goodness. These are pressure cooker moments here because we're on the cusp of the fuel window to pit and get home in the 1000 of 2025. There's another little bit of water being kicked up on the way through there. Here comes Hobo. Oh, the car in front of Hobo got a good piece of it. That was one of the TTR cars. Jack Maloney, 13th. Yeah, Maloney got a good chunk of it and kept it straight. There's no, you know, it's a bit like, I'm just trying to, it doesn't play favourites. It takes no prisoners. We talk about so many different things that can go awry, just, you know, with our own physical health and our mental health, boys. And again, you know, the mountain is one of those beasts that just knows no prisoner. Like it doesn't discriminate is the term I'm looking for. Sorry, I just had a mental blank there, which is fair after 6 hours in here. But yeah, it doesn't discriminate. I mean, and that moment just there for a would-be race winner or race contender, Luke Rosella, he's on pit lane, has been for the better part of 4 minutes now. 2 laps gone, debris left behind at the cutting. And I'm not sure whose splitter that is, but we'll find out. It looks yellow, so it could well be Brenton Hobson's. But the interesting thing about the Luke Rosella incident, remember about 15 minutes ago, and Jay was in our ear saying, I've got a nasty feeling something's brewing, something's coming. I think that was it. No, I think that was the moment.
No, Jay is banned. Jay's just straight up banned. Like I can't, no. You know what? I spotted it. It's the O'Shea. It's the O'Shea car. It's missing the front end. Kahneman 9.
Yep. Shot McNamara's just confirmed it in our commentary chat thread on Discord as well, boys. Lap 135, he's had a shunt. So let's see if we can dig that one up on replay. And there's a talking point as well, boys. The debris that has, and the marbles that have appeared throughout the course of the day surfaced on the bitumen. are now going to be their own talking point, because if you get offline, you're on a one-line groove, a one-line train to disaster, because there's concrete waiting for you left and right.
And
Treacherous moments, Sam, man.
It's everywhere.
No.
We've noticed it at a couple of points, but have a look at that. That's just a massive description to show what these drivers have to contend with and really be mindful of, because obviously through that part of the racetrack, it is single file, but everywhere else you can see just where the pitter-patter of the debris is, the rubber debris.
This is unbelievable. We're nervous for them now, because we're at that point. You talk about buying the ticket in the last hour to the last 20 laps. We're there. We're in the last hour. We're not in the last 20 laps. There's the moment coming into the S's, and then before we get to the dipper, there's the spoiler. It's in the dipper. The front end of that car, the debris is sitting in the dipper. Now, if that was real world, a marshal's got to risk their life, or you've got to throw a caution to be able to get that off the circuit. iRacing hasn't got to that point.
No, and yeah, we don't need to. I don't think that's just one of the benefits of simulated racing technology is. What do we do?
I don't mind it if there's debris on the racetrack. I mean, we're talking simulation, and if there was a big, massive splitter sitting in the middle of the dipper in the real world, there would be a safety car for it. So
that's right.
I wouldn't mind it implemented. You're obviously not going to really do it if it's just a mirror, side mirror, or something like that. But when you're talking a whole front bar, I think that'd be cool to have in the game.
Well, who clouded Davison's shock absorber? It was the absorber, yeah, it was the shock absorber that bounced out of his cover and clouded the elbow. Somebody hit it, it was just in behind him this year. Just think about the amount of cars that hit Barry. Sometimes they crawl away from the you see them, they probably shouldn't, but there would definitely be debris that's floating around. So that's a debate topic, though. That's one of those ones we either love it or you hate it, and there's a debate about whether or not it should be a thing, but we'll leave that for now. I mean, we are in the pit window to get home.
Absolutely. Lap 137 of 161. Now, there's a replay coming very shortly. Jacob O'Reilly did hit the wall on the exit of the elbow we're hearing. You'll see that on the OGD replay, I'm sure. But the other thing was there was another car, and I think it was one of the Eclipse Sim Sport entries. Might have been Damon Woods, might have been Zach Ray White. But there appeared to be a little bit of looseness going on in that race car on the exit of the dipper. You would have seen that little twitch and bobble on your screen a few moments ago. That's the moment for O'Reilly. That's millimetre perfect. You don't want to be flirting with the wall any more than that. That's a slight rub play on. Phil Sell, Myers, margin out to 2 seconds now, boys. So Phil Sell's going on with this big run. Huge run from Jared Phil Sell.
I think this is really actually important as well. The difference between their last pit stops as well for Jared Philsell and Andrew Gillen was 7 seconds. Look how far ahead he is.
Yeah.
Right now, he'd come out with a 2-second advantage. And here's the thing, the cars are faster, lighter on fuel. And they look after the tyres better because you haven't got to carry that big, hefty fuel load around for a long period of time. I reckon Philsell's got the lead post-pit stop.
To be honest, I wouldn't be too surprised about that either. But still a stint to go. So, does fatigue start to slip in? Are there drivers out there that make a mistake? Is our friend, the little puddle up here, going to claim someone else? I mean, it's still, anything can happen. And tell you what, boys, this race has had everything. And don't be surprised if you're going to have sponsors just squabbling over naming rights to the replays for next year's 1000, because OG Gear have absolutely got their money's worth out of all the replays that we've done today. And I no doubt the sponsors will be tripping over themselves to try and sponsor the replay for next season.
I reckon we can get McDonald's on board for McDonald's McPhillamy Puddle.
I like the alliteration there.
Mac.
I like where you're going with it, boys. Through we go. Cars on the limit. Bradley Ratchie to pit lane. That'll be the last stop for the Orbit Drop Bear entry.
Yeah, so Rats will be one of the first cars. This will be final stop for that car. I think one of the primary reasons they've actually jumped in is because they're a laps car at this point in time, and they were right in amongst that lead pack. I think they're just trying to dive out of the way. Also getting their last stop out of the way. Car 56, yep, Damon Woods gets past Jordan Ross inside that top 10. It was actually interesting to note, I was actually talking to Jordan Ross, I was talking to a few of the Synergy cars in general, both last night, this morning. I just jumped on to say hello to them quickly last night, and then jumped on again to say hello quickly before this morning. They said, hey, much better than last year. Last year we're all about 26th to 30th, so we're very happy compared to with where the cars come through. And again, I said that it took them until Friday before they actually found their window on their setup, and that's played out really, really nicely. Although, to be fair, how about Blake Warboys in the drive? We talked about him being a little bit sick earlier on in the day. He's done phenomenal. I think he's done the lion's share of the work for car 143.
Yep, certainly not showing any signs of illness or fatigue at the moment. I'm sure he's feeling it, but certainly not showing it. Marcelo Rivera chasing down Leo Duncan at the moment on the run up towards the top of the mountain. Oh, actually, the car in front, is Ian Ford, I should say. Marcelo is another 2.6 seconds down the road, but Leo Duncan giving him the hurry up across the top of the mountain. And they're the sort of moments, as you get another scenic shot from Jay Kennedy at the top of the hill. How good actually have the action shots been, the trackside shots been today from Jay Kennedy. That's why he's one of the best in the business, folks. But this is a commitment plus from Ian Ford at the top of the mountain to hold on to 16. But these are the sorts of moments where you've got to be mindful of the guy behind you as well, and you're worried about where he's positioned and whether you're going to be vulnerable to an overtaking opportunity or whatnot. These are the types of moments that could lead or pressure you into making a mistake, be it a forced or an unforced error. I'll be interested to see if that results in anyone getting the puddle at the top of the mountain between now and the end of the day. Blake Warboys, Griffin Gardner have swapped around on the racetrack, and on pit lane, that would explain why. Blake Warboys. So Ethan Grigalt through, Dylan Rudd through, Jacob O'Reilly through, Blake Warboys for his last stop of the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see where that car pops out to. Again, like I said, really, really happy with the way that they've gone about things. Brady Myers, I think, has done another guy that's done a phenomenal job. Again, car 22, think about them. It's the same as car 93's story, really. Issues for both of those cars, and they turned their days around. Car 55 turned its day around to a point, and then it went wrong. So, again, Jay Kennedy's getting the super shots out, getting up close and personal with the wall up at Reed Park.
Yeah, this is a bit of a trait that we see from Jared pretty much all season, that when it comes to close to pit stop time, usually if he's in battle with someone, he starts to leave him for dead, and then he dives off into the lane. And that's probably what he's seeing now, is that he's using up what he's got, and he's opening up that margin over Brady Myers. So now 2.7 seconds.
Watching this is down and around for 13th spot, as you can see from the electronic board. But keep your eyes on the cars as they come through. So this was Maloney, followed by Bowler, followed by, I think, Ben Faulkner was the third car in this train. So there's Bowler, who'll come through in the middle in car 12. And yeah, that's Ben Faulkner. So Cody Birch is on board. Sorry, my apologies, Matthew Bowler.
Look at his steering wheel. Oh, he's chasing it. Oh, a little bit of sparks. He's just touched the wall. He got away with it.
Stroke.
Wow.
Absolutely, he did. There's your race lead up. There's the margin, 2.7 at the moment. Up 141, boys. So the final eighth of the race has now arrived upon us. Critical laps coming up with regards to the final pit stops here. Of course, all the BS stops with regards to pit strategy talk if a safety car was to fall right this instant. But we haven't had a random one thrown since before lap 100. We did say here in comms, didn't we, Scott, that the next time that we hit the neutralisation period of the race, the safety car on circuit, we'd actually have a break. We haven't had a break. It's been a while between ads, but we'll tick the boxes and pay the bills before the end of the afternoon is out, I'm sure.
I would say with confidence, I'd say the random ones are done for the day, because I think it's a maximum. It's between 0 and 4 in terms of random safety cars, and we had 1 for cause, and we've had 3. So a maximum of 1 more, and I just don't think necessarily we're going to have that, because statistics would say that it's very, very likely we don't.
There's no need to.
Yeah.
That's fair. So we're in it for the long haul, folks. A little over 40 minutes of racing to run. Hope you can stay with us for the distance. Sandman.
Talking about those stops, just so you know, it's not decided on the win. It's decided before the race starts.
Yeah.
So don't let anyone think that, yes, we're probably saying that, no, there shouldn't be any more. It doesn't mean there's not going to be. So we are oblivious to whenever those will happen. And like I said, they're always decided before the drop of the green flag of how many there would be and what lap they will occur on. And the only people that know about that is race control. So we're flying blind, as is everyone else. So you never know.
But it's important. It's really, really important to know, because over the years I've heard, the thing is, race car drivers will throw. I mean, everyone puts their own take on a whole bunch of different things. I mean, it's the internet. We're all entitled to our own opinion. At the end of the day, is probably what I'd say is about this one. But the one thing, at the end of the day, it is in the series' best interest to put on the best race for everyone, and that's not trying to create the best show for the fans. No, there's nothing in that. What it is there's a dice roll. Basically what they do, and I've talked to the guys that run the process for this, it's a random number generated between 0 and 4, and then once we have a random number generated for the amount of safety cars, and race control actually puts out here's exactly what we had, and here's the laps where it fell based upon our time counter, and they will go, it's random one, 0 to 4. If it lands on 0, that's it. The only safety cars we get are incident-related ones. Once you're beyond that marker, and they go, okay, yes, it's 1, they'll roll 1 random dice roll to tell us what lap number. 2, it's the same thing that sort of keeps on going. And again, race control are there to provide the best. They're there to control the race. It's in everyone's best interest to have a rule form and everything that we go towards. So race control sit a little bit apart from the series, and there's sort of. The best way to think about it is there's 3 kind of bodies that work well to put this sort of event on. 4 if you count the drivers, really. So drivers is number 1. Promoters is another one. That's sort of the guys who are in charge of the series. I would say we're another one up here in the commentary box, because we're quite critical to telling the story and those sorts of things. And the other one is the stewards. All 4 groups act completely and utterly independent of each other. The series doesn't come and walk up to you and I and tell us how to commentate. They say, we give you free reign to talk about the race any way that you want to do it. I'm allowed to sit here and make comments about people. And at the end of the day, the series will pull us up if we're a little bit out of line and we're having a bit of a go at it. But we don't do that. We go on and we talk honestly about what we see on the day and what our personal thoughts are. It's the same thing for race control. Race controllers will work to put together a rule book, we'll put together the format and those sorts of things, and then it's put the race on to the best of their ability. And they're still held accountable to be to the best of their ability as well. So again, the promoters have nothing to do with race control and how many safety cars there are in the series. It's all done independently. And somebody just messaged me, it was put through the calculator yesterday. This was not done today.
Okay, copy that. So the preparation for this has been going on for a couple of weeks, as we know. But the interesting thing, two things to pick up on all of this. So Matty Bale is in the battle for 8th at the moment, trying to get by the Trans-Tasman Racing entry of Jake Maloney for 7th. That's the battle on screen at the moment. Just prior to that, you saw Rainer Costello make light work of Damon Mulqueen for 23rd at the chase. The third thing I will say is, and there's Bowler going into pit lane now. That's his final pit stop done and dusted. We're still expecting a few of those to play out between now and probably lap 150 is probably the threshold for all of that. So that's the next 16, 18 minutes or so. Now there's predictions coming in on where the big one's going to be and where our next potential point of drama is going to be. So everyone's hedging their bets internally. Have a look at the commitment here on the run up towards the top of the hill from Brady Myers on the rugged edge. 3.5 seconds deficit at the moment to Jared Philsell. I want to go back to what you were saying there, Scotty. I like, and Sandman as well, I quite like the fact that we're not informed with regards to where and when those competition cautions are going to be, safety cars, etc. and so forth, because authentically, that's better for us. We want to find out when everybody else finds out at home. There's no good trying to script it around when they're going to fall, and we would do that if we knew when they were going to fall. And fourthly, speaking of free reign, you weren't backwards and coming forwards with your analysis of the final stage of the co-driver clash the other night. So, and by rights, there was a lot of agreement internally in our commentator chat thread with what your you were saying at the time as well. So, yes, these guys wear their heart on their sleeve. I'm just lucky enough to come and enjoy them on the biggest day of the year, and I try not to make those comments if I can avoid it, because I'm not an expert. I don't race. These guys do. When they're not commentating here, they're in the cockpit themselves.
Yeah, but I think the other thing as well as the drivers are, also they're out there wearing their heart on their sleeve, which I think is really, really important to these series as well. They're vocal. They think certain things about, and they want, again, the drivers also want the best race as possible as well. Is that another car on the fence? Yeah, I thought. But I think it's important as well for driver confidence, So, and it's important to know what is the purpose of the random safety car as well. Well, how many times when we've gone racing at this racetrack has there been an echidna on the track? Has there been a snake on the track near a marshal post? Has there been something crawling around that shouldn't be out there? Is there an oil spill that we need to get out there and try and clean off? Just random bits and pieces. That's what it is. It's not actually we're adding a random safety car to throw an air quotes competition caution. No, it's actually we're trying to create something that can't happen in the sim. Yep. The road coming to pieces.
And to Sandman's point as well, when he was talking about if the preference, there's now a friendly fire being thrown because we're all just trying to bait Scott Rankin at this particular point.
I want for it.
Ethan Grigg Galt in 15th spot. We're going to pick him up, chasing Kurt Stenberg and Sebastian Vandel. So this is the battle for 13th. That you're looking at. There goes Brady Myers back out on the racetrack. There goes Zachary White following him as well. We're still waiting to see when Leo Duncan, Jake Maloney, Andrew Gilliam will make their way in to pit lane. There's Kurt Stenberg 15th, Scott Mackay, Madison Down, Sebastian Vandel have all made their way through. Keep an eye on that left and right of your screen, folks. 18 laps to go. We know the drill from here. But to Sandman's point, and you've seen it throughout the course of the day, there are some elements of this where you know full well that we're in a simulated process. This is not real world. But there's a fine line between taking the mickey, taking the proverbial, and also Sandman giving everybody as real, authentic an experience, as close to the real world equivalent as you possibly can.
That's exactly right. And all these teams know that in the real world, every race doesn't go to plan. Some of the world's best plans will come unstuck, and it's like what you were touching on before, Scotty, where we see Gilliam now firing into the pit lane, getting his stop over and done with. How many times do we see a kangaroo at Mount Panorama? So straight away, it's a safety car. So we haven't quite got there yet. Don't rule it out with iRacing. You never know what could happen. But at the end of the day, we do have those little unknowns, and that's all part of the sim racing world. And the beauty is that everyone knows about it before these events start, and we're all happy with it. So
Jake Maloney. Back to Adam Briggs we go. This is the battle for 21st. Andre Heimgartner in behind him at the moment. The pressure mounting on Briggs. He needs a strong haul of points to take away with him from Mount Panorama to further increase his bid to secure that ticket to next year. And we were talking about that with the co-driver clash the other night. There was only one golden ticket available there. There's 20 that are going to be handed out after the final round, wherever that may be. We think the streets of Adelaide. If not, there'll be an alternative in the mix that's already been locked in and discussed, I'm sure. But the pressure was on a lot of people the other night because they were staring down a very long and busy February, a grueling February, if they didn't get the golden ticket there. Same can be said for the guys that have gone through the 12 rounds here, Scott, and will have to then potentially go around again. Here's the move. This is side-by-side action. This is hairy on the run down to the chase. Have a look at this. So this is interesting. Bowler and Duncan's come to pit lane too, by the way. And that battle we're watching on screen, Andre Heimgartner has gone through to position 21.
Really, really interesting to know. We actually just had the pit stops for both of the guys that are in contention for the race win. Guess what? Remember how I was talking about how Phil Sell ran light through the middle?
Yeah.
And then he had to stop for a lot longer than Andrew Gilliam did. Guess who's popped out ahead?
Yeah, wow. There he is. Jared Phil Sell leads. On track for the Enduro hat-trick. On track to wrap up the championship today as well. It's all falling into his lap quite beautifully at this point. He's got a 14-second deficit of Maloney. That'll, of course, cleanse when Maloney comes to pit lane. And as far as I can see, he Kurt Stenberg look to be the only ones, and Ben Faulkner actually, that haven't yet completed that final stop. Wowee, anxious moments here, but it's very clear that it's a 4-horse race to the checkered flag. The two Lobs Esports entries, along with the Eclipse Sim Sport entry of Zach Ratway-White and Brady Myers as well. Talk to me about the fatigue.
Oh, Phil's made a mistake. Phil's made a mistake and ran wide at the chase, and he's actually, Gill's just taken about half a second out of him.
Oh, boy.
So he's back in his toe. Oh, this isn't over. This is. I wonder whether he tried to fuel save, and he tried to fuel save way too much.
I wonder if there'll be team orders implemented here, or whether the drive will be off like they were the other night.
No chance. Not
the biggest race of the year. I don't think. I think if someone tried to give me team orders, I'd unplug the radio.
That's it. And Zach Ratway-White's now perilously close to taking us into the 206s, boys. A 207.011. That was the moment. The question is, have they got enough of a buffer to Brady Myers and Zach Ratway-White?
He's wide again.
Keep them comfortable in the run to the checkered flag. Has he not taken tyres in that last pit stop?
Yeah, I think surely would have, but yeah, who knows?
Or is the pressure getting to him? Is it mounting? Can he see that Bathurst 1000 victory in sight? Whoa! Jared with an inch at the top of the hill, of the brick wall.
He doesn't miss apexes. Jared Philsell doesn't miss apexes. That's, come on, the guy's... But for him to make 2 mistakes like that in a lap, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with car 94. I don't know what it is. I'm going to have a look at the front end of it.
Was this from earlier when we were analysing the damage sustained from Kostecki, or have they sorted that out already?
They should have cleared that.
They should have cleared that.
How about car 17, fastest lap of the day?
Yeah, on lap 145, if you don't mind. Just extraordinary. The pressure, the drama, the intensity, the buzz. I feel like I'm doing a Bill Laurie at the MCG at this particular point in time.
Beat me to it, mate. I was going to say, what are you wearing? The white, the off-white, the bone?
Actually, I've got the cream shorts on for the black shirt. I've gone the other way around. Normally it's black pants and yes, the bone, the white, the off-white, the cream, the ivory, the beige. Yes, excellent. How good was Billy Birmingham back in the day? Jake Maloney to pit lane, boys. That's the critical stop that we've been waiting for, and that battle for third is going to ignite here between Brady Myers and Zach Ratway-White.
Oh, fastest lap of the day. Andrew Gilliam on cue, 206. First and only 206 of the day. He's turning it on. He's turning it on.
And he's done it in the slipstream. Down Conrod Straight. That would have helped.
Just listening to his...
He made the apex a little bit.
Because he was 4 tenths quicker on that last lap. That was brilliant.
I just have a sneaking suspicion Philsell's in trouble.
I think you're right. But the question is, does Gilliam play rear guard and protect him? Or does he go on by and say, look, I'm going to deny you the 1,000 victory, but you've done enough to tick the box to get the Enduro Cup one today and also the championship, so 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Look, I put on a team owner's hat and I say there's no team orders. They just get to race as hard as they want. There's only one rule within team racing, and that's not to take each other out. So, providing they don't do that, it should be just fair game now. So, I can't imagine that they would be asking Jared to move over to let Andrew through. These guys just need to go hell for leather and just take it up against each other. And same for these guys too. Brady Myers, he's got his hands full because Zach Ratway-White has got a little bit of pace, and he'd be looking to quickly dispose of him as quick as he can, because he would love to get up 3 seconds up the road and try and give Gilliam and Philsell a run for their money.
Ratway-White! Oh!
He's trying.
He was very close to the grass. There's the contact.
How great. That was really great heads-up racing. They both gave each other so much, enough racing room where there was no contact. That was really brilliant by both of them.
Absolutely it was. on the limit now. Lap 148, 14 to go, folks. It's done and dusted in the next half hour. We've just gone past 10 past 5 on the East Coast, 10 past 2 on the West Coast, 10 past 7 in New Zealand. We've just gone beyond 1 a.m. on the East Coast of America, 10 p.m. on the West Coast. Wherever you're tuning in, we hope you're enjoying it. And that would make it just past 6 a.m. in the United Kingdom. For those of you tuning in Europe as well, such is the reach of this broadcast. Not only the international reach of the broadcast, but the drivers competing within it as well. Both sides of the ditch, as well as SVG in the United States, burning the candle at both ends at late on a Saturday night into a Sunday morning. Up to the top of the mountain we go, sliding through there. Commitment Plus from Myers, and Zach Ratway-White can almost taste a podium at Bathurst in the supercar.
Yeah, think about this. At the start of today, you'd done a lot of effort to get your way here, to put yourself through qualifying, to put yourself through the shootout. Perhaps you took part in the GT Pro. Think about all the laps you've done. You'd show up and do 1,000. You do 161 laps here today. You might have done more than that over the course of the last couple of weeks preparing the getting it ready for this one. If you've done another 1,000 across the series, and remember, iRacing hosts an official 1,000. There are so many leagues in the country that want a Bathurst 1,000 because everyone wants to do one. Everyone wants to be a part of it. And Kurt Stenberg does want to be a part of a battle for position in the dying stage. He's out on the marbles. Yeah, you got no chance out there, unfortunately, buddy. So, but think about all the miles, all the preparation you've done, and now Ratway-White's going to exchange blows with Brady Myers. Doesn't redress it. So he thinks he was up far enough.
Yeah, I'd like to see a look at that, but I think I'd probably want to readdress there maybe. But yeah, they probably had a better look at it than we did. We saw right at the end of it. That'll be interesting. Here we go. We go to the OG Gear replay. He's going to take a dive up the inside. He's there.
He's there.
Oh.
The question will be the turn on the exit of the corner. Whether
really
it was
no
momentum. Yeah.
Oof. No, that's why I'm not in the steward's box. I'll stay in the commentary box. Thanks.
You and me both. Damon Woods, Griffin Gardner. This is the battle for fifth now, boys. These guys have had an almighty scrap the last half hour or so, and now it's embroiling in a battle for the final spot in the top 5. And Damon Woods, of course, already success this week with the GT Pro Invitational being wrapped up. Griffin Gardner just in behind him, looking to put a privateer in the top 5. The Chiefs ESC entry of Dylan Rudd is 3.7 seconds down the road, and I ask you how much of that was lost in the earlier skirmish that he unfortunately had at the top of the circuit. So many if, buts and maybe moments today, and a few what might have been scenarios as well. But we have 13 laps to go, and one thing remains clear. The form guide from the start of the day has held up pretty well, particularly if you're the Lobs Esports stable. Half a second the margin this race, and they're only extending that now. Zach Ratway-White's a distant 4.7 seconds back in third. So we're not going to have the grandstand climatic conclusion that we had last year, boys, but we are going to have our own Team Vodafone moment from 2010, albeit for Lobs Esports. And fitting as well, I know one, I think if we get the manufacturer breakdown on screen, I think that'll tell an interesting narrative as well. If we can do that, please, Jay, just have a look at the breakdown of Chevs and Fords in the top 10 here. I know it's been a disappointing day for one manufacturer in particular, but Ford's grossly outnumbered in this series, in this campaign. Across the top we go, and across the line we go with 12 to go. Have a look at that. Only one Ford in the top 10. Chev dominant. But it's appropriate, isn't it, that the day after we mourn the loss of the legendary Alan Moffat, even though it's not Ford, we're going to have a form finish, a 1-2 team scenario here at Mount Panorama. Griffin Gardner down the inside. makes light work of Damon Woods, moves himself into the top 5. Well set up, well executed, well done.
Well, they were frustrated that they weren't inside the 10. You heard how much Forzan said about that car as well, and they were a little bit frustrated. Fifth place, I think, based upon performance, is if you talk to this car at the back end of the race, they'll be sitting here and going, I reckon we could have been on the podium today.
Yeah.
I think they've proven that they deserve to be there. There's tyre marks out and through. I've just seen tyre marks through the gravel trap at McPhillamy again. I don't know who put them there, but I think it's recent.
You've just given Jay a little bit of extra work. He's going to get onto that for us as the Lobs Esports stable hit the chase one more time. Interesting to note as well, we haven't really mentioned it, Luke Rosella did get back out there after that enormous shun at the top of the hill. Did get back out there, sits 34th, sits 2 laps down. But importantly, has got back out there. They'll take points away.
Oh, it's Stenberg. It was Stenning.
Race.
It was Stenning on Stenning's lap 150. He went for a wild old ride.
11 to go. No further action yet. We haven't seen anything come through, at least, for that Zach Ratway Brady Myers moment. Dylan Rudd sits 7th. He's under pressure from Wayne Burke. Josh Anderson has got Ethan Grigg covered off, and then it's big gaps back. Maloney's got Bowler in his vicinity for 11th. Not really anything to report beyond that at this point in time, folks. All eyes on the top end of town. A Chev 1-2, a Lobs Esports 1-2, and desperately unlucky not to be a 1-2-3. But as we say, another case. Here we go, top of the hill. Oh, there it is. Another big moment up there, and another lucky escape. Was that the TCR entry? Was that Brady Myers?
47. That was 47 at Stenberg.
Oh, no, 47, Stenberg at the top of the hill. So, still on lap 150, we're seeing cars fall foul of the trap that has been the source of much trouble throughout the course of this day. But Jared Filsell, match point. We were talking earlier, Scott, and I don't want to make too fine a point of it, but I think now that we've actually got a second to breathe again, this is going to be interesting to see how the guys that don't make the cut bounce back and get themselves mentally prepared for the taxing schedule that is 4 Wednesday nights in February, ahead of a potential start in the main game come mid-March, and then when the 2026 season gets underway. As you say, particularly feel for the guys that go into the final round either side of that bubble, knowing that they're either in or out at the end of the finale. The pressure will be on them when we get to round 12, but I'm going to be interested to see how they bounce back from that mentally for February, because we saw earlier this season just how grueling a campaign that qualifier series was.
Yeah, it was a big grueling campaign. We lost so many guys at the start. We remember that was the first opportunity to go at it in Gen 3 hardware as well, so there was a lot of unknowns heading into that. Talked to Brenton Hobson about unknowns, talked to him about the marbles back at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park in the qualifying series. So that'll be huge. Josh Anderson backing inside the top 10 after their issues, unfortunately for car 36. They've driven their way back to the point that happened so late on in the piece that it just cost them, and they were off sequence on the strategy, unfortunately. They've just not been able to do much more than that. But Brady's still hanging around with Rattray White. You know, there's not, that battle's not over.
Not at all. Here's Josh Anderson in 9th place, trying to latch back on. He's in 9th, chasing Wayne Burke, who's chasing Dylan Rudd. Case of what might have been for Rudd, you would have to say. When you have a look at positions gained and lost today, folks, we haven't checked in with that for a while. 20 for Wayne Burke. He's the best that I can see on the totem pole. 16 for Sebastian Vandel, 10 for Damon Mulqueen. So to Scott Gamble and Corey McFarlane. They're all there on +10, and nobody else is in the pluses at the moment. The negatives, well, let's not rub salt into the wound this late in the day. 5:22 on the East Coast, except for my neck of the woods and Sandman's as well, because we haven't got with the process yet, but that's another story. Andre Heimgartner in 20th position, chasing or defending Adam Briggs. I'm being politely reminded that Sandman had the process and ran away from it. Yes, unfortunately, no one under the age, I did the maths earlier in the year, no one under the age of 51 has yet had the opportunity, or is it 53? 53, I should say, has had the opportunity of voting on the issue. If you were born in 51 was right. If you were born after February 1974, the government hasn't given you a say in the matter. You have not had the opportunity to pass your democratic right on the matter. And I was very much in support of Kendall Gilding coming out and writing an opinion piece on it, saying the curtains will be fine, the cows will be fine, let's do it. Let's finally rip the Band-Aid off and do it. But no, Queensland content with their slow and steady delay. And strangely enough, I was doing a dig through the EPG for this evening, folks, for Seven's coverage of the WBBL. They're keeping it on the main channel, which is really good. Instead of starting it at 9 o'clock on the main channel straight after the cricket, obviously they're going to start at 8 o'clock and run it in its entirety on the main channel in the progressive and civilised Eastern Daylight Saving Time observing states. Strangely enough, we're going to get a replay of the 1% Club and watch the first hour of the WBBL over on 7 Mates. So I don't know what the thinking is there, but that's just the 7 Network doing 7 Network things again, I would say.
How about this? Final 10 laps of the Bathurst 1000. Final 60 Ks. You've kicked on. How are the legs? How are the arms? How's the nerve? How's the metal? How's Dylan Rudd feeling at the head end of this pack? He's got Wayne Burke that's been chasing him all day, running him down towards the back end. I think the Chiefs cars have just died off a little bit at the back end of the race. Burke seems to be coming on a little bit stronger towards the tail end of this one as well. And Anderson, he is hungry. He will have a crack. Talk about the championship. Jared Filsell needed 21st or better today to lock up the championship. We could be heading into the championship decided with nothing on the line. It's all for fun and games. And right now it's fun and games for the back end of the top 10. Dylan Rudd is vulnerable. Wayne Burke sniffs an opportunity and Ando senses them both. After showing us his medal on board his Toyota 86 and taking his first ever Toyota 86 race victory in the wet at Sandown alongside of supercars as a support category. This is his opportunity to show us what he's capable of and what he's shown us all season long. Second in the championship, and he's come to play.
They probably dealt with the worst of the conditions last week there at Sandown, arguably as well, in the 86s. Extraordinary scenes there. Dylan Rudd looking back, defending. Actually, the door slightly jumped into the turn 2! Jay Kennedy was right again! Dylan Rudd into the wall. There'll be a redress here. Wayne Burke, the protagonist. And that gives Joshua Anderson a fair bit of breathing space in position number 7. It was brewing. It had been all day. Lap 154 was your bingo number.
Best seat in the house, and he's right on board with Anderson, the OG Gear replay. Oh, we might have got it a lap too late, but not too early. Yeah, we'll go and chase that up. But yeah, he was in the perfect position. He saw him squabbling, and sure enough, contact happened, and he was gifted 2 spots. So thank you very much, boys. We'll just play on. So here we go. This is the climb up the straight, and you can see that it's going to be on between these two. He sort of hedges his bets. He's not in contention to make a move, but he sits back, sees the dive, and now he goes, thank you very much, boys. I'll just slide up the inside.
I'll put something in your head about that one. Does he force Berkey to go for the move? Just because he's being aggressive, Berkey's basically going to go, I've got to go now, or Ando's going to be on me.
Possibly.
Yeah. And you kind of sense that Wayne Burke was putting his hand up and owning that one straight away, and the way in which he's already redressed that. Dylan Rudd's back in 8th spot, Wayne Burke's back in 9th. Whether race control give him a further invoice or not remains to be seen, but play on, consolidate 8th and 9th. The problem they've got now is that it's invited Ethan Grigg-Galt back onto their tail. He is 10th and sitting there only 0.7 of a second away from Burke.
At that point, he's committed. He's like, even if he jumped on the brake any harder, the car was always going to go straight and make contact. So you can see he's still hard on the brake there. He knows he's made that mistake. And straight away, he readdresses. He's like, you know what? I'm in the wrong. I put my hand up, and that's all you can do.
Well, another opportunity, and this time Dylan Rudd is going to put Wayne Burke on the outside. He won't give him the opportunity to get to the inside. Burke is right into the marbles. The Grigg-Galt will come through. Well, he put him on the marbles, and Grigg-Galt will go ahead and steal some of his marbles.
And he did that earlier in the day as well, remember. Grigg-Galt, the beneficiary of squabbling further ahead for the second time today. And 9th spot is his. Good fight back from them. The ERT stable, that's their best runner in the top 10 at the moment. Surprising to think that, but they've just gone 9th. We'll have a look at a potential incident here for Brady Myers too, by the way, folks. He's lost 3.3 seconds on Zach Ratway-White, so Brady Myers has dropped out of contention for 3rd. The pressure has been released on Zach Ratway-White. We're on lap 155, 6 to go at the line. As we watch these guys on the one-line group. On the run through the S is the dipper, and on the run towards the elbow. And have a look at this. Brady Myers, ladies and gentlemen. Run towards the dipper. There's your moment. There.
Not there.
Oh, he hit the wall. Yeah, he hit the wall twice. So he hit the inside, and then that pushed him out to the outside. So, yeah, ideally, he can push on, and he's got a little bit of time up his sleeve too. Bang. Bang. So the second hit, he was already on the brake, but man, that's not ideal. Thankfully, he's only got 6 laps to go to bring it home. I don't think he's going to be able to make up that ground on Zach, but he has got a little bit of margin on Griffin Gardner.
Watch Ethan Grigg-Galt here, boys. They run down the line straight.
He's going to have a crack at him. He tried the crossover. So Rudd is suffering at the moment. There's obviously damage on the left-hand side of that car from contact with Burke a couple laps ago. But he's also, I reckon, struggling for a little bit of point or perhaps a little bit of throttle on. Not quite as compliant as he necessarily would have liked at the back end of the Bathurst 1000. 6 laps left to go. A touch more than 36 kilometres left to go. Gilliam's within 3/10 of our race leader at this point in time. He's starting to creep up onto it. Ethan Grigg-Galt is starting to crawl all over car number 1. We'll prepare for it. We'll watch. We'll wait. Is he going to send? No, not quite close enough at the cutting, but he's getting there. He's getting a touch closer, getting a touch closer, getting a touch closer. And lap traffic as well for the leaders. I just wonder, I hope that car that's ahead, I think it's the Gamble car. Indeed it is. It's car 543. It's out of the race leaders. He'll be aware. Gamble's within 3 seconds of Damon Mulqueen just down the road. So he is still fighting for something, but it's not everything. So he'll probably just jump out of the way. You just can't look everywhere. No point. Right now, you got to take a breath. You just got to go. Where's it coming from?
The incident at the chase, boys. No further action. The incident at the chase that we weren't sure of, where Brady Myers ended up off the road through the grass on the exit of 21. No further action. Play on. Zach Ratway-White is 3rd and on merit.
Scott Gamble dived out of the way, so that's 1 lap to go. Next one, Mulqueen. He's 3 seconds down the road. Here comes Grigg-Galt. I'm going to crack at him through the chase. Again, he's going to try and cross him over, get drive out the other side. And I reckon if he was a metre further back, he'd be okay. There's a touch from Ethan Grigg-Galt. Here I come. I'm challenging you. He will get on the outside, but he's on the marbles with Grigg-Galt to the middle. Overcooked it. Grigg-Galt's day not done in its entirety, but his challenge for P7 on the road is done. So P8.
He's dropped to 13th, 14th. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, he's in an awkward position. He's going to try and flick spin it here now. Thankfully, he's got a little gap in the traffic. But unfortunately, trying the crossover. He's on the outside here. He turns in and just loses the rear. Unbelievable.
The debris, the marbles on that part of the racetrack claim a victim, and a big one at that, a big scalp. He was on the throat of position number 8, and he has now dropped down to 16th. A net loss of 8 positions. And you guys were talking about time a few moments ago. There's Jake Maloney and Matthew Bell, and now all of a sudden fighting for the last spot in the top 10. Greg Galt's wide once more. Costello's coming through on Hobson. It's all going off here at Mount Panorama, and Greg Galt has now dropped down to 18. Costello scraped the wall of the cutting. Hobbo's going to hold on the inside, and Greg Galt's going to go back around the outside. Drama in the late stages of the 1000. Costello and Greg Galt limping home. Phil Sell and Gilliam not worried about this in the slightest. 0.4 the margin in this car race, and Phil Sell's going to bring us back to the line with what will be 4 laps to go, gentlemen. You mentioned time. Time can be your friend and your enemy at this point of the day. If you're far enough up the road, and we've just gone past the 6-hour mark, I'm reliably informed, ladies and gentlemen, at 5:33 in daylight time. So this will be about 6 hours, 8 minutes and a few seconds, this race. You guys mentioned time a few moments ago. It can be your enemy if you're a little bit too far back to make some inroads and make 1 or 2 final positional gains. It can be your friend as well for the very same reason if you're trying to defend somebody that's got a bit of pace on you but too far back to catch you. Here's Wayne Burke having a look around the outside again, trying to do what Ethan Greg Galt tried to do last time through and still unsuccessful. He's having a look here at Dylan Rudd for position number 8. Will he get it at Hell Corner? This battle's been going. It's had its moments over the last 10 or 15 laps or so. Will Wayne Burke get it cleanly on merit this time at Griffin's Bend? Scott Rankin.
Well, he's going to have a crack at him, and he's going to have to be forced onto the dirty side of the road once more. There's the overrun on Dylan Rudd. Remember, we were talking on Friday night about the GT Pro. Why don't you shadow somebody into a braking zone? See if you can just get them thinking about you before they get to the braking marker. He'll try and cross him over. Wayne Burke's got the power to the ground. Dylan Rudd struggled for traction out the other side of Griffin's Bend. With 4 laps left to run, he'll try and go the dirty side around Dylan Rudd. At the moment, does Wayne Burke. Again, just harass. Place the car. Make him think about you. Fill every inch of real estate of the rear view mirror, because all of a sudden Dylan Rudd's eyes have just been taken off the racetrack ahead of him a little bit. They've been planted on that rear view mirror. Where is he going to cover? What's he thinking about? Is he thinking about the puddle at the top of this hill? No, not this time by. It's the smallest it's been all day, but it's still there. It's still not done.
Damon Woods having a look at Griffin Gardner, Scott, for 5th.
He's going to have a crack at him again. We are 158 laps into our 161. We are less than 18 Ks away from the 1,000. These guys have thrown everything at each other all day long. Griffin Gardner drove his way back through the field after troubles, after dramas with Forza and El Nabi. They sit there, they look at everything, and they think what could have been today, but at the same time, they've still got to fight. They've still got to swabble. For Damon Woods, remember, he sits 4th in the championship hunt. Him and Rattray White are both going to earn points over Ando. This place is important to the championship picture at large. At the moment, Phil Sell has got to get through 18 kilometres to be crowned a champion. That's it. That's all he's got to do. He's just got to keep it together. His teammate would love to be crowned a Bathurst 1000 champion. There's no points marker on the line for him. There's a lot of risk. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of effort for Andrew Gilliam. It's been a trying, it's been a challenging 2025. He had to rebuild the way that he drove the car. It doesn't drive the same. They've all had to do their trials and tribulations this year. And yet again, Loves Esports have popped back out on top. That shows you exactly how much these drivers are capable of. For the start of the Logitech G True Force Endurance Cup, in the middle of the Phillip Island 500, the Lobs Esports cars were put onto the wrong strategy. They had to come back in for a driver swap when they didn't want to. They popped back out in 20th. And on that day, you looked at the results column. You thought about Jared Filsell. You thought about Brody Kostecki. Well, it was all Filsell that had to recover that car. Kostecki's job was done on that occasion, and it's just been Jared Filsell. That drive right there was why he's the man capable of standing on top of the podium and capable of standing on top of this one. Andrew Gilliam is going to challenge him to the last. 12.426 kilometers left to run. And Andrew Gilliam has 1,000 reasons to want to win this one right now.
Their teammate now 3 laps down. They're just gone to pit lane, Scott. The Rosella car reporting back to pit lane. They may well see out the race there.
I reckon they'll come in, they'll throw fresh tyres. They might even go for fastest lap. Why not? Now, actually, we need to go back to our race leaders. Oh, they got into each other! Gilliam just tagged Phil! You're kidding me! They got into each other!
Wow.
As Gilliam's got damage on the left front corner. Something happened on the braking zone on the run to Griffin's Bend. Something happened. I wonder, is Phil still fuel saving? And Dylan Rudd's nearly been turned by Wayne Burke again. They've already had contact between those two cars. Griffin Gardner and Damon Woods are going at each other. So there's battles aplenty in the final 2 laps of the motor race. Lap 160 we are on right now. Check this out.
Oh, bang. Yeah, there was a touch, a definite touch, Sam, man.
What happened?
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? I can't pick it. I can't work out why it happened, to be honest.
I can't help but notice that Sandman might have started the day on 7 cylinders and has dropped to 6. I think the voice box has sounded a bit rusty, mate.
Yeah. You can't blame it, though. The action that we've seen here at Mount Panorama has been incredible. But it looks like now that margin that Phil Sell's got over Gilliam, it's going to be a clear run home now for Jared.
It was damage to the left front corner of car 201. That's all he's going to be capable of. He's thrown everything at it. He tracked him down and tracked him down and tracked him down. And again, that's why he's here. That's why I know that Gilliam's capable of this. Does he miss his braking marker? That's the only thing. Phil Sell felt threatened by him.
Or was there a potential that he was flirting with the white line on the left side of the racetrack as well? And that might have been what unsettled him, because it looked like the car twitched to the right ever so gradually, which led to the contact. I don't think that was intentional in any way, shape or form. Final last one run around to go, Scott Rankin. What a day it's been.
6.213 kilometres for Jared Filsell. That's all that remains between him and Bathurst victory and Champions victory and the True Force Endurance Cup trio. He's won every single round in the Logitech True Force Endurance Cup. He'll say thank you to Brody Kostecki. Those two have worked up a miracle. These guys are still having a stoush for it for the minor placings as well. But for the final time, Jared Filsell makes it through the cutting. There's marks on the road there. Somebody's just been around at the cutting just recently as well. For Dylan Rudd, he is trying to make his Chevy Camaro the widest thing on the racetrack right now. It took a lot of effort for Josh Anderson to make his way by. For Jared Filsell, up and across the top, through McPhillamy. This is the site of so much challenge throughout the course of the day. So many safety cars. Everything's been caused by this at the top of the hill. Down it goes. Well, it was that Maloney who just got through on Burke. It was as well. There's another car. I think that's Bowler who's just gone through. On the pair of them who's trying to challenge for it on the final lap today. Final time to the elbow for our race leader. But the rest of them, they're going to squabble over it. This is back to the last spot inside the top 10. Bowler's back to 11th. Burke sits on the bubble in 10th. Maloney might have had finally that car come to life in the final stint. They might have repaired the bonnet on it at the time they had. Ethan Greek goal has been gone to pit lane. Something happened to Greek goal on the final lap of the day. You're kidding me for car number 7.
Wow, but they had such a good run up until that point, Scott. But these guys have been faultless all week and all season, right through the season of endurance and the championship itself.
Here we go for the final time. He's going to come under the Armour All Bridge. 2025 crowns a champion. It's a Bathurst champion. It's a True Force Endurance Cup champion. And it's a season championship for Jared red fill cell. Gilliam will come home second and be frustrated with it. But on the day we crown our champion, only one car was good enough. Rattray White will score points. He moves to second, I reckon, in the championship, you know, with that result.
Yeah.
So he'll be over the moon with about this 1,000 podium. Woods won't get there over Griffin Gardner. He'll challenge for it, but he won't quite get there. What a final stanza at the end of the race. And you can see the celebrations have kicked off early.
OG Gear replay. This might describe or give us some intel into what happened to Ethan Greg Gold alongside Brenton Hobson. Rainer Costello also lurking in the shadows there as well. Oh, no! Massive shunt for both Hobson and Greg Gold. Exactly the same as what we saw earlier with that switchback. The switchback didn't work, and it led to disaster. Such an unfortunate way for the day to end for both the 88 and the 7. The 88 will limp home in 18th, but very much a case of what might have been. Take your hat off to those guys and just stand and applaud, ladies and gentlemen, because that was brilliant from the Lobs Esports stable. 1-2 on the mountain. Hobbo comes home, a frustrated, no doubt, 18th. In behind him, of course, Andre Heimgartner's picked Adam Briggs at the line for 19th. And we've got a battle for 32nd, if you don't mind. James Scott and Taylor Serrano, and there is contact with 3 corners to go. Serrano's going to 31st. Scott did well to get it back on the road through the grass. My goodness me. Stephen Sandman Clark's off for a gearbox change. We'll get some final thoughts from him at normal speaking volume in just a moment. But what a day that has been. A few guys licking their wounds at the end of that one, Scott Rankin. You mentioned the triple threat for Jared Filsell. Absolutely phenomenal. Has dominated the season. I think I read the points matrix right. There's only 2 rounds or 3 rounds in which he hasn't been the round winner. He hasn't been on top. That is the hallmark of a champion, the way he strung that season together. The winning margin, not a fair reflection of how dominant the team was overall and how close Andrew Gilliam got, 3.494 seconds. Zach Ratway-White, second podium of the week for him. Brady Myers, Griffin Gardner. There's good and bad stories all through that top 10. Dylan Rudd along with Wayne Burke. What a fight that was towards the end, joined by Jake Maloney late in the piece. And just outside, Matty Bauer, the unfortunate one that just missed the top 10 in that 4-way battle for 8th. Good run from Josh Anderson as well, the best of the TTR stable, bar Brady Myers. In the absence of course, their mainstay contender in Madison Down. What a day, Scott Rankin. 6 hours, 8 minutes and a little bit of change. And the mountain has tamed the best and also crowned the best as well.
Yeah, what a day for those guys as well. We get outside the 11 here. Bowler, O'Reilly, Duncan, Ross, Rivera, Costello, Ford, Brenton Hobson with that contact in the last lap to 18th. Andre Heimgartner, a reasonable recovery from that car, actually. Car 027 to 19th spot when you consider where they were. Adam Briggs, he'll be frustrated. They were inside the top 15 shootout as well. And to come home in 20th and one of the lower down synergy cars as well, they had car speed today in car 72. I guarantee you, the result for Ewan Baker and Adam Briggs, they won't necessarily be over the moon about. But on to the final next page and cars that are showing 1 lap down. Varndell gets home in the lead lap. Final car in the lead lap. Hey, Steady gets it done. Ethan Griggold will retire the car 1 lap from home after crossing that start-finish line, but not making the conclusion. The final lap of the race, something went on there. We're not 100% certain what. Damon Mulqueen, Scott Gamble, Corey McFarlane, Brady Baldwin, Brad Ratsu, Madison Down 1 lap down as well. Actually, that's not a bad recovery again. Remember, they were 2 laps down. They were actually, I think, 3 laps down for a long period. So they got back to 1 lap down. Is actually not a bad shout from car number 77, Ian Zhu, home in 30th. He actually co-drove for Ben Faulkner on car 28. Also 1 lap down. And look at the number of cars 1 lap down. Teo Serrano, James Scott, and Damien Johnson gets home for 33rd. Then we get to Rosella 3 laps down, the last car running. 017 done for the day, 8 laps shy of home. Dylan Pereira retiring with wheel failure, unfortunately for him, for his co-driver. 81 laps from home. Dylan Walker was a retirement, only about 50 laps into this one, and the early retirement of the day was Ruben Goodall. We've just had an update come in.
There's your update on the screen, Scott Rankin.
It is going to be confirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to announce 2025 Logitech GV8 Pro Invitational Series. the grand finale will come from the same location as the grand finale. Adelaide Street Circuit comes to the sim, and we're going to be one of the first to showcase it on the sim. 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, Wednesday, December 17th. And if you're in one of those states that doesn't observe that, that's Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is 6:45 p.m. Just to make sure that you set your clock right and your alarm for that one, Mr. Zach Caben.
I'll be home in Progressive Civilization, feeding off Mum's cooking for Christmas, Scotty. So it'll be 7:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Time for me. Don't worry about that. I didn't get a ticket to the Amy Shark concert in Wyong that night, so that might be actually the alternative. Have you guys running side by side with the Big Bash. But that being said, if Sandman's voice doesn't recover, I might have to jump in with you. But that's awesome, isn't it? Because this has been hyped about for such a long time. Unfortunately, what it has meant is we've had to elongate the season a little bit, but I think it's for the greater return. Everybody's going to be pumped up and excited about sprint racing on the streets of Adelaide. The season will end 2 weeks later than originally planned, 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time, and looking forward to that. 4:45 on the West Coast, so join us over afternoon tea, 9:45 New Zealand. Everybody else can do the mathematics for themselves. What a day we've had. I know Sandman's voice box is on the outer, but let's just, before we get our winners in here for a chat, let's just hear from him for a moment. Sum that up for us if you can, Sandman. It's been a phenomenal day, very different to last year's race, but no less compelling.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, guys, my voice is absolutely shot. It was an amazing race. Bathurst never lets us down, and how exciting that we've got the Adelaide Street Circuit as a grand finale.
I can't wait to see what the Logitech G Hub looks like when we get the streets of Adelaide from you, mate. You've got, what have we got now, 4 weeks to prepare for that one, or 3.5. So good luck with that. Scott Rankin is dragging our interviews in, our winning drivers in for the post-race interview in just a few moments' time. You're only going to hear from the winners today, folks. Hopefully we'll get some comments from second and third in due course. Andrew Gilliam, SVG, Zach Rateway White, etc. But Brody Kostecki and Jared Philsell are in the house. It's the triple threat. It's the championship. It's the clean sweep of the Enduro Cup. It's Bathurst 1000 supremacy. Brody's been there before in the real world. What a day for these two, Scott Rankin.
Boys, congratulations on a stunning race here tonight. Obviously, some issues with the pit stop under the final safety car of the day. Look, what happened there? And do you have any knowledge of what went on? Just not certain what happened. And, well, forget it. You put the head down, pinned the ears back and went for it.
Just the sandwiches were ready, so we just went out and had a sandwich and decided to come back and finish off the race.
I thought you would have the ice cream freezer on the end of the pit wall to hand one of those out to him to have a munch on in the car.
Nah, Thomas's lovely mother just finished off making some ham and cheese sandwiches with a bit of salt and pepper. So, yeah, we just had a few of them and got back in the car and just finished her off.
Mate, challenging race to run throughout the day. Jared actually messaged me and said you were having, Brody, a little bit of car balance issues in that middle stint right there. Looked like it just went away from you. Was it just something on the full fuel, particularly with the line being a little bit narrower than practice with the puddles on the edges there?
Just Jared chose the wrong setup for the race, so car wasn't actually that good in the race, but was obviously still the fastest one out there. So once I sort of got myself back in check, and Jared made a few changes to the car and got it back where it should have been.
Jared, come to you, mate. Look, you start outside the top 10 with 60 or so laps left to go. This is one of those drives. I harkened it back to the Phillip Island 500 as well, when you ran down the race win from 20th on back. It's challenging to do so, but I think one of the marks that we've said to you this year is just your ability to just get out there, get aggressive, get after it, and have some fun. You had a lot of fun overtaking cars and just being unleashed to go after it at the back end of today.
Yeah, definitely. A few of the guys there were quite welcoming and didn't put up too much of a fight. Obviously, they're running their own race as well, so that pit stop wasn't planned. I wish I was having a ham and cheese sanger, but we had a glitch where the car dropped and then went straight back up on the jacks and did a bar change for whatever reason, even though we didn't request it. So we lost 25 seconds there. But yeah, that safety car really saved us. If it wasn't that, we would have been nowhere.
Mate, the additional benefit I talked to you at the start of the day, 21st was the spot that you needed to finish, where you finished 20 spots ahead of that with the race win. We're pleased to announce 2025 series champion, difference compared to last year. You came into this race and and the championship went the other way. What a difference 12 months makes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't want to really blame Thomas, but it was his misfortune that led to my demise last year. But if that didn't happen, I don't think he would have been on the grid this year with a whole complete new sim rig and whatnot. So sometimes you got to go through the pain to get someone else on the grid like that, because he's definitely deserving to be here. He's shown the pace, and as well as the golden ticket as well. So I think he's put a few haters to the side, and yeah, look forward to seeing him race next year.
Mate, we've just announced that the final race of the championship is going to be at Adelaide. First and foremost, Brody, over to you. What's the research like? Are you going out there to get the numbers and bring them back here and offer them back to the boys so you can come out with the best and brightest? These guys haven't had the opportunity to do laps around Adelaide, so I think you're going to be king of the setups and king of the assistants in the data heading into this one.
Yeah, it's great that Adelaide's going to be the final round, but no, I'm sure the car will be fine. We've sort of got a pretty good platform now that sort of works everywhere. But yeah, it'd be exciting to have the final round there, and yeah, it'd be nice if one of the Lobs boys can top it off with a race win. I think this is probably a record season for us as a team. So it's yeah, great to see. Everyone's really gelled well with the car, and setups all year have been progressing quite well. So yeah, there's no reason why we can't go out and win the finale.
Finally, Brody, the last one I actually asked you, mate, did you offer Jared a Lucky Dog sponsorship, and did he turn you down, or what's the go there?
No, he hasn't actually put anything in, so yeah, he's got a bit of work to do there, Scott. So yeah, actually none of the boys have put anything in, so it's a bit disappointing that they obviously don't want $2.5 grand.
Jared, mate, what's your reply to that one?
Oh, and I'm racing Adelaide virtually in a few weeks, so I might cook something up. We'll wait and see.
Brady, I'll email you through the sponsorship proposal for my NASCAR program tomorrow, mate. Expect the email.
No worries, mate.
No. Mate, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on the Bathurst 1000 win, boys. Who would you like to give a thank you and a shout out? Jared, I'll start with you.
Obviously, Brody for putting up with me for the whole 161 laps there. I went a bit AFK and got my ears rung a little bit, but no, he's always well and good when we're racing together. It's probably the first time I've actually had a bit of luck go our way in Enduros. We've always seemed to be there or thereabouts and then have something really weird go wrong or whatnot. So it's great to have a successful Enduro partnership with Bush again, as well as all the guys at Lobs as well. Numo for spotting today, Dino for jumping in as well, and as well as Shane for being a super sub for Gilly as well. I don't know what time it is there for him, but he drove amazing today.
And finally, Brody Kostecki, final word from the drivers for you, brother.
Yep, just thank all you guys, the broadcast booth, all the stewards and all the other competitors. It was a pretty good race, a few random safety cars to try spice it up, but yeah, all in all, just everyone at Lobs. Gilly, Luke, Thomas, Brad, Dino, and Jared, obviously. So we had a pretty good campaign together this year, and won all 3 races, which is pretty cool.
Congratulations, boys. Congratulations on not only the Bathurst 1000, you'll take the True Force Endurance Cup and the championship. And Jared, the final question actually passed your way. What's the car number for next year? Is it number 1 or is it number 94?
Last time I ran the number 1, I had a shocker, so I don't think I'm going to run it again.
He'll be running the number 1.
Thank you very much for the chat, boys. Always a pleasure to chat to you two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to a close here this afternoon. After 161 laps from Bathurst, there was chaos, there was drama, there was puddles in all the wrong places, there were cars around, there were cars in the fence. That signs, seals and delivers our 2025 champion. but the remainder of the 20 spots on the grid for 2026 are still yet to be decided. Some of them, after a Bathurst 1000, will be locked in. Some of them will be on the outside and looking in. Who is going to be able to pull it off? We head to our championship finale on the 17th of December from 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And a form guide, there is none. We have nothing from Adelaide. We've got nothing. We've never been to the place. What is the Gen 3 on iRacing going to produce from the Adelaide Street Circuit? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Zach K, on behalf of Stephen Sandman Clark, on behalf of the commentary box, the crew, the stewards, the promoters, the drivers, and also the big sponsors. Shout out to Motorsport Australia, to MPI, Logitech G, the gamesman for the grid walk all the way back at the start of things, the gamesman for the GT Pro Challenge. OG Gear have been your replay sponsor here today. And don't forget as well, Playseat, who bring us pole position. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the 2025 Logitech V8 Pro Bathurst 1000.
The human hand, the ultimate biomechanical tool. We design mice for the hands of the best. Hundreds of tests, thousands of metrics, refining every curve in every millimeter to provide breakthrough performance for every hand and every player. Introducing the Pro X Super Light 2, compact, designed with pros, engineered to win.
Hi, my name's Courtney Prince, and last year I competed in Porsche Carrera Cup with BWT. Today I've been on the sims with the OG race gear. I love the new gloves. They're really breathable and awesome, so you don't get sweaty hands using your normal race gloves on the sim. The socks are also really good. You don't get sore feet on the sim. I also think in training they'll be really handy as well.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.